on breaks. And versus a team like LA Thieves, who are going to be that team first overall at the new HD.
Because it's all Streamlabs, so like it's one setting for everything.
So Boston need to show a better game plan here.
I love this particular stat graphic for LAT.
There
1 and 5 in hard
now.
points this
I
month.
turned it
Where
off.
on the other side, Boston have really started to swim when it comes to the maps 1 and 4. 1 in particular, they always have been starting the series off to a pretty darn hot start. Of course, they lose most recently to Atlanta 0-3 form, but you know, I was kind of with Namos, kind of feeling the spicy possible upset for Boston, especially with how they came out on Skyline. They are really strong at starting off a series off the right foot. It just comes down to what do you do after that? You know, a couple of losses in there that are map 5s because simply put, you just aren't winning search and destroys. Like that's the big focus I think for this Boston team, especially looking at the major in a couple of days.
Oh yeah, 1 and 5
Yo,
in their
got the
last
Harry
6.
Potter
Majority of that
glasses
being on Protocol and Hacienda. They've had some really close games. They have fallen short and deeply in about like 6-1s or 6-2s. It's just all about the teamwork whenever I think about this Boston Breach team. They don't really have like a star. I feel like I've been seeing these guys level up in their gameplay. I love Snoopy so far in year 3. He manages to play his life a lot more, manages to finesse a little bit more. Purge is a lot more consistent. Cammy's been the always fundamental AR, and in Awakening, we need him to just step up a little bit when you talk about that slaying. But this Boston Breach team is built on teamwork. When they show their teamwork, they're able to compete with anyone. Versus Atlanta phase, they did not have it. They showed at least in map number 1, but every other map after that, they just simply got outclassed with talent. So a chance to right the wrongs here versus another top team at LAT. You have to start off on the right foot. With this map number 1 needs to be yours.
I agree with that completely, and I think in particular,
it might be like a second delay. It might be like a second delay.
That's just I think just kind of looking at the Boston team as it formed initially, I thought the one piece of this puzzle that I thought was going to be a guarantee was the combination of Cammy with Awakening. Like both players, very fundamental. They know what they're going to get in terms of AR presence, but they've actually been the ones kind of not been able to keep the same pace that we've seen from Snoopy and now most recently from Purge. We're on the other side, you know, maybe I'm just kind of shortchanging it a touch, but it's interesting to look at this LA Thieves team, especially in this last month, because I think for a lot of people, you're looking at Hydra as being kind of the star of the show. And yeah, he started off the season super hot, but lately the Thieves just have not had the same kind of participation, I think, in the SMG category that other top 4 teams have had.
And I think the main category that you're talking about is their search and destroy. Like they have not been able to figure that one out. You have Hydra and you have Envoy sitting around a 0.75 or 0.8. Not really good in opening dual win percentage. That's been realistically the only thing holding them back, because I know they've been struggling recently in Hardpoint, but they went up against Atlanta. They went up against Optic Texas. They split between Miami, which they probably would want to go in 2-0 there, but those are some top teams that you have in HP. You got caught slipping a little bit. Nate shot lets you know about it. They've been putting in practice, so hopefully going into the major, they are more prepared in Hardpoint, because they're going to need it.
Really, I think that's absolutely the right call. And again, it's one of those situations where I really do feel like this team has been hindered the most by Rewind no longer being in the pool. So it is one of those situations, and I think looking at this series, if we do get to that map 4 protocol, we're going to learn a lot about Boston and LA Thieves, who I think both of these teams need to add another map into their pool, because Vault is pretty solid, of course, for Thieves. We've seen it a lot. They're still very solid on it, especially what we saw versus Miami. They were in control the whole way through. But what can you do to add more to the mix? Because Hacienda hasn't looked particularly great. Skyline's a little wonky. We really haven't seen him play red card since the break either. So it's just like, what else is going to be a strength for this Thieves team, especially when it comes to the 1 and the 4? Whereas for Boston, you look at the series, I don't think you're upset about what you're seeing here. Again, there's a question mark kind of surrounding that map 4 protocol hardpoint.
Was it actually him live,
I thought they looked pretty darn impressive when they did play the one time on Hacienda control versus Carolina. So I think there's a lot of elements here for Boston. You start off this series with a win on map number 1. You very well could upset
showed everybody.
Yeah, because you're going to go into a bread and butter search and destroy where you're sitting at overall 2-0 on red card. It's been one of the maps that they have been finding a lot of success early into the season. Haven't been able to recently putting into their season because people don't want to just play them on it. But even that Hasi control, I feel like both teams now have been finding a lot of reps on it. Boston played it one time. They were able to secure the W versus Carolina. But then for LAT, when we're talking about Hasi, we saw it on full display versus Miami. The SMGs just need to get lost. You need to be able to slay. And when you look at this LAT roster, they have slayers from left to right. So they're going to love themselves some Hasi.
I think it's just about putting it together. I don't think there's anything in particular to look at for either of these two teams and say, this is the one problem that is currently occurring. It's just one of those things of, watching how Atlanta and Optic have developed over the last couple of weeks comparatively to Thieves and Boston. It just feels like they're not quite keeping the same pace that they started the season off of. I think that's the biggest part. Snoopy and Purge, really successful for Boston, especially Purge lately, but Snoopy in the early parts of the season, lightning quick, and it was working. It was catching a lot of teams by surprise. it's not really catching teams by surprise as much anymore. We're starting to see that gap really tighten up when it comes to the hard point. Where on the other side for Thieves, it feels like the participation from the AR line has not been as significant as it was in the beginning of the season. And some of that I think is just determined off of, again, I think Rewind was such a bread and butter for them early on.
Yeah, and they can't figure out Hasi. Like, that's the thing that's completely mind-blowing to me. You have players who have played Black Ops 4 back in the day, probably some younger. I know Scrap was definitely playing, even if he wasn't eligible to play in the CDL or even challenges because he was so damn young. But you should understand how to play Hasi. He's the only player right now, obviously, with that one stat, 700 damage on a map like that. Yeah, we got to be able to figure that out. And I only think it's only a little more time is needed for LATs to add that one into their map pool. And then the opposite side for Boston, it's just when I think about this roster, they have like that fundamental aspect where you're doing the things right. But then versus Atlanta, they just simply got outclassed in their individual skill because you're turning a lot of these engagements into one-on-one gunfights. Things aren't going your way, and then when you're also playing a team of that caliber, they are picking you apart one by one with the individual gunfights that lead to breaks. So going up against this LAT roster, you have to be the same thing. You got to make sure that your setups are flawless.
Big time prove it point. I mean, they started off the season with that big win versus Optic, but since then have not really defeated a top 5 team, which I think is kind of a huge issue when it looks at what is their ceiling maybe for the major. Online versus LAN, also a different conversation in whole. Speaking of online, a couple of ping issues. So we're gonna head away for just for a brief break. When we come back, my microphone will no longer be flipping and slipping, and we'll be back for map number 1 right after this. Don't go far.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Dude, I think it's so funny when you ask for lunch, you'll be like, yo, you like that? And he'll be like, yeah. Oh yeah, I can hear it, Credo. Well. Are they losing? Why didn't they go outside the camp? What the heck? He's, you know, racist. You actually know that? So, they actually made him hire a black coach because, like the whole diversity thing, and he said he didn't want to. And so they basically,
friends, we're jumping right back into it.
When
Didn't
he
sit
hired
there
one,
and give you guys a reiteration of the Call of Duty podcast. So we're right back into the action. Vault Hardpoint, map number 1, LAT trying to fight for a top seed. Boston trying to elevate their position. It's back and forth. Purge already starting off with an opening double.
Oh, young Purge opens up with the double, gives this team an opportunity to still keep it scrappy in towards P1, but the Thieves are able to clean him up. Now soak themselves up some P1 time. They do not have the spawns that they want. They are playing for one wave of kills, potentially flip them out, but Snoopy, he takes Cat. Purge from top mid is able to find the second, and that's all 4 dead now. Spawns being blocked. Thieves have to break on in.
First test here for Boston as well. You talked about it in the preamble, Jay. The rotation
like
percentage for Boston across hardpoint has been where they found a lot of success. The problem is they're not really doing as well in the efficiency margins of holding in. Wouldn't you know it? 10 seconds left on P1. The setup already crumbles, and LA Thieves now in control.
And now you're forced to break versus the Thieves roster, who don't really allow breaks to happen. 90% hold rate on this map. Is there going to be the team initially to start off this P2?
I'm back.
You already have players like Scrap pushed out toward the front side of pool. He's at 700 damage. Not today, Junior. Give me another 3. 7 and 1 to start.
700 damage in this life alone, Jay. And woo, almost has the better look at Snoopy from the high ground. Envoy trying to follow up, at least holds on to this position. Has Purge in his way, though. And okay, a couple eliminations allow Boston a chance to threaten from the front. Trades are decent. Spawns are still in. What else can Ghosty and Hydra do together? Apparently, everything. They're able to hold on to the hard point. Spawns will allow the reinforcements to get here. The Thieves are still holding on strongly.
Yeah, that's a misplay right there from Boston. Like, you found the initial 2 kills from the front, but instead of blocking those back spawns, pretty sure it was Snoopy. He decided to cut through front door and allows the Thieves to consistently spawn in towards the back.
Wow.
We're able to respond with the reinforcements and basically walk away with a full 60 here. You already have players like Envoy thinking about that rotation and do a perfect start here for LA.
Yeah, this is one of those matchups where, again, like you talked about, it's kind of like the hold percentage of Thieves versus the break percentage for Boston, but at the same rate, there's also the battle for rotation. Both teams super successful at managing the macro level of the game. What can they do here, though, over the top of our most contested hardpoint, P3? Envoy in a little bit of trouble. Cammy's able to find him through the back windows of the van, and it leaves Ghosty kind of out to dry in a 1v1 with Snoopy. A little finesse on both sides. Purge comes to assist, and Boston starts to put some influence on the left side of the minimap.
That's fantastic plays from Snoop. He only finds one kill in that entire engagement, but the finesse good enough to secure the spawns for his team. And now keep himself on this P3, but you're not going to be able to read the pinch already in front of you from the Thieves. That's a clean 4 dead. Ghosty pushed out towards gold. Spawns being black on the backside of the statue. And the Thieves are looking like they're going to win the rotation over towards next as well.
Big flood hill here from the breach. Just trying to brute force their way through the setup. Hydra good for one from the high ground. Has a look at Purge. Wow, great shots from Purge. Tough angle to be sure. And that's going to flip things immediately right back around again. But it almost feels like, who cares for LA Thieves? They're up almost 100 points if they can find one simple break. Boston will get in first, but they desperately need a hold.
Oh, that's a big kill coming in from Cammy. Allows Awakening consistently spawning towards the back. So now you're in your ideal setup. You have all your bases covered, but Hydra trying to sneak his way up through side door. The timing might work out. He's going to have an engagement versus Awakening. A little team shots with a team nade. Comes in to help. Now they have the pressure to attack from the front.
Great movement from Snoopy. Able to kind of check the back door and then immediately turn his attention to the front, leaving Cammy by himself with reinforcements spawning up nearby. And as Cammy finds his 4th in a row this life, Boston will get right back into the hard point. Key time for them here, though, in this back 20. Thieves looking to threaten from the front, but pushing the issue is Awakening. Trades are good for Thieves, and now they have a free entry to try to contest, but Cammy from the back door shuts down the next 2, and the Thieves will be pretty empty outside of these last 10 seconds.
Yeah, spawns come in for Boston. All on the backside of P4, so they're going to walk away with that final 15. Going to be down by about 35 seconds going into the second half of this game. Early control of the mid-map area going in favor of the Thieves. Purge with the timing not good enough for the kill. So now you have everything covered if you're LA. Just soak up the hill.
Trying to set up the break attempt here is Boston. They do have the numbers. This comes down to finding the players inside the round hardpoint. So far, so good. Straight eliminations for Boston. Envoy, front door. Snoopy trying to threaten, but has to deal with the players all around him. He does well. So, okay, Boston, quick re-break into P1. Good read here as Snoopy finds himself now on 4 in a row. Clean movement, clean shots. Boston in control of the right side of the map.
Oh, you can already tell by Snoopy's face cam. He lagged out the game.
Lagged out, yeah.
He lagged out the game, so that is going to be tough. Don't know what the difference is going to be when we hit that restart, but scan and repair on the side of Snoopy. Unfortunately, it's going to lead to a potential restart from 0-0, but we have no idea what the score is. Coming back to us, Alan. That sucks.
Well, hi guys. It haven't been a while since we've seen each other. Jay, just talk to me though again, because I think this is one of those matchups where inherently, just looking at the numbers, all of the stats nerds that are out there are going to point to the same things. Hold percentage for Thieves, break percentage for Boston. Both teams great on rotation. And we kind of saw that, yeah, you look at the zoomed out macro focus of the minimap, Boston's doing all the right things.
Yes.
But maybe some of it happens a little bit too early. They're getting broken apart pretty quickly. And then once they lose their setup, LA Thieves are running away. It just comes down to that P4 that they're able to salvage and keep the game tight initially that first rotation.
Yeah, I feel like for all 3 hills besides P2, they were outclassing them. At the end of that P1, everybody could not afford to die and then spawn all the way across the map. But they gave themselves the opportunity to break back in quickly with about 45 seconds still to fight for. It's just when you find those initial 2 kills, we have to make the heads-up play to block that back spawn, because if Snoopy, instead of once he gets that first kill through mid lobby, pushes out towards the block, then all of LA spawn across the map. You keep the numbers at your advantage, and then you're able to flip them out. It's just those little things that the breach need to make sure that they're on top of, because they were in that game from start to finish besides that P2.
Yeah, it really was. And I think the other part about that is you saw it as we rotated away from 2. Both teams rather, I should say, had players that were trying to make the play to get over to Art on the left side of the minimap behind P3, set yourself up for 4. And a couple of nice individual moments come through. I think in particular we see Cammy really popping off, the difference maker, I would say, between 3 and 4, but Snoopy as well, finding a little bit of time to kill some time and space with Thieves trying to rotate against them. It's just, again, this is a very selfless team, which is something I feel that we talk about with squads like Minnesota, but it's just one of those situations, like, for both those 2 teams that we mentioned, both this one here, Boston, and for Minnesota, it doesn't feel like there's enough there to get past the top teams that are in the game. Yeah, you go back to December 6th, Boston has that surprise win versus Optic, but really since then, it kind of feels strange to put an evaluation on what this team is, because Carolina's looking a little bit softer than maybe what we expected from the minor. They get blown out of the water by FaZe. You have a tough matchup here today, and just by all intents and purposes, it looks like their seeding going into the minor, or part of the major at Madrid, is also going to be a bit of a test for these guys.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure they are technically locked currently at the number 5 spot. Only team that could potentially pass them up is going to be Atlanta in their matchup, later on today. But
yeah,
if you are Boston, you just want some confidence, man, going into the major, because the way that you lost versus Atlanta FaZe in a clean 3-0, even though it was a very tight map, number 1, you got blown out in the search and destroy, you got blown out in the control. We can't have that, because this is a team who relies on that teamwork. And when their teamwork isn't working, then it starts to turn into like, I gotta go do this, I gotta try to be Superman in this scenario. And those plays get shut down when you're playing some of the top talented teams that we have, like the Atlantas, like the LA Thieves. It's just, you need to make sure that everything is clicking between you guys first off to start, before you start branching out for the individual plays.
Yeah, I agree with that evaluation. And I think there is something to be said, again, like, where do you put Boston right now in terms of the top 12 teams, or the 12 teams? Where do you slot them in? Because in my mind, like, I still don't feel like I've seen enough to put them into the top half, which is, I think, a little bit of a blasted take for some people, because their hard point is so impressive. I just feel like we don't know what we're going to get out of this team when it comes to search and destroy and control, because there have been some moments where they've been able to survive and kind of hang on to a couple of late search and destroy rounds, but there's also been moments where they've been blown out in search, blown out in control. So it's just, how do we get our feet underneath us for this Boston team to be a little bit more consistent in the 2-3-5? And then I think you start to see that dark horse potential really come to life.
Yeah, that's what I feel is the only difference between them and Minnesota. Like, Minnesota has the ice and search and destroy.
Yeah.
They've had multiple controls where you think they're gonna lose, and in the final 5 seconds they clutch on up with an insane play coming in from Mero. So they have the 2-3-5. Boston, on the other hand, sort of had the hard points. And if you're Boston and Minnesota at that spec, you need that 2-3-5 to at least somewhat go your way, because you're going up against these top teams who are great in hardpoint, who have the slaying ability to outkill you just to simply break some of your setups. So it needs to be that S&D, that control game changer. And for Boston to be, what, 1-5 in their last 6? I know a lot of that has been on protocol and on Hacienda, but with the more reps that you play, losing is learning. Eventually they'll get a dub on one of those and add it to the map pool.
No, I think you're absolutely right. And again, just to kind of speak to the strengths of this team, surprise enough to say, ranks 3rd in hardpoint with the 3rd best overall point differential, only behind Optic in 2nd and FaZe in 1st when it comes to win-loss versus their average point differential. So again, they're hanging when it comes to multiple life modes. It just comes down to what can we do to get that search and destroy to be a little bit more significant, because like the desk has also said, we've seen more map 5s this year than maybe any other game to this point in its lifespan. So it is calling on teams to have to be able to ice up, and that's where we've really seen this Boston team kind of shudder a couple of different times when it comes to either map 2 or map number 5.
Yeah, I feel like as the season goes on, though, like, we'll stop seeing so many game 5s because teams will start to pull away. Just right now, everybody's basically around that same bubble of like, we understand this about the map, we understand this is the best way to play it, and usually teams are just copying and pasting other teams of what they're doing to have more consistency in their game. But as you take a look at the bracket, remember, this is unofficial so far. There's a lot of things that can change. There's 3 teams currently playing for the number 1 seed. LA Thieves need a clean 3-0 to even give themselves a shot due to map win percentage. Optic, they need to make sure that they have a clean matchup versus Toronto later today. And if Ultra win, all they need to do is win. Don't worry about no map count or nothing like that, because they'll be sitting top 7-0. So it's just who wants it more on Sunday.
And FaZe has
the big movement points here are, again, the Ultra versus Optic head-to-head is going to have immediate
FaZe
implications for the number 1 seed, but
Reach
also FaZe, I think, the team that is surging the most right now, a chance to possibly come into their series and take away a spot that would have them likely playing against that Carolina Royal Ravens team,
which
would
5,
feel great, I think, comparatively to having to play up against a team like Optic early.
Dude,
I want to talk about the lower bracket, though, a little bit here, Jay.
I
think it's one of those situations, you look down towards the bottom, I wouldn't want to play Minnesota or LAG right now. Minnesota, I feel like they could beat anybody, and LAG, we got to remember that they had one of the toughest schedules in this Major 1 qualifying stage compared to everybody else. They had to play Carolina, LAT, Optic, Minnesota. They beat Cloud9, but they also had to play Toronto. So it's like, you look to the bottom, LAG in 9th, that's a terrifying team, and Minnesota in 10th is a terrifying team as well.
Yeah, Minnesota's a gritty team. LAG, there's world champions, so you best believe they're going to turn up on lane. And even Cloud9, Alan, they've had a tough early into the season. They had to go up against the Atlantas, the Optics, the LAT. They had to play all those guys. but it hasn't really clicked for them yet. Now they're gonna go to local area network, where even with a 1-5 record, potentially the matchup today later on versus Atlanta can give them some confidence going into the major. I wouldn't want to play either one of those teams in the losers bracket.
It's gonna be a fun day. We're really gonna learn a lot about not just these last remaining 6 teams that we need to see before we head to Spain, but in particular the ability to move and try to change up to a more favorable seed is on the line. Thank you for tuning into the Shift.
They did, but Boston, if Boston loses today, then they drop.
And, we haven't heard officially, but I would imagine that we're probably going to be starting from a fresh restart here at 0-0. We don't know that for sure. Okay, we're here for production. That is the case. We just work here.
So Boston has
to lose start the game. We don't have a big red button or anything like that. So, fall hard point, Jay. Again, I think we got a good indication of the things we set up already coming to life early. Let's see how the breakoffs change those and get ready for our second restart.
Alrighty. Boston need to show improvements on their P2.
Yeah, I think they play Boston because they'd be 7th.
LAT need to give themselves a little bit more opportunities off that P3 to P4, but it seems like the game is once again
so if Optic win today, they'd play Boston.
Sorry about
and Boston
that.
lose.
You're gonna have to probably look at me now
then
again.
Toronto would
and you thought that podcast was finishing? Nope. We're right back into it.
This is now the study and shift show.
Hello.
We had Maven Sunday last weekend.
It'd be whoever was
study on this Sunday. That's what we got. I heard Miles yesterday also say that even though we weren't on the broadcast,
it'd be phase.
It'd
be phase. Ultra would be phase.
We may be on for a while today. I don't know about you. I'm going to get some lozenges
so
Optic,
ready to go. Okay, so this is all depending on if phase win today and Optic win today. So
Alan, who's your guy watching this matchup right here? Like, who's the game changer for both teams?
I'm going to go with someone who I just think needs to play well for, like, again, the movement to start to kind of look at this team from a more serious angle. I'm going Gigawake, dude. I think Namos would be happy to hear that because I think we know what we're going to get out of Purge and Snoopy. We saw it immediately on our first match startup, but I think Wake has to have a good series here for this Boston team to start to kind of move around in people's minds when it comes to power rankings, especially with a guaranteed upper bracket start. It just comes down to who do you play.
I like to take on Giga.
Is there
I would 100% go with that when I was talking about Boston, and I think on the opposite side for LA, I'm looking at Envoy.
That demographic
have the best birthday going up against Optic. Lost that one versus Kenny, his old-time teammate. Yeah, he wants to make up for it today. So, Envoy, I'm watching you.
Well, we're going to be watching each other, watching you, watching us, because we have to go to another break really quickly while we try to figure out what's happening with the game state. Hopefully, it won't be too much of a delay. We'll be back. Ball, hard point. Don't go far.
All right, I'm just gonna start.
We were hyping this up, right? It's the 4th matchup. You know, we've seen you guys constantly in grand finals.
Okay, so these are the standings.
Made that look easy.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we've been saying it online the whole time. Online respawns are different. No sound EQ. We're a way different team, and we just showed it right there. Also, people seem to forget who built that camp. I know how they play. I taught those kids how to play Call of Duty, so don't forget that. All right, like let's.
Okay, so yeah, if Optic move up, Ultra would go down a second.
Nice! Oh my god.
Yeah. Okay, and then if LA wins, so then it'd be Optic, Ultra, Thieves, Ravens. Boston would drop. Surge would move up. FaZe would move up. See, that's what I was saying. Do you see what I'm saying now, Krita?
Yeah, weak, close.
So, I think you are right. Yeah, you're right. It'd be Optic versus Miami. Ultra versus Ultra versus Boston.
Oh my god. He was shooting Guff.
Thieves versus FaZe. Ravens versus Surge. And then that'd be the new Optic.
I'm sure he's getting this kill. Yo. It was bad. It was bad.
You're right.
Pure Guff coming out.
I'm sorry, I questioned you, Poppy.
Yep, he's absolute. Guff is
oh, Wordle? Krita says we already did ours for today.
He's in.
He's just running.
Just run.
We did in the morning,
No, baby! Come on! Come on now!
Yo, this guy was f***ing so much shit.
Let's go, bro.
Let's go, man. Now we get the dog phase again.
Try. Damn. Me, man. Wow, bro. I'm not even trolling, dude. That one shot there. Literally that 4.
Can't win it on the point. Scrap and the boys get it done.
Back on the f***ing desk, play. Back on the f***ing desk.
You're dog kid. How did
Notice how they cut off the part where he says kill yourself?
Insight's not going to see it. Kleenex going to get caught off guard, or is he? He gets one. That's a decent one-for-one trade. Insight right back over, looking for a little bit of help from Scrap. 2v3, selling the cross, dealt with by Scrap. Sip also seen on the cross. 22 seconds. Draza trying to work this with Scrap able to turn this down to a 2v1. Just down to Sip. Not gonna happen. Shut your mouth. Toronto in the grand finals here at home.
Bickle now. Last one up.
He's got a trophy though, right? He threw a trophy out.
Might do it.
He threw a trophy out. I think this might be too slow.
He's still there.
He got it. Oh, he does get it. Yeah, it was too slow. He gets it. He just hops it right away.
Yeah.
Nobody checks the bomb.
No, it's round 10.
One shot
yeah,
for sure, okay?
One shot.
Heard you.
Above dead.
Nice, good job.
Above dead.
Bomb. On bomb, one shot. One bang. Nice.
More square. Draws on bomb. He's like, one shot.
Nice.
Last guy's broken.
Braming. I'm gonna hop.
He's still broken.
Broken weak on you guys.
Nice. Is everyone
They're mindful. Yo, next. Whoa, welcome back.
There we go.
We're taking off faster than a Saquon Barkley touchdown in the first place.
Oh, shout out Saquon.
The LA Thieves, Boston Breach. Try again. As we talked about it before, we'll talk about it more. Shutting things down. Okay, how about that for being off to the races?
Yeah, I guess LA Thieves were able to spawn it on the opposing side now to start this game. Lisa clean for dead. And now Boston now needing to find an early break. So now they're keeping it mixy, working their way through bottom vault. They're winning the numbers fight. Hydra still 3-0. Will get taken care of. So Boston clear their way on out. Now it's their time to soak up time.
Just great discipline for Boston right there. After just getting pieced up playing off that right side hallway. Get your setup, get your surround. Don't panic. Don't just keep running in one by one. And this is what you get rewarded with. Absolute perfection.
Awakening with a big one.
Rebreak and follow-up. That's going to move the spawns again right as P2 opens. And technically speaking, this is already better for Boston than what we saw in the first go.
Yeah, way better for Boston because now they have numbers. Still contesting for those P2 spawns, but still aggressive through that mid-map. Is going to spawn two players now out. It's a 4v2 off the roto. Snoopy tries to take control of the back. He gets traded out. And now Kimmy, last player here to try to make something happen. Miraculously is able to pop a double and give his team another opportunity to break through the front.
How does he make that happen? Little Septex at the back door, still off the reach and doesn't get traded out. And LA Thieves are still going to hold on to the majority of the first 20 seconds. The follow-up hit already dismantled. And now you got a situation for Boston. This is going to take another 15 to 20 seconds if they even want to try to give this another go. So Purge is going to try to stay amiss, get lost on the map. Not going to happen. And the Thieves are going to pull away with about 40 plus seconds here on P2.
Yeah, Boston is still giving it one more last push though. And they're able to execute it. Lisa 3 dead, but the rotation one in favor of the Thieves. Now it's Envoy's opportunity to have one of those Snoopy-like plays that he did before the restart. He has to finesse two players. Here's a fight with Purge.
Yeah, decent scrap time play for Boston as well on the exit. This is a massive battle here. Envoy caught on the reload. Cammy will get the pistol up. So now Boston holding onto the favorite side. Plus they also clear out the street completely. Someone can jump on and get some time here, especially with Purge getting a read that the next attempt for Thieves is largely coming to the middle of the map.
Yeah, that's fantastic play so far from Boston. They fight for that final 20 there at P2. They initially win the rotation over towards P3, P4 chain, but all of these players eyeing up with those ARs from long distance are able to find every single kill in the feed.
Low-key need
now
these
Boston
to win
force with 30 seconds left to get them off of this time and also think about that rotation, but none of the gunfights going their way.
Now, really clean stuff in the middle of the map right now for Thieves. Holding on with just Hydra. Spawns are still in, though, for LA on the preferred side of the map. Boston getting some needed time here, though, on 3. Actually, surprisingly, a lot of time here on 3. And now a chance to try to rotate through the middle of the map once again. Shots coming out from Snoopy. Can't really do much to contest this, and Hydra's got the freedom to hit a pinch over the top of the hard point. He's looking to triple up, but could only take down 2. But this is a lot of extra pressure on Boston on this rotation to 4.
Now this is what that 90% hold rate from the Thieves needs to show strength. Because on P4, this tends to be the money hill. All their bases are covered. They have everyone with an AR in the back pocket watching those long distance gunfights. But Envoy is going to fall on the right. And now that Lisa goes to getting overwhelmed, players now have to turn all the way around. Thankfully, still kills going their way. You have those back spawns. You're ready to contest it.
Yeah, jump spawns for Boston, so they're going to be pretty bunkered up in and around the hard point. Thieves trying to hit multiple points of Ingress here, but Awakening steps up. Shuts down one, gets damage onto another, making life a little bit easier for the Rainy Breach players around the hard point. Cammy secures a trade. Snoopy spawns up in place, but now the next threat is already at your front door. And actually, it's at your back door as well. Hydra playing over the top of the patio, has a battle with Snoopy, but they just finesse each other, and the Thieves, all the meantime, are going to get most of this time here in the back 30.
Yeah, but you would want that to be a lot more dominant. Like, not one player drops early on into that hard point, but once Envoy falls, they instantly get pushed out towards that right side, and Boston do a great job of just not allowing that full 60 to get away from them. Now, we get back over towards the P1. Hydra and Envoy combine for 2. Already have the numbers advantage to work their way back in towards mid-connector. You have lost track of Hydra, and he makes you pay for it 4 in a row for Hydra.
And really, since the restart, this is about the same score that we had, and it's come in a lot of the same ways that we saw from the first attempt at the lobby. So 102 plays 80. Boston working on, again, another little bit of a delayed setup around the back. Snoopy, he is off to the races on this game. 18 and 10. Shut down by Envoy, who's also having a great map to this point. And that'll be enough for the Thieves to, again, to spawn up where they want, try to control the right side of the map. And while this is all happening, Envoy hasn't left the hard point, so it's looking really good for LAT.
Yeah, this is easy. They're just consistently soaking. They read the parallel spawns that came in. When you spawn over towards gold, they were able to withstand all those gunfights, and now only 10 seconds left. Back your way on up. We need these P2. Ghosty gonna play real safe, but he might be overwhelmed. There's 3 players from Boston trying to attack through the front side. They're winning all the gunfights, but Ghosty, your time to strike. And with that double, if he would have just played his life, his teammates are still gonna spawn in towards the back, so another opportunity.
Yeah, they spawn towards the backside of the truck, but you can see trophy spawn here for Boston on the backside of Palms, and they just get the guns up and light up the hit from the Thieves. That was about as close as 2 spawns could be to each other around the backside of P2, and Boston prevail. Now the next hit, with still a lot of time remaining on this hard point, all coming from balcony side. Snoopy gonna need a little bit of assistance. He's again got the benefit of the breach spawning close, but the kills are not here, and here comes the break attempt from the front. It's looking good. Boston trying to hang as they try to re-break, and we're gonna jump over to catch the comms with the Boston breach.
Each other, money. South cab, I'm going to I got an I'm going to do fast cab. Yeah, okay. I'll see you guys. Can we double doors? Not pushing up, bro. Top one, Hydra, one shot. Yo, wait, top shot. I guess can be controlled by as well. He's playing the control play. Yeah, bam. One shot, absolute. There's 2 mid doors, one's gonna pinch money. Mid doors and the top one. Nice, one time. Yeah, heard you. Scrap top part. I'm pre-mid top part.
Purge is the IGL. Holy.
Bottom. Here, take it on my seat. Yeah, mid on me. I just top part. I can't help you, Evan. I don't know where's got mid, man. One guy's on mid, bro. One guy's on mid. Yeah, we don't kill him. I hear you. I can help you on the scan on the right. Time and low time. Top part, bro. Yeah, statue up, one shot. Nice. You mean the back? That's one. Yeah, you mean the back. Yo, back right, back art, boys. And then front door. Front door, go see, become time one, back art. Back art, I'm one shot. I'm one shot. Yeah, I'm on him. You mean the back? Yeah, I'm still top here. I'm just making him push the top. Yeah, both there, I'm one shot. Scrap, bring me to the set. Nice, good shit. Yeah, I spawned that, boys. I spawned that. One more back. I got line, front door, scrap. Nice. I don't think so. I think Cam will spawn first. Yeah, take our time, guys. We have a lead, right? Take our time. Yeah, I'm playing. Go. Leave all. I just don't cap.
Jay, talk to me here, because it kind of, as it looks, it seems like Boston just keeps fighting off their heels, but they're in the lead all of a sudden. A lot of it thanks to this guy.
Yeah, and it was the Thieves right there making the adjustments on P4 to put more bodies on the right side of the map, but they were just way too turtled in their setup. You gave them all map control. Boston breaches apply pressure through the statue, found a couple kills, spawned you all the way out, and now they have a 20-point lead and consistently running up the score. 33 and 18. Give me the Hellstorm. Give me number 8. Snoopy is doing it all.
Oh my goodness. 35 and 18. 2-11 in the hard point, and Boston behind the pretty much solo effort from Snoopy is going to get past the 200-point threshold. Now it's just down to how do you stretch across the map. 4-man feed here for the Thieves. They're going to get the scrap plus still own control on rotation. Have to have it really.
Yeah, this is where Boston can take their time, because that Hellstorm could play a big part to this break here at P2. You want to set up this pinch. You want to spawn them out across the map. You already have at least a couple players because that new hill's yet to pop. Snoopy, go back and get that one. Yeah, now the spawns are ours. They can win the game here at P2. Might as well just call them the Hellstorm to account for everyone.
What is it about Boston and record-breaking kill totals with these SMGs? Snoopy is 37 and 19. Cammy collects a double on the backside of P2.
Scrap's negative.
On the way in, Snoopy gets dealt with. Hardpoint open for now. Cammy has to step in. In fact, he just slides in on his back. 220 to 179. Hit developing from the front. Cammy shut down, and LA will supersede the setup inside the hill.
I just want to try to trap them in towards the backside, but they're able to flip the spawns out. So all of Boston trying to break it from the front and middle map. Envoy's able to find a double. Numbers still in the advantage of the LA players. Cammy finds 2 in response. Spawns in favor of Boston. This hill was just so damn mixy. As they're going to walk away with that final 15, get closer to the 250-point mark. And now it's just all about when does this Hellstorm come into play.
Yeah, that scrap time is massive for Boston. Thieves would have loved to have at least contested that a little bit more. Scrap looking for information to the back windows. Also catches information that Cammy's up top at gold. Does he get an angle at it? Catches the head. That's enough to at least eliminate him out of the picture. LA now looking to crack past the 200-point mark. But Purge from the front looks good. Snoopy to follow up the SMGs. Again, do the job that's needed. One more possibility for LA. Try to extend this map. They do have the chance to kind of hold on to the new side, but they have to play inside the hill.
Yeah, you just had to force it to the next hill. Well, that's all your focus is right now. If you are LA. Get it over to that P4. We will not make that same mistake again for the 3rd time. Hellstorm gets invested. All it is for comms. No kills come in with it. But only 5 seconds till Boston win.
Yeah, and you have to touch this Purge in a spot to contest a little while longer. Scrap deals with it. Hold on a second. Snoopy from the side. He may be able to win the game right here. Ghosty has to slide the touch. It stops at 249. Ghosty finds the kill. LA still hanging on, but you got to stay in the
What a banger!
And it's just too much pressure. Boston behind another near record-breaking performance from Snoopy. Take a map 1.
Man, he had 40 kills, Allen, with almost 3 minutes of hill time. If you're looking for a guy who's going to be the game changer, this is it. We're talking about literally doing it all. You need a 2-piece? I'll get it for you. You need rotations? I'll get it for you. You need somebody in the hill? That's all me, and you can even see it in the best play. He was dancing right there on LA. That young man so far from year 2 to year 3 Snoopy, he's a different player, and he showed it there for Boston to go up 1-0.
Wow. Unreal stuff. I mean, like we said, we saw Purge 45.
Unbelievable, Credo.
And then you get back into it again, and wouldn't get figured.
Thieves cannot win a freaking hard point, Credo.
Continue to find the success.
The only hard point they won was against freaking,
I gotta just say, 25 and 30 for Awakening feels like, okay. But 3,900 damage, he actually does more than Snoopy does with the 14 assists.
That's what I need you to be,
Not
Credo.
bad at all, but it's just a simple fact of the matter that Snoopy gets 41 with 240 in the hill and 12 objective kills. That is unbelievable numbers out of the young gun. And now all of a sudden, again, like we talked about in terms of this series, Jay, this just establishes what Boston want. Opening leads against good teams. It just comes down to following it up. And if we continue to see performances like they had here in the macro level,
dude, ever since they got 3-1
pretty good about
days.
Boston today.
Yeah, the good thing about following it up is that they got that red card search and destroy, which is their bread and butter. Haven't played it in quite some time, but this was their go-to S&D map in the beginning of the season. Finally have an opportunity to play it here. Thieves probably threw this one into the series because they did just recently walk away victorious versus Optic in a clean 6-3. We saw an insane 1v1 between Scrap and Dashy, but they were just making the adjustments on the defensive side was the biggest thing. The good thing for Boston is they're also a team that's great on defense. So it's going to be a scrap on that side, and then whoever's going to be able to make more objective plays on the attacks. And we've seen a lot of reps out of Boston hitting those early aggressive pushes on one way, thinking about that rotation over towards new. So Thieves got to be ready for the mind games.
You know what's crazy about this whole thing?
It's one of those situations.
Purge was negative, and so was Awakening.
I mean, all I could think about the whole time was like Boston continued to play off their heels, getting rotation wins, but not being able to put together a solid setup on hold. But it's something about these SMGs, man. They find just the smallest window to attack, and when they do, it's just all action. I mean, a little bit of bless up, I think, on that second P2 as well, like spawning behind palms. Cammy just gets the AR up, a trophy system goes down, he lights up 3. Like, that is where you see it on the chart. It was 123 to 80. Then all of a sudden you get about 40 points in net positivity coming out of Boston. That's what keeps them in the game in the first place.
What do you think
and then we eventually
gonna be
get back
after
to that
this?
4-1 rotation and back into P2 again. This Boston team just continues to be mixy, and it allows them a chance to sneak away a tight one.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing that you're looking at if you're LAT looking at this game flow, is that we from P3 to P4, we won the rotations both times. But we only got 30 seconds the first time around. Boston was able to keep it scrappy, which is usually a full 60. But then when you get to the second attempt, to go from P3 to P4, you go from 145 to 164. You only gained 19 points when you were fully set up. They were just easily broken into on both of those money hills, and you cannot allow that to happen on the money hill of Vault.
Yeah. Well, let's transition the conversation because now we go to red card, search, and destroy. We kind of talked about it, talking through both of these two teams on this map. Thieves look good on this map early on in the season. We haven't seen a lot of it, but I actually want to go more in particular to Boston because it just like early on when we didn't know what this Boston team was going to give us in terms of how competent they would be, how successful they would be. It's another map where Snoopy can get lost and he can just do his own thing. And it just feels like that is a recipe for success for this Boston team. It just comes down to, can they do that again after not seeing them on this map in quite some time?
Be like,
yeah, but hopefully they have the same exact strategies because it worked out flawlessly the first couple of times you played it. Haven't played it in basically like a month.
And then
the guy
commented and goes, bro, female orgasm isn't even necessary for
so
reproduction.
they might
God
be more
doesn't care about
prepared
you. What
for
makes
this
you
map
think I
than
do?
LA are because they haven't played it in a month. So with a team that just played it last week or a couple days ago, we know exactly what you're going to do. We're probably going to play the counter.
Let's talk about not just the search and destroy overall, but some of the details around it. Again, the attacking percentages, not particularly great for either of these two teams, but it comes in different ways. You look over, I think, in particular to the individuals for LA. The SMGs have just not been super successful in the opening duel percentage. It hasn't really allowed them to have numbers when it comes to getting the bomb down. Thing is, when they do get the bomb down, they're actually very successful at it. But I think it's just how many times they're actually able to plant, which is where it becomes a little bit questioning, because on the active maps, they rank overall like 10th, I think, when it comes to like the ability to plant. So it's one of those situations of, can you actually get the bomb down here from the opening side, the offensive side?
Thieves are going to be looking for some success on the offense. Boston want to stay strong on their defensive, where they usually find it in those first bloods. I know the stats so far this month in Search and Destroy just haven't treated them well. 0-4 this month in S&D. When S&D wins you championships, the fact that they're still keeping these series really, really tight is mind-blowing to me.
There we go.
It tells me that their teamwork is on point. But into the round one we go. Boston going to be on the attack early on. No trophy systems on both ends. So a lot of aggression over towards edge.
Yeah, Hydra is actually looking to step up into the middle of the staircase here, and Boston have to kind of respect this. Opening shots will tag Snoopy up, and Boston actually are finding some headway towards B. Ghosty initially was watching mid-map, so he's got no info on this cross, plus the doors are covered. So Purge is going to get a ton of space here at catering, and that should lead to a plant.
Yeah, this should be a free bomb plant. Hopefully, if you're the Thieves, you got stuns, you got nades. You can try to invest and contest this early on.
Yeah,
you already got to read. They're going to be in towards the cafe. But both teams are just playing for that opening duel.
Yeah. Purge has the cross. Cammy has the initial long-range battle through the doors. Bomb is not committed for a plant here, and Cammy gets stuck on the doors towards the bleachers. So now all of a sudden, Purge is trying to step forward to catch someone off guard, and that's not going to work. Messy stuff here from Boston. Well, they had the right read on the rotation, but did not commit the plant of the bomb, and the Thieves get there defensively to contest.
The only reason why they don't commit is because they knew that there was a couple investments of the nades and the stuns over towards heads early into the round. But if someone goes for that bomb plant, you get naded off. It's basically a GG. So on both ends, they were playing for that opening gunfight.
Snoopy almost killed them all.
But I'm probably, if you're Boston, with all that map control that you took away with the game plan early into the round number one, I'm instantly trying to get that bomb down, making the play come to me. Because these are just able to pick you apart one by one. Boston start to panic a little bit. You start thinking potentially someone's on the pinch. It's been way too much time and someone looked at it. But Cammy drops first, and everybody else like dominoes. Thieves take first.
Little moment of indecision or just non-committal, possibly costing Boston on that rotation to B. They're going to set up a much more passive defense here with players in Snoopy
Whoa,
actually just watching over to maybe even hit in towards mid windows. Interestingly enough, his Envoy's actually passed him a touch, and if he can find timing, this might be a free first blood immediately followed up by a rotation to B as well.
Oh yeah, first blood already is accounted for though. Purge is gonna fall across the map due to the hands of Scrap. So now it's on Envoy to basically secure this round.
Yep.
There goes kill number 2 on Snoopy. Everybody rotate over towards B, play the 4v2. Let's just play.
Yeah, absolutely the case. You're gonna have Scrap holding deep to watch the mid cross to keep the flank safe. Everyone else focused on the information game as the bomb is being planted by Ghosty. Cammy, little bounce pass. Hard to say if that tags Envoy or not, but it was pretty well positioned. Ghosty off the bomb plant, gets a look at Awakening, helps out instead though onto Cammy. Good eliminations, LA Thieves now up big.
Yeah, just a very easy round right there from LA. You start off in the first 15 seconds, finding that early first blood. But then once Envoy puts himself in a position on backside of that B site, you were just waiting for him to make a play. Once he secures that kill onto the player in Snoopy, covering that B bomb, rotate back, 4v2, plant the bomb, trade it out. Easy round there for Thieves to go up 2-0.
Yeah. And it's just good reading of the doors being opened up for Envoy. He could wait, make sure no one rotates back. Once he feels like everything's all clear and all calm, you've got teammates nearby that could secure a trade. Then you start to hunt for the player looking to get sneaky in those back hallways. So really well done, good decision making, and the SMGs have started off very nicely all of a sudden, especially for Envoy, up 3-0 early, Scrap 4-0 early. Barely kills to talk about here for Boston so far, as they will get a round 3 trophy. RCXD in their way though to slow things down.
Just gaining info early on this Scrap. Slowing down their aggression. He has all of A side covered. And Boston is just waiting for an angle to potentially take down that RC before the play call gets called. But it's still just a duel off. The car stopping everything.
That's so annoying. It's on one corner, then it's back up the stairs to another. And now you're down to 45 seconds. Awakening is starting to get a little bit anxious about when this car is going to pop through, but instead it's actually a long-range first blood onto Ghosty out of the Cammy's AR. Purge has gotten into a position top third. So as long as Boston can avoid this crossfire setup, Purge should be able to do something, but no, he shoots at Ghosts, and the trade is in. Now the clock is an issue, Jay.
Yeah, you only play for that kind of engagement if you guarantee the kill, but Purge just gives up his life for free. Down to 3v3, the bomb gets planted. Thankfully, Cammy makes up for it. Takes down Hydra. Envoy with the response, 2v2.
Can't get out of there, though, so now it's just down to Scrap. Able to find, the information onto Snoopy. Not an easy battle from this position. He's tagged up to 2 HP. Awakening not in position to immediately follow up on the damage, though. So we go to the 1v1. Time becoming a bit of an issue for Scrap, and he's going to pull out the knife and try to go quickly, and as he does, Awakening catches him at mid-map to get Boston on the board.
Yeah, but that's a round right there. If you're Thieves, you can't give that one up. 45 seconds get wiped off the game clock due to the RC car's positioning to shut them down at A. If you're Ghosty, your job is to simply throw shoulders around that mid-map. We cannot afford to die, because as soon as you drop, Purge takes that space away. Even though Purge does absolutely nothing with his life, you just gave Boston Breach an opportunity now.
Yeah.
With you dropping and everyone else stacked over towards that B site to get the bomb down towards A for free. And then it turns into a 1v1. Awakening new. I'm going up against Scrap. There's a lot of time on the game clock. He's probably going to try to hit a route. And catches him off the rotation for Boston to secure their first.
Be really curious to see what angle Cammy had for that first blood. It didn't look like he was going to be in a spot to even take a battle. But we jump aboard with him here. Tag to touch as the Thieves are throwing lots of shots once again over towards B, but keep your eye on number 5 and white. Purge has once again gotten through the middle of the map, but has to retreat back to this place. Snoopy in the middle of the map. Oh, this back hallway position turns it into a double. Bomb now down. Numbers will go in favor of Boston. Snoopy gets another read. Now potentially on for the ace. Just looking for Scrap.
Yeah, he's looking for it. It's a 2v1 though. You want to make sure you're playing together, playing this trade out. You have the bomb down. You're playing back-to-back. 45 seconds to work with. Scrap is working his way around the pinch. Does he have a stun and a nade to potentially gain some info before he works himself inside the fight?
Yeah, he may just cross in front of Snoopy, though. That's the problem. Boston not giving away any information, and Snoopy walks away with all 4 big back-to-back rounds for the Frog.
And you could think right there, if you were LA, like, they're probably thinking, all right, Envoy, you're in a one-on-one versus Cammy. You win that, we're instantly sending it. The fact that he was able to win that gunfight, chef's kiss, but then Snoopy plays it patient through the side door, does not slow down the aggression for the third, and then lines up the final for the ace. He was taking over at map number 1, and so far he's doing it here as well.
Great stuff. I don't know where he came up with that frog thing that he was doing all through challengers and into last year, but kind of vibe with it. 4 in a row for Snoopy. 7-3. Tie game all of a sudden. Awakening trophy system down towards the back steps, denying any of the Thieves' early information. And now RCXD gets called in for another, but this time Ghosty gets the better of Cammy and it's early numbers for the Thieves as the RC again just kind of holds this front staircase.
Yeah, now this should be a guaranteed round. All of A is not going to be easily to contest, but the RC card does get blown up. But look at how active these are getting on the pinch. You got Scrap already pushed up behind enemy lines. Just stay alive on the opposing end.
Well, the thing is, Boston may break this timing. They're getting really aggressive because they kind of have to. Problem is the long-range angle denies the bomb from being planted. Follow-up from Envoy catches another kill, but honestly speaking, Boston have done well to kind of out-trade here and get to the 2v2. But the follow-up, immediately Scrap was top third. Now he's all the way back to the defensive side of the map, and Hydra right there to make sure there is no exit. Thieves bounce back and take the edge again.
Yeah, trade after trade. Thankfully, Thieves started off those trades with that early first blood. I would have liked to see Ghosty and Envoy just back all the way on up. You had 2 players in Hydra and Scrap working that pinch, but they're able to read the play as well of the objective potentially going down. But once it turns into a 2v2, because you were too aggressive on your angle, thankfully you got Hydra holding hand in hand with Scrap in that trade engagement. Able to shut down Snoopy off of a potential Hellstorm. Put themselves back in the advantage, 3-2.
Good composure there, considering that the RCXD play was essentially the exact same between the 2 defensive rounds for LA. But now those resources are expended. Ghosty looking for some pre-fire shots over towards B. Quick action in towards Ticket, though. Snoopy's able to find one. Follow-up, full purge. Right there. Shots to the wall, not going to connect. Cammy holding to make sure there's no trade. And now it's suddenly already a 1v3 for Scrap.
Bomb all the way across the map. A lot of time to work with.
I know he's going to be trying to wrap, though.
Yeah, so when 2 insane gunfights back-to-back, because they're just all running around as an army of 3.
Yeah. Well, not a lot of real estate to work with here for Scrap. Like you said, Boston not fully holding hands, but pretty much able to confirm trades for one another, you would think. Scrap catches one, gets out of there. Do you anticipate Awakening nearly, but not enough. Just too many numbers to count. Not enough time to make the play.
Dude,
Boston will tie us up again.
Like, this is a
I think it starts off with the aggressive push over through that B site. Snoopy gets a first blood, knowing that he was instantly going to get traded. Just starting off those engagements was perfect because Purge was setting up a pinch through mid-ticket, was able to put themselves in a 3v2 and then keep his life, allowing Cammy to keep him safe in towards Ticket, securing that 3rd kill, and then a 1v3 for Scrap, just not able to find every single player in that round. As Boston switch up the pacing there, push it to him on defense to tie the game.
And I love it. I mean, legitimately, you've got Snoopy who's got a hot hand from map number 1. Why not throw both SMGs through Ticket, try to see if you can find something mixy. Otherwise, just keep the tempo up. Works out nicely for Boston. This time, no trophy for Awakening, so he does not get as aggressive over towards the stairs. Instead, it's tempo this time for Boston over towards B. Bomb already being planted. Ghosty doesn't have the doors open to try to nade this, and we're going to get a 4v4 post plant.
Yeah, 4v4 post plant, but look at the play developing on the side of Hydra, working his way all the way behind enemy lines. You're going to have Awakening playing for this angle, but this timing could be everything on the round. Hydra not able to spot the first, but the timing good enough. At least to take down Awakening. Big wake turns on a 3v3.
Maybe gets 2.
Hell no, Jay. Ghosty shut down from the doors, could never get
Boston came to play, baby.
But whoa,
they came to play.
Wake should have been dead to rights. Hits the deck, turns and burns. Clean shots as Boston hold from the front at the same time.
Awakening freaking
now taking the edge
turns
of this
on
map.
Hydra.
Oh man, that's such a big kill too on the round because Scrap found that first blood. If Hydra gets that second, you're instantly into a 4v2. Snoopy was able to respond to make it a 2v2, but you still have a better chance at walking away with that round off the retake. But just Giga prepared for that gunfight. Gives the advantage back in favor of Boston.
Actually unprepared for that gunfight.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Oh, mercy me. And now look at this. Boston gonna step up for the first time defensively with Purge mid steps. Scrap has to worry about top 3rd and the heady just in front of the windows as well. So this is a lot of focus. Problem is Hydra has a free pass through mid. So he'll catch one. Trade is out, but this completely deters this setup for Boston defensively, and Scrap collects.
Purge falls. 3v2 now in favor of LA, but the route good enough from Snoopy. The shots good enough from Snoopy. 14 and 6, and give me number 15. I don't know if there's a calm that comes in right there from Cammy, but he was prepared for that one. Scrap left in a 1v2.
Yikes, and Scrap does not have much time to try to collect back onto this bomb. He has to clear so much ground with the walking kill streak of Snoopy still alive. And they're holding hands in garage right now. They're just not going to allow Scrap to do much in terms of doubling up unless they mistime this and get caught in the collat. And actually, Boston, I don't think they saw Scrap at all, so he's going to get a plan here to extend this.
Yeah, bomb's going to go down for free. Some bad caught timing there in favor of Boston. Now leads to this round extending a little bit longer. Scrap now with 40 seconds. Needs to clutch on up, but Snoopy and Cammy roaming around together.
Oh, and they've seen him. Yeah, and with nades available, Snoopy could just try to lock him into place here. First stun will be a bit of miss. That came out of the hand of Cammy. Snoop is just going to try to hop this. Does he Scrap have an angle? It may not make a difference. Cammy's going to hold this route, and he may not get back to this in time. Does he get the shots? No, not in time. The bomb gets defused just before the final bullet lands, and Snoopy can do no wrong this series.
He's just taking over, man. It's as simple as that. Just take over moments out of the kid. Scrap, I thought when he plants that bomb in that angle, he could have put himself in a position towards top 3 window, but he must have checked it saying, okay, I can't see it. I have to put myself in a different position. Because it's not able to get to the bomb site in time.
Frito, could be a 2-0
so now
lead
Boston
for Boston
at game point. Back on the attack, where they've been showing early presence over towards Hedge, but then instantly pouncing over towards B. They're just going to all slow this one down now.
Yeah, the thing is, I think Cammy gets the information. That's team shots through B. This should lead to some significant movement for Snoopy trying to get back over today. But look at the defense. They've already rotated a long way back around to hold on to a possible contest angle onto A. So Boston have to reconsider their options.
I think
and that little show of force at B has actually allowed Hydra to get really deep. He's playing backside Eskies now.
Yeah, but for some reason, it seems that Boston have a read on it. But now looking at you in here, they definitely don't know that Hydra's behind them. Hydra's about to make the play. Sitting at 2 and 6, not the best S&D performance. First strikes for the first blood. Hydra their response.
He gets traded though.
Just can't get away though. There's just no vacancy.
Oh my goodness! It's a 1v3 for Envoy.
Purge. Just up to Envoy. 1 versus 3. Bomb in hand. Boston. Which bomb site do we want to go to? Looks like they're going to make the decision to plant at B. Can Envoy catch a timing here? Try to reduce this to a 1v2 while the bomb is being planted. It doesn't look like he's going to get a chance at it, and now the job just got that much more difficult.
Yeah, he's got a Semtex, but that trophy system's going to block it, so it's all about the gunny.
2-0 Boston.
And Boston,
wow.
Good at red card. Stay undefeated. Now 3-0 on that map. 2-0 in this series. And that final round was just so beautiful out of Boston. Like, they read the early aggression coming in from B. Everyone stabilized. Let's just keep our base, slow the round down. Then even when they realize, okay, we have LA that wrapped from all the way at that B setup to now contesting at A, we have more information gained. We take mid-map away from them. Purge just sneaks his way up through Ticket. Finds that first blood. Hydra eventually was taking way too long in that pinch. I thought he had the play right in his hands, but just takes too long, hoping that his teammates can give him something so he can set up on that pinch, but he only finds one, gets traded. Numbers in favor again of Boston, and then Purge by the second of the round, just being pushed up through the middle of the map. Thieves just leave way too many openings due to the information that they were not able to gain in the first minute.
Didn't break the
and Boston able to secure the S&D, finally stopping the bleeding. They just need a little red, Carolina, and they're back.
Well, they just need a little Snoopy.
That too.
With 2 bombs planted. This guy's ripping them apart in the kill department and also getting the job done on the OBJ. Sometimes hills greater than kills, and Snoopy says, why not both? Up 2-0 early to, I would say, the chagrin of most of the community, because we're all sitting here, I think, after the Atlanta performance with this Boston team and said, whoa, okay, guys, like, cool, there's some electricity in the air every now and again.
Yeah,
but is it enough to actually take down a possible top team? Can we even sit here even
Dude,
talk
if you
about
got a
teams,
PC,
maybe even not being a top team right now? Might be a bold take. Desk, what do you think?
We're having a great time. Boston, a surprise here to the desk. Nameless, let me just ask the question everybody's thinking. The challengers, we've had some cheaters. Is Snoopy cheating?
No, listen, Snoopy's just a dog. But, yo, he might be, honestly. Like, this guy is everywhere, frying on the first hard point, and then in that search and destroy, like, he is so confident. Every single gunfight going his way.
Allie, what's an ace?
An ace is when you get all 4 players in a round.
And your scuff play of the game. It's Snoopy. Walk us through this one.
I mean, it's just unreal. Snoopy has been playing with just a different level of confidence throughout this entire S&D. But in this round specifically, he gets 2 really easily handed to him. The biggest positioning right now is him staying alive. And the timing here is unreal. He hears those footsteps, the immediate crank to the right and getting that 3rd kill. And of course, the final player looking to try and get an angle. Snoopy says, you ain't never gonna expect
easy reads.
Yeah, you know what was awesome about this map? Like, if you just hard focusing Snoopy, he was shutting down Hydra. There were so many rounds Hydra tried to get pushed up, be a huge impact, and like Boston just pocketing each other, and Snoopy was just finding him, killing him over
New
and
record,
over.
actually. He did break it.
In this ace, you see it later on when Hydra does actually get a first blood. He's able to trade it out instantly. Snoopy looks so good right now, so confident on this team.
I love what we saw from Snoopy, and as you said, he kind of had someone baiting for him. Several rounds it was Purge getting first blooded by Hydra, but the trades were always there.
I think a big thing to take away from the second S&D is the fact that LA Thieves got a majority of the first bloods, and what's crazy about that is they're one of the best teams at converting it at 83%, but Snoopy is the one that shuts that down every single round.
What did I say before? Why didn't they let red card through? Do you guys have any reason why? I literally don't know why they would let this through. You look at the active maps for Boston, 3-6 on the active search maps. Now 3-0 on this map. Like, you gotta veto red card if you play Boston. If you just watch what I watched, you're not playing this map against Boston.
I gotta say, maybe they were trying to test it because the defense for LA Thieves has been really poor, specifically in their retakes. And in red card, you have to be a good retake team when it comes to this B site. So maybe they were trying to stretch their legs a little bit, but clearly did not pay out for the side of LA Thieves.
Boston's so good, we gotta draw about it. And let's keep it rolling and draw some conclusions.
Yeah, so the listening was awesome for Boston. Their communication is so good, and I know Study's watching this. If he listened to me as well as Snoopy listened to Cammy, we'd
Alright, here you go, Krita. Oh yeah, son. You think so, Krita? I don't think so. Let's see here. Well, I'm gonna think that this, and one more. Gather, seclude, separate. What is that word? Just skog. What the frick is that word? Okay, that's a database. Cloister. What is this? Covered walk in a covenant monastery, college, or cathedral. Typically with a wall on one side and a okay. Nah, that's not it. This is Bally? What the frick? They got some words in here I don't even know what to do. Euphemism for bloody. Okay. We need one more, Kudo. Are you? This guy, bro. Is it? No, that is not Axel, brother. What the heck? Silo? Nope, not right. Huh? Oh, I'm retarded, bro. Trailer? No, that'd be with the hitch. Yeah. Farm tractor. Oh, maybe it's this. Hold on, maybe I'm retarded. Yeah, it's that. Parts of a big rig. Okay. I was retarded. Thanks, brother. I appreciate you. Wait, is he? Money for run slap my other DC account. What? Okay. Yeah, it just says you got appeared. It says you're invited. You're in it. Oh, got you. Oh, they're starting.
Through well side. They actually catch Ghosty trying to watch the cross through spiral. And now it just comes down to the timing of this play towards open hall. Scrap shuts it down, and this restricts Boston to have to just play from well.
Yeah, Boston do a great job off the respawn of wrapping their way on back. Like, you swan over towards the garage, you realize, okay, there's most likely pressure over through fences, but just finding that one gunfight onto Ghosty gives them another opportunity over towards B. Able to put the game clock at a pause. Envoy trying to make up for it, at least to trade onto Snoopy. But this second segment potentially should be a lock. Or not.
Or not.
Top
Yeah,
spot
Envoy just kind of gets for free top window. I thought Purge was going to be holding that, especially seeing the nade come out the window, but was caught distracted by other elements of this defense that are now pushed up aggressively. Scrap on 5 in a row. Looking to see if you can catch this cross timing. Envoy from the front side at arches, and Scrap's timing from behind is good for only one. Envoy holding the front door, though, will make sure Boston does not get through, and that will likely be the end of this first round. Near perfection here from the Thieves.
Yeah, only 10 seconds left. Last push, potentially to still put the game clock at a pause at B. And they should be able to touch it. Wow. Unless the guy is just moving in slow motion. Oh, Snoopy touches it, but unfortunately, all the map control still in favor of the Thieves. A very, very clean round right there from them. Hydra finding success on the pinch. Scrap with the AR holding down the front angles. And then just influencing the spawns. You have players who are reading those deep routes as well. Like Envoy won a big one-on-one on a deep route coming in from Snoopy through water side. So just accounting for everyone, keeping track of everyone, leads to a very easy defense right there for LA.
What's your thoughts, Jay, just quickly on that opening offense after it gets pushed off of B? The 2-2 split for Boston, spawning Lambo, 2 try to go through spiral, 2 try to go the long way around. Would you have rather seen them try to work that together, or do you kind of approve of the idea of hitting multiple things at once?
Yeah, you have to hit multiple things at once because the map's so big. You can lose track of these players, and then if you commit all of your cookies on one side, you can instantly get flanked, and that entire push gets shut down immediately. So
as long as it...
It's just a split push didn't lead to a lot of the gunfights. Now LA with the opportunity to respond on the attack. Only have to wake up for 1 segment.
Purge, not a great start from him. 0-6. Just cannot even barely have a chance to shoot the gun right now. As LA gonna get top office control, maybe. If it just comes down to what Hydra wants to do from this position. Everyone else focused on the zone. Awakening shut down bottom bar.
It's just because of a
Same can be said for Hydra up top at the office. So things stay level, but Ghosty still finding kills. Will continue to keep LA on the A zone.
Yeah, I love this pressure, especially over towards A. Just consistently knowing where they're spawning over towards Bolt. First segment already locked in. Snoopy trying to make up for it. Can't win the gunfight versus Hydra. Now that second segment is already getting worked on.
I did 2
you have
times
to try to break on in.
Yeah, you don't want this A zone to be the first thing captured, but there may not be much of a choice here. Purge and Awakening working on the long route, but they cannot find the player inside the zone.
Are you on the road
shots
still,
from Awakening, not landing, and it's a 5-life lead.
Still on the road?
Over 2 minutes to play here for the Thieves. More shots from Ghosty land, and at the same breath, you've already got Scrap with some high ground control over towards Patio.
Yeah, Scrap just wants to get this final kill onto Purge to allow his teammates to run straight through the point.
Oh, God.
But he's going to decide to give that one up. Put the game clock at a pause. Still trying to play for a couple of spawners. Freebie onto Snoopy. Now you're in a 4v2. You know that the other 2 players are now off the respawn at Boathouse.
And
now you can start to stack this one a little bit.
Awakening to get shut down over to the middle of the map. That leaves Boston to have to try to hit this from Patio side. And this is going to lead to some significant progress. Second tick likely to get locked. Contest is in through wine, but Envoy picks that up. Follow-up from Awakening is just tags and shots. Jumping on into the zone are a couple of Breach members, but this is, again, so limited in numbers. Hydra off a bit of a pinch from the top side of patio.
Wait, you said did you say PTR or PTO?
The stack is in, and the Thieves quickly up 2-0 here in the control.
I thought you said PTR first, and I was like, wait, what the frick is that? Because I know PTO
I knew that one has
under
control. Got thrown into the map pool. There were some teams who were definitely going to stand out, LA being one of them. It's just due to the fact that they can outslay with the best of them. You're getting SMGs who are already put them into your spawn, ARs who know what angles they need to watch.
My one buddy, he got like, I guess they like forced him to take his pay time off because like he had 2 months saved up.
Team push. Just getting picked
so like
off
they're like, yo, you gotta take
this,
this, or basically like we're just gonna have to force you to
now LA in firm control of this map 3.
And on both sides of the control point, LA's been perfect so far. So when you talk about the ability to
which is
win
crazy
rounds, let alone 3 in a row, it feels a little desperate in nature here for Boston.
Yeah, because you get paid for that, like, that's crazy. You get 2 months where you can just chill and just get paid.
Including Snoopy, who had the hot hand. So things are just not going well right now for the Breach. Hydra definitely on his BS right now. 12-7, 3 in a row, just pushes the issue backside fences. Envoy with him, but Boston turned this into a couple of successful kills. That gets him on to stop the clock early.
And they found the second kill as well, so now you just got to read the angle on the pinch, and again, they just lose track of Hydra. Allow them to slip behind enemy lines, get 1 kill, get on out. Teammates now playing cleanup. So the 2 players left to account for, but Purge at least finds that double to maintain a little bit of that map control, but he gets gunned, still being one-shot. Hydra on 6 in a row.
Yeah, clean shots from Hydra, taking care of the low HP opponent in front of him. 15-7 as Boston are just struggling to get anything set up. And Hydra is in a great spot to follow up whenever the information starts to come through in terms of where is Boston going.
Snoopy's having a bad
here a little while longer. There's kill number 7. Finds Snoopy up top at the window, and now the window is controlled by Hydra. 17-7, 8 in a row. Hellstorm is earned. First tick will be locked at B, but the same breath, Thieves can still push forward. Scrap finds the double, takes care of it, and now we're down to under 30 seconds. LA in a position of control.
These patient flanks out of Hydra
I'm surprised
so many problems for Boston. They're getting the initial 2 kills. They just have not been able to locate Hydra. All he needs is to find 1 kill. Everyone from Boston starts to turn around, and that opens up the teammates from Hydra off the respawn to shoot them in the back. So now with only 15 seconds remaining, the last push coming in from Boston. Envoy here to contest it. He's reading the early pressure, and on the opposite side of the map, Scrap at least finds 1 to shut down that aggression over towards A. This is like a 5-minute map, Alan. We're going map 4.
More damage range and more velocity.
Wow. Cammy's going to try to do what he can here, but not going to be allowed to. Hellstorm gets called in, and Boston will not be able to touch. And I think these fans are sitting there like, whoa.
I know. I use a reinforce.
Like, we can't be sweating here versus a team like Boston. We're looking forward to the major, and that control, they just shift the momentum a touch here for the Thieves.
Yeah, a lot of that.
And they just played that to perfection. Everyone had their own role.
I think Hook's the only one that uses the long
sneak his way behind, find a couple kills on the pinch. Envoy, your job is to make sure you're accounting for the playmakers on the other side. So every time Purge or Snoopy tried to hit a long route, Envoy was there to meet him. And then the ARs just continue their dominance. So far throughout this month, Scrap goes 17-6. Ghosty, all he needs to do is throw up 1,300 damage. It was just a very easy game right there for LA to now potentially give them some momentum going forward.
Oh, without question. I mean, take a little mental picture of this one because it was all Thieves all the time throughout map number 3. That is a quick exchange of momentum coming through.
Or gain.
In particular, the severe shutdown of the SMGs early, just never allowing Boston to get through, let alone develop anything on either offensive attempt. So, all right.
So there's the gain twist, there's the long barrel, and then
I don't really know what else you say about a map that looks like that besides Thieves dominate, period.
And it was everybody. Like, it's just as simple as that. Everybody did what they needed to do. So at least extend this series.
So the reinforced has like holes in the side of it. The long barrel. The gain twist looks just like a it looks like your barrel's kind of wrapped, like it looks kind of bulky at the end. And then the long barrel is just like a smooth,
they played against Atlanta and they just got
barrel.
beaten the hell out of, and that was due to the fact that when you're thinking about a map like Protocol, LAT need to be the team that's early off this rotation. They only won 28% of their rotations versus Atlanta. On a map like Protocol, where a lot of these hills can tend to be bunny hills, you need to make sure you're there early. And then in the opposing set for Boston, they do a great job on the rotation. Probably one of the best rotating maps that they have in HP. It's just the whole percentage after that. They need to make sure their setups are a lot better because they cannot afford to be easily broken into the way that Optic did.
Yeah, that's, I think, the most important part about this is kind of taking the stats we were talking about on Vault and then looking at it compared to their macro stats in terms of hardpoint overall, and then you re-transition that focus into what's happening on a map like Protocol. And some of the numbers don't necessarily line up as much as they had, I think, on Vault for both of these two teams, really with the exception for Boston, where, again, their break percentage is still very strong. The rotation percentage is still pretty strong. It's just their holds are pretty much non-existent. I mean, legitimately, they're only holding for what looks like a couple of seconds, and then they immediately get broken on first attempt. When we, again, watched it once. That's the other important thing to keep in mind, that there's not a lot of reps, so the numbers are going to be very skewed. I think this is just about, you know, we've seen this a lot, and I think you and I in particular, we saw a lot of this map in Challengers this last week, and we're starting to see teams develop this ritual of let the ARs get set up first, clear out one elimination, and then start to fly. Take 4v3s. Take away position when you have number advantages. Don't just run because you feel like you have to all the time. And I think that might be where we see the identity of these two teams really showcase what the teamwork is actually looking like. Because on big open maps like Red Card, we've seen Snoopy just kind of run around, do what he wants. He's successful. Vault, similar idea. He just gets to the hill and is successful. But a map like Protocol, you don't get those opportunities nearly as much, I think, largely due to the fact that you have to control space before you can take it.
Yeah, and the thing about you saying about if you're the SMG player trying to get too aggressive for certain aspects, you have to make sure at least your AR players are blocking those spawns, because this game can be very simple if you're going to take space away from them so you can guarantee the space on the other side. It just depends on micromanaging the game the way that you need to. At least we saw it in map number 1 where Snoopy obviously dropping 40 plus kills is going to help, but you have the ARs setting themselves up in those proper spots, allowing the SMGs to do that. The same thing could be said for a map like Protocol. And if you're on the LA Thieves side, the Money Hill on map number 1 in Vault, which was P4, you couldn't hold the setup.
So I paid $40 to
P4.
upgrade my normal PS4 controller
setups need to be on point, because Boston, they were just picking you guys apart.
Like mouse clicks and
everything. Again, it's kind of the unstoppable force meets the immovable object, where you've got a team that's great at breaking versus a team that's great at holding. Only one of those two things are going to be successful in the scheme of when two teams match head-to-head, and in instance number 1, it did favor that of Boston. So now it's just down to, I think, the macro level gameplay I'm looking at for Boston of
this is your
trying to secure
motherboard, by the way,
breaks
for
is not as, I would say, easy on a map like Protocol, because like you said, you have to be able to influence spawns, because otherwise you pop up right back in the hill. It can get really disastrous in terms of how quickly you're being reinforced.
This is my old gamepad.
So
that's my old
that's
gamepad.
Kind of the instances that we're looking at the moment. Again,
like
large level conversations, but let's just jump right on in and see how each team handles each other. LA try to get the map number 5 with the potential reverse sweep of the cards. For Boston, their first major.
It cost me $40, and they sell those types of controllers on
near the top of the
Battle Beaver
leaderboards
for like
180. We'll see how this one unfolds as we jump into Protocol map 4.
So far, Scrappy P1.
So I'm thinking about getting into the business of upgrading people's
the kills, but still
just making controllers and
is
upgrading
LA.
them.
You do have one player in Hydra playing it super patient. He doesn't want to get aggressive in towards.
Because gamers always need those types of controllers, bro. If I can offer a smaller price for the same type of product,
Purge gets accounted for on the pinch. This is looking like a flawless start from LA Thieves. They are accounting for everyone.
Yeah, and I love the route from Hydra as well. Just kind of re-wrapping around the back, making sure any late attempts.
So I literally,
P1,
it took me.
the high ground on the initial Boston building.
It takes $90. It'll take $90 to fix it and basically
for LA on the opening hill, working on the rotation to 2 as we speak, and the kills are good. So
and they're selling them though for their price.
The hill taken care of.
For $90, they're selling them for $180.
Tries to back up towards the staircase, and with Purge coming out spawn, finding elimination onto Scrap, Boston will hang on to the early time at 2.
Oh, Awakening with a massive double kill there on the point. Say able to allow his teammates now to help him a little bit, but no one else finds success in that kill feed. A double from Envoy, good enough to lead to the break.
Hey, bro, whatever you want, Slumpy. If you're paying for it, I got you,
Boss is still gonna give a crack at this, but you can already see.
I already told Credo I'd hand drive it to you.
Control. You have a player pushed out towards Bo. Every kill that they get is now gonna spawn them behind them, and this is what you need to do if you're the Thieves.
Yeah, but now all of a sudden heads have to be on a swivel. A little bit of a pinch setup developing for Boston off the split spawns. That will get them in for the scrap time, as now LA have to work on rotating across the map to P3. Cammy surprised by Scrap, just laying in the middle of the staircase. Scrap almost turns it into a double, but Purge.
I know, it's like I'm right there with
for the initial trade. But still, the long routes out of LA are going to see them spawning behind P3. Boston will have a chance to set up early for a break from the front, but Scrap is watching the cross. He's already found the opening kill.
Yeah, Scrap with a freebie through the middle
Dude,
of the map.
why buy a battle
Parallel
weaver
spawns,
when I
but
can literally just
now
do
you have
it
to
for
read
you,
the
bro?
pressure from Boston because there's a whole lot of aggression over through the zip side. Purge starts it off with
Oh
the
my
first.
goodness,
Goes the
this
effective
guy's
on
buying
the
for
trade.
the
That
brand,
one kill
bro.
should at least allow his teammates to spawn in towards the
Whoa.
back, but Boston are actually going to be blasting towards the back spawns. Ghosty still trying to finesse with the AR. Now everyone turn around.
Wow.
Do you want paddles?
That is such a massive
Or do you
opening
want
from
buttons?
Ghosty. As Hydra follows the play, shuts down the spawns.
Well, I can make
for
'em.
Boston, at least largely on the initial attempt to break. And now it's just down to holding on the interior. Can you watch
Yeah,
these
I actually
correctly? Scrap says yes
Son,
for
that's
the
actually the
first.
thing
Looking
that
for
I
number
was
two.
that I'm
Little
trying
bit
to
of
say is
mix-up
like
with Kenny. Perch
when I
trying to
fix
hit
mine
this
and stuff with
together.
that, I even
Boston
clean my
will
analog
find a way
sticks.
to
and,
break
like,
back in.
you can actually
Finding
buy
every
like whole
single kill.
motherboards that are
Perch lighting
different.
up with a
Obviously,
double
like if I did your
Now you
controller,
gotta
I
go.
just buy
You
a
gotta
brand
go.
new PS4
Hit that
controller
early
and do it that
rotation
way.
over towards New Snoopy.
And
Miraculously was able to stay alive a little
and
bit
it have no
longer, but
stick
Envoy
because I'll
finds
like
3
double
off the
clean it and
roto,
stuff
and
like
that
that to
leads
make
to
sure
now
that the
4
analog sticks
dead.
aren't sticking.
All of the LA
Because mine were
stacked
sticking.
in
I
towards
did
the
have stick
bottom
tricks, and
side.
then when I
Yeah, Scrap
customized
watching
it,
outside towards Big
I
Door.
basically cleaned
Gonna
all
give the
my
comms on
analog
that end
sticks,
of the
and now they
map.
don't have stick tricks.
This should lead to a good chunk of time here for LA.
First slide coming in, Envoy under pressure. Purge, another double to open up.
Oh,
we gotta
my.
find more than that. He's gonna take down 3.
Yeah.
Hydra took a look to see if he could catch a free kill on the quick timing to recontest, but instead values his life. So now the setup, trying to develop from really all 3 sides at the same time, but the coordination is not there.
Yeah.
And Boston is gonna clean him up until maybe Scrap and Ghosty can do something from elevator side. Scrap feeling like he's got purged low. Ghosty follows on the interior, and the shutdown through the elevator shaft allows the teams to break it with 20 seconds.
Yeah, big 20. First of all, you need to fix yourself there because you can't be so scattered on a money hill in P4. If we play tight setups, everyone watch an angle.
Alright, I got you.
Should put ourselves in a position to potentially walk away with full 60s there, but at least they make up for it with that last break attempt. Now up by 50. Back over to the P1 we go. Well, we saw them get 40 seconds initially.
Oh, Hydra did it?
The trophy doesn't keep him alive.
That feels so terrible. It's like, I just got a trophy on me. That's sometimes. Oh, never mind. I guess I'm dead. And
You want me
Boston
to?
will use that as a chance to get in early. Ghosty contesting. Clean shots from Dan Ghosty. 15-7. Oh, knew he was about to be threatened, but Scrap has his back. And unfortunately, the Semtex did leave his hand.
No, you're right.
That
I
now
feel like
means
you're
that
right there.
Boston
I like
will
the
quickly
Hydra dip
jump
sneakers.
back
Those
in.
are fire.
Problem is, Hydra just hitting routes, making things mixy. Boston hanging for now, but they desperately need to win this rotation from 1 to 2 to get back into this game.
Yeah, it all starts with this P1 time and this mid-map pressure. Need the gunfights to go your way, but Ghosty and Envoy and
Do you want
Scrap
mouse
jumps
clicks
into
and
the
stuff?
mix for a clean 4 dead. Now everyone accounted for. Rotations in favor of the Thieves. You got to cut your losses to fight that
That's
time
what I
around that P1. You want to try to maintain a little of that mid-map control, but this gunfight is such a big one, and Awakening wins it.
Yeah, huge. Need to see it as well. Kind of again with
you gotta be nice and gentle. You
gotta
gotta kind of be like
AR's
gentle
kicking
with
things
it,
off
I don't know.
first. LA currently holding the edge in the AR battle, although Awakening is starting to wake up. Just a touch here as we jump into this P2. Thieves spawning close, though. Have to find a way to break. And we'll jump over to see how they're calming it out as an LA Thieves listening grace our ears.
Yeah, 2 mid. 2 mid, guys.
Yeah, mid gun.
Mid. Mid gun got me.
Not anytime. I'm top doubles.
Didn't need anything at home?
Is yours a micro? Is yours a micro C or is it a micro A?
Ivy done.
I'm going to the
Mid gun. See mid gun.
Okay. Do you want a USB C?
Top broken. Top broken. Top broken. There's 2 there.
You don't want a USB C? You want just the original Android charger?
Play through this old guys. Play through. 1 mid.
Alright.
I'm gonna hit on the stairs
Go
one
down.
time.
Okay.
Top triples as well.
Okay.
I'm triple it. We come top.
Alright.
I'm 12 box.
I got
I
it.
got 3 spawns. 1 sec. I got 3
Alright,
spawns. They might
bet.
spawn out. This guy spawns out.
One's low.
Do you want paddles or a
Top
back
triple.
button?
Missing cam.
Zip. 1 shot. That's Cam. We can
Down here. Nice. Cam zip. Let's go.
Yeah, I can customize it for you, bro. I'm telling you.
Nice.
Some I can hook you up, bro. I know how to mod controls. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's what I'm telling you this whole time.
Back T. Wait in front of me.
In the back.
Alright, I got you.
Running single. Alright, yeah, back door. No.
I got you.
2 on time. There's 2, 3. All around. They're all spawning in the back on you, Kaka.
Right to me then. Go Ivy.
Nice. I'm making time.
Do you want a textured grip on the back or no?
One shot. 2 single. 2 single, boys.
Single.
Wait, there's 2 single. I know, I got naded.
2 more.
Weak perch. Weak perch.
It's like it's
One more.
I'm trying to think. It's kind of like it's kind of bumpy texture grip.
Nice.
Another one there.
It's
Another
kind of like gravel grip. It's like gravel
He's
texture.
close towards single already.
Come in, Victor. 1 shot. Spiral.
I'll send you a picture. I'll send you a picture.
Hitting in spiral. I'm gonna give it up.
Inspire, purge. Inspire. I mean, I don't know. Top stone, boys. I have this.
Alright, that sounds good.
You have the Paco. Get on the heady. He's big door. Paco has big door. I'm made it here.
Alright, I got you.
Big door, guys. He's made it. They're behind you. Two big door, one spiral. Left clear. We spawn. Nice, good job.
I might use your controller actually as my video recording controller, so I can start a website. Honestly.
Yeah, kill right here. First kill right here. Okay, I have your help.
Yeah, seriously. Yeah. I want to start a business with it, bro. You know how easy that is.
Two big door.
And there's gamers everywhere, bro. Literally gamers everywhere.
Big door. Nice. They're spawning spiral. I'm helping them. I'm gonna go top. I'm helping the hill fast. Look, you're on big door. No, it's fine. I think we're fine. Maybe we're gonna.
Well, Jay, Snoopy, and Purge, the SMGs from
Oh, you're talking
Boston
about, like,
making
is there
a
a lot
mess
of
of some of these
gamers near
Steve
me?
setups, but here at 4,
I mean, I'm from
McGuire
PA,
Hole
brother.
comes through,
We're
and now all
scumping
of a sudden,
everybody's from.
LA have some position of control to rotate back up top.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be an easy first break attempt there from Boston because there was no
Yeah.
trophy systems. At
Comes
least keeping
from
the players
Philadelphia.
in the point alive. But just not finding that trade out of Awakening allowed the numbers to still
and
be
then
in favor of
TJ's
LA. They
TJ's
walk
from,
away with
like,
that
2
final
hours away
40
from me.
seconds. Now they're up by 20 points. And they're finding every single kill around that middle map.
Awakening trying to hold on towards this sidewalk position. Nade's not quite reaching him. Boston coming off spawn, trying to work to the middle of the map, just not finding any really venue of entrance at all. And that is a 4-man feed.
What color sticks do you
They're
want?
going to get past 200 points with a chance for more. Still 30 seconds to fight here.
You just want the
Yeah,
black
they're
ones?
accounting for everyone. They're securing the back spawns, knowing that Boston only can attack us from the front side, but now they work their way through that boat area. Finding initial
How do
2
you
kills,
know?
trying to contest over from top 10. At least able to relieve a little bit of that time on their side, but Hydra gonna put himself right back on it. Snoopy with another double, giving him chance after chance. Snoopy with 3. Unfortunately, only gets traded. Spawns flip. LA Thieves breach that 200-point mark.
Yeah, big 1v1 there. Cammy able to shut down Envoy from getting early over towards P2. And Hydra, ooh, he's going to be left on this island route for a while here. Boston spawning behind the hard point. Envoy takes the focus maybe away from the hill for a moment. Scrappy battle back and forth. Cammy still trying to hang on for really his lonesome. Purge is able to assist over towards the staircase watch. But LA not able to develop the hit really when you thought they would. Pre-fire shots not really going to land, and the nades do come through, but it's a team nade again. LA not fully able to get the third point, but a little fadeaway jumper from Envoy. Clears it out. Trophy system down LA in the hill.
Yeah, now they have them trapped in towards the backside. You have the double AR set up between Envoy and Ghosty. Hydra holding down top mid. LA Thieves cannot win it here, but just dominating this map, controlling what they are. They're going to win that rotation for free over towards New. Boston Breach now making a decision.
What color you want your back
there.
skin?
Start hitting a couple routes, try to contest over through B1. We cannot trap ourselves on this side for this next hill.
Yeah, Scrap pushed off the window angles though, so Boston will get around the helicopter.
No, I'm saying, okay, do you want
trying to move spawns, but
do you
these
want
kills
black?
are what really
Do you
need to
want
start
money?
to come through.
Do you want carbon
LA,
fiber? Do you want
largely
silver?
looking for
Do you want
1v1s across
purple,
the map. Scrap,
chameleon?
he's able to
Do you
slip
want
away, catch
chameleon
information on the
purple?
low ground. Ghosty follows,
You
plus
want
he wins
pink,
his one up top,
gold,
and that might be game right there.
skulls,
Boston
like red
trying to break from the
skulls,
front.
teal,
Hydra drops,
wood
but over
finish.
240
Like,
goes
what
the
do you want?
Thieves. Ghosty watching from the sidewalk. Now the focus purely has to be on the front.
Yeah, so it's like the underneath, like where your handles are and stuff like
Make
that.
it
The whole
6.
underneath
No
part.
more contestants from the front as Envoy finds the final kill. And
If you just want the original, that's
because of
fine.
course we are, Jay. We always do.
Of course we are. Allen and LA Thieves were not gonna walk away in a 3-0. They dominated it out of control and showed their dominance there in that hard point when they needed to. They were in the map control positioning for P1 every single time. Like you saw, it was so difficult for Boston to try to contest it. Players try to hit long routes, they get shut down immediately. You're going forward dead, not waiting for each other off the respawn, getting picked apart again. But then the adjustments right there, because P2 was basically Boston's on both sides. But LAT, they were able to flip the spawns out, hit those routes, guarantee the spawns forward towards P3. Again with the slaying, leads to all the information that they need. And now they're able to get through that map number 4, show the adjustments that they needed to do versus Atlanta on protocol.
Yeah.
Where you were talking about winning those rotations, they do it there. And now they force game 5.
35 and 17 from Ghosty,
Alright,
28 of
yeah,
those
just let me know when you're
traded.
just let me know when it sends out and
also
stuff like
nearly
that.
up
And
to 2 minutes to the
obviously,
hard point. We'd love to see that if you're a Thieves fan,
start
running
working on
it
it.
up on the OBJ.
And I can send you updated
especially
videos
from
if
3
you
to 4.
want.
Both those times we see it on the graph, that's where they get their early big lead. That's where they retake the lead.
What,
From there,
Credo?
it's just all gas, no brakes.
Alright, bet.
So now we start to again talk about this Boston team. And what do we do to be able to win a map number 5? You're going to
Well,
a
I mean, it'd be kind of stupid of me to like
destroy.
hurt myself for
They
future
played it
business.
twice. It
by
has not
freaking a
gone
free
their way.
controller, so.
They have battled in both those, round 10 and around 11 loss. Whereas, of course, most recently we did see Thieves essentially dismantle Miami here.
I
so,
appreciate
any
it.
thoughts before we go to break, Jay, on what we should expect from map 5?
First Bloods are going to play a big part, at least on the side of LA. They found multiple in map number 2, could not clutch up in the 4v3
I
advantages. Boston
appreciate
this
it,
time
big
around,
fella.
though, can't allow those kills to go the opposing way because Hacienda is a way
Big
different
Papa
S&D map.
slump.
Boston looking for another stapled win in their qualifier, but the Thieves trying to set up a reverse sweep. Can they do it? We'll find out with Hacienda Search and Destroy map 5 coming up on the backside of the break.
Yeah, me and Credo have been friends for 4 years. Yes, sir.
Upgrade your
Yeah, I
game
already told
with the
him.
Scuff, the official
Yeah, he's in
controller
South, he's
of the
not-
Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
What's that, bro? Yeah. You like that or no? I know you like that. No, I don't. 2-2. Frito, my prediction might have been right. Actually, your prediction might have been right. I didn't make that prediction. 3-2, Thieves. Yeah, would you have honestly gave me that 5 gifted or no?
Forget about
Why'd you
him.
say that?
Instead, trying to play for the quick retake up the middle. Inside, well, he sees a lot of it, but not able to find any kills. So now Kleenex, he's really far away with the rival 9 at the moment. He's going to wait for Envoy to be the first one to move from the flank. Smoke is out. Envoy to check. No one's on the bomb. And Envoy holds his position a little while longer. Oh, my! How do
Oh my God, here we go. They got the stack. Second tick is done. Bay's trying to go. It's moving so quickly. Can they get in and contest? They're soaring through. It's just about done. The contest is in. Shotzi kills everybody in front of him, but Bay's are able to get in. Kenny the point man. Here we go. Gotta hold with no respawns. They're holding for now. They win 1. Nobody left. Bay's hold with no respawns remaining.
I told Runts about it. He said, why would he give you 5 gifted? And I said, I think it goes to whoever wins, bro.
You're good, you're good, you're good. You're good, you're good. You're good, you're good, you're good. You're good, you're good.
Oh my God.
You're good, bro. You're good, bro. You're good. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
You weren't meant to win that. You weren't meant to win it.
Nice.
Go, baby.
Good job, man. I couldn't stretch it. Let's go.
Good job.
Needed that.
Money ain't no problem no more, son.
Cannot allow this to slip now, and there is snaking going on. Octane and Envoy have broken through. Ken finds the second 1v1, and it's placed up, looking for the last, and it's 10 seconds.
Yo, Slump, I will come to Dallas, bro, if you pay for my ticket, bro. If you pay for my plane ticket, I'll come. It's not that much. Yeah, it's not that much, brother. PA to Florida is like 300 round trip.
Throwbacks to the greatest comeback we've seen in CDL history. This one's not going to hold the same weight, but it's a comeback nonetheless. As the Thieves down early 0-2 have gotten us to a map 5, and I think most impressively, Jay, for LA Thieves fans, map 3, map 4, clean, polished, everyone performing. Vibes have to be high.
Yeah, Hossie Control is one of their bread and butter maps, so you probably don't want to play them going forward.
Yeah,
because
bro.
They just have way
From
too
Pittsburgh
much
to
lane
freaking Texas. So if I went to Pittsburgh, it's 3 hours away, which I would probably use that airport.
Versus
It's
the team in Boston
$194.
who don't really have a lot of reps on it. You were able to withstand that. Now put yourself in a position to potentially complete the reverse sweep. You look at the map 5 metrics, 2-on-1 on one side, 3 and 2 on
Are
the
you in
other.
Austin?
These guys don't really have ice in these moments.
You in actual Dallas?
Just reps, I think, is the biggest thing for Boston. Here's the thing, though. You
Would I
kind of
have to?
teased
Where
at
would
this
be the
just a touch.
closest
I'm going to go back
airport
to
that
it
I'd have to
because
go to?
kind of asked you early, what do you think the difference maker may be?
Oh, did you say
in this map
Laredo?
number 5, where both teams have shown elements of success. Maybe
yeah,
not
it's
so
only
much in the
240.
win-loss record for Boston. They're 0-2 in the map outside of having a round 11, round 10 loss. You said first blood,
it's
and
still
I think
260.
appropriately so. This map in particular, you're looking at the number 3 team in Boston
but
taking
if
on
I flew
LA
straight to
team,
your
the
city
number
where
2
you're at right
team,
now,
an
it only
opening
cost me
dual percentage
240.
win rate. So again, it's kind of like the break versus hold percentage you saw in the hard points. Someone has to see that stat live, other will have to see that stat die.
Yeah, the only thing that scares me about this map number 5 for LA is when Boston throw these rounds out on their attacks, where they just slow down the game, where they just force LAT to think that they're going one way, hit the rotation to another, but then they're actually going back to that original bomb site. The mind games need to play a big part if Boston want to try to take this map number 5, but it's going to be LA to start us off on the attack.
And a 3-1 split off. Oh, but there's 4 defenders here for Boston. Perch finds the opener, tries to finesse Envoy, good for the trade.
Yo, Slumpy, you know what I'm gonna put on your
able to take
controller,
down
bro?
one, and the numbers will survive for Boston.
I'm gonna put on a
1v2 for Hydra
pumpy
on the other
vinyl
side of
on
the
your,
map.
a poppy vinyl on your controller, bro.
If you are awakening, you don't want to get caught wrapping back to your teammate, but
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
the timing might be good enough if Hydra decides to turn this corner, not able to gain that info.
I'm good, bro.
Still 50 seconds to work with.
He does gain the space, though, which could be critical.
I'm like a woman in blackmail
towards
you
not
later.
just collecting the bomb, but also getting into a spot where this Jackal could be a
The
lot more
faceplate, the analog
successful.
sticks are just as nuts.
Yeah. And there's the wrap back for Awakening. They're going to play the heady, and Hydra knows that this is not an angle
Oh,
that
you're
he can
talking about
fight
the
off of. His
touchpad.
only option is to play this through Spiral.
Every time you touch it, you just hear Credo's
And
voice.
well, the timing of this may not benefit Hydra, and it will not. Good wrap back for Boston. They catch him out perfectly, and that opening exchange leads to a Boston first win.
Yeah, Hydra's like, yeah, I'm not going to go from the front side of Rock to try to recover this bomb. I can only win this round. Trying to find some success on the pinch for Boston. Got a read on it, and we're able to execute on that round. It all starts with the first blood. Purge able to respond, stall out enough time for Snoopy to get it into play. They trade, then Awakening with the perfect angle from top mid gives them the numbers advantage to secure the first round.
Clean stuff. And again, first bloods. Good finesse from Purge, though. Most importantly, allows that little pinstripe kill feed to be a 3-for-2 exchange. What does Boston call? Little 2-2 split off. Focus over towards A. Expect that we're going to see some of this play from Snoopy up towards hallway. So I make sure he's not being challenged immediately. Little feel out for Boston with nades towards A. But look at the Thieves. Not feeling any resistance at B. They're going to get into Lambo here. This is not where you want the defense to be, and Cammy will very quickly realize it.
Yeah, I thought Boston were playing that round to perfection. Maybe if Cammy just slows it down a little bit, can potentially find that opening kill. But now those LA Thieves players have to wrap back. Got Hydra swimming his way back. He should be alive for a little bit, but a contention here from Boston right through bottom wine. Snoopy makes it a 3v3.
Yeah, that little wrap back that the Thieves had to find after the first blood has kind of got them caught in no man's land a little bit.
Got called out.
Yep. Hence the water route. So now you've got the quick decision making for Boston to pull the defense to A, and then they're going to go around the world to B. This is brilliant.
It's the mind games, man. This is what they showed us in map number 2. Can this round lead to some success, though? It already seems that Thieves have gotten a read on, okay, the pressure's not going to be over towards this A site. And then trying to push out towards Bo. Ghosty gets picked, and now it's a free bomb plant.
Yeah, and the problem about this is the post plant setup is going to allow them to play this from both sides of the bomb. Snoopy a couple of tags over towards the rock hallway. Big 1v1 here between Awakening and Hydra. Both players tagged. Both will reset. Oh! Scrap at the middle of the fountain entryway. So now he joins with Snoopy. Hydra for a 1v2. has reclaimed the bomb site.
Ah!
But no, Snoopy quick to react, finds the trade, and Boston take the round.
Even in the man disadvantage, man, Boston taking their advantages and using
Sounds
them. They
really
realize, okay, there was 2 players who pushed that over towards the garage side. Those guys have to wrap back all the way to the spawn so we can attack in the 3v2
like 5 seconds
onto the other guys that are still camping their base. They catch the angle to work through bottom wine. They find that first blood. I mean, that second kill, turn it into a 3v3, and then the mind games, just way too strong. You're thinking, okay, they just won that gunfight towards bottom wine. They are rotating their way back over towards that A site. But then they just instantly wrap back through their spawn. Mind games work again. Ghosty gets caught off guard. Bomb gets planted. Numbers advantage in favor of Boston. Turns into a one-on-one, and Snoopy's just there to trade. This is textbook perfect play calling right now from Boston.
I love it. I love it. And 4v4 form, I love it in the low man number situations, the 2v2s, the 3v2s. They're the 2v1. It really has been the right call at the right moment for Boston. Great awareness across the map. I think most importantly, I want to go back to just round number 2. The fact that they kind of catch out that play from Hydra where he gets deep with the other SMGs in towards Lambo. They re-wrap back. They force the defense to have to consider. And then let's take our numbers to a spot where we know at worst we're going to have a 3v2, probably a 3v1. It's good management of the low number situation considering the initial play from the Thieves looks so successful.
And that just shows you right there that Boston Breach, when you talk about their teamwork, that is what is going to prevail over everything else. Like, even in man disadvantages, it's not an individual making a big time play. It's everyone in sync, still trying to secure the round together. And just a teamwork right now leading to too much on the side of LA to try to contest it. Don't really know what's going on with the game. You see all the players just posted up. No one's discussing strategies. They're just locked in.
We had a pause right at the end of the round there called by the Thieves just to make sure that the game state is still solid. So checking on that for now. It looks like they're still hanging and evaluating at the moment. So let's just kind of take a deeper dive here. You know, when you look at this Boston team, we talked about it a lot. You know, the 2-3-5 is where things have often been a bit of a mix. We're on the other side. You know, largely speaking, Thieves are usually good for their search and destroy pick. This is their run back to what we saw versus Miami. It did not start well on the protocol search. I think all of us scratching our head.
Ever since
they were able to essentially return to sender in map number 5 because their Hacienda search against Miami looked so good. And it looked like they were doing what Boston's doing to them, just controlling the map, finding early first bloods, and taking advantage of it.
Yeah, and I don't know what it is about Miami when they get to a game 5. They're just a completely different team when they're on that map 5 compared to 1 through 4.
You know what I'm gonna do for you,
They just look like they get shut down or don't have that much
slap
confidence.
on an Optic
when they
Texas.
go up against the Thieves,
I'm gonna
even
make
turning
a
into
controller
1v1s, I'm
Optic
pretty sure there was
Texas
one
theme
around that
for
really stuck out to me where Redcore was in a 1v2.
Yeah.
He's over towards that B side, makes it a 1v1, but with 13 seconds left, decides to wrap the bomb. And that just tells me, like, you have no confidence because Scrap was instantly there to realize, okay, he's not planning.
You better spread the word, though. You better spread the word.
But it's just like when Miami get into those game 5, they shake a little bit. LA Thieves, they tend to thrive as they have an overall record, what, of like 5-2 in game 5s?
Yeah, I still gotta name I gotta find a name for the
controller. It's been solid.
Company.
I mean, again, it's one of those situations. You don't have a single series that LA has played where they've lost both searches in a series. I think that's a really important stat line that we don't talk about often. Like, teams that can, again, find a way to win their search and destroy pick gives you such an advantage, whether that happens in map 2 or map number 5. Of course, obviously, you want it to happen there, but for the Thieves, I think it has been a much more complete picture of like what is this team going to be able to provide. Obviously, they start off the season, you know, with the KSI Showcase Championship. They take down all the big dogs early. First 2 weeks of the regular season looked really solid for the Thieves as well, including that map 5 win versus Atlanta. But you know, I think again, you look at Rewind out of the picture. Was their map pool going to get hurt? It was in Hardpoint, but
I hear you.
Honestly speaking, their search and their control in particular, has been pretty balanced, if not overall very good. So, you know, there's a lot of opportunity for these guys to hang. I think it just comes down to being more robust in terms of where you can take, you know, your search and destroy pick, and I think in particular the respawns on Hardpoint.
Yeah, to look at the road to their major, at least you start off on the right foot. You take down Cloud9 3-1. You beat Atlanta FaZe in a grueler of a series. And game 5, don't allow them to complete that reverse sweep. LAG, we knew their struggles in the beginning. Minnesota Rocker, one of those teams that should have at least forced the game 5 versus LAT, but they choked it, in my mind, on that map number 4. Red card, Optic, that was a tight series. Miami, the response in the game 5. It's like they've had so many series where you're probably thinking with the talent that they have on this roster, you need a couple more 3-0s on this chart right here, but they have still yet to work on like you said, with the maps going out, when maps coming in, find the consistent ways or the consistent maps that'll work for them. But there's still a little bit of time to add one extra map, especially in Search and Destroy, before you get into that major.
I think the other part about this picture is what you don't see is that minor performance versus Atlanta, where they got beat up in both the hard points and the Search and Destroy, which I think, again, was kind of alarming. Update for all you guys there at home. Again, like we said, there was a timeout called by LA due to potential ping discrepancies and networking issues. We are hearing that round 2 will be replayed, so it was actually impacting that most recent round. So it will stand 1-0 for Boston, but it does kind of reset things after what we just talked about there, especially in the early parts of round 2. So a chance to reset, kind of structure up and say, okay, let's not take anything for granted. Boston is flexing this playbook on us a little bit early.
Yeah, Boston are throwing whatever the hell they want at them, to be honest, and they're adapting to what LA Thieves are doing on their defensives and also their offenses. It's just when you get those initial gunfights and you started off on the right foot, makes your job a whole lot easier. I think if you're LA, though, like the way that they're playing on their defenses is that they're realizing, okay, this part of the map is open, we can take it away from them. But then when they take it away, they also give it away. Like, it's as simple as that. If Hydra and Envoy are able to contest their way over through Rockside, they are not going to have an opportunity to at least even think about that rotation back. But they want to play the numbers advantage. Unfortunately, it comes back to bite them. That round no longer counts, so Boston's got to keep their foot on the gas. Up 1-0.
Yeah, and I think the thing about that, when you say foot on the gas, how much do you mean that literally in terms of tempo, right?
Not at all. Slow it down. 30 miles an hour.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Just cruise it at speed limit. So.
Just read the information that's thrown at you, adapt to the game and right in front of you.
From Texas?
And just continue to help each other in these engagements, because so far that's what led to success in Search and Destroy for them.
Yeah, and again, it is one of those things. Again, the adaptations have come both at 4v4s and also at lower numbers. But again, if you're
21
in any vicinity of Spain, I know flights from Europe are cheap all across the board. If you've not bought your tickets yet, what are you doing? Madrid's about to be magical at El Casa Mágica. It's like legitimately translates to the Magic House. So it's going to be a lot of fun. We're pumped to get there. First time we've been in Europe since what? London?
What is going on, ladies and gentlemen?
No, we were there for the 2019. That's right. We were there too. So
I don't know.
a long time.
Yeah, we love to travel the world. I cannot wait to step into Spain, talk a little bit about broken Spanish. Hopefully everyone is able to understand me. But if you guys are potentially gonna come out to Major 1, just be prepared for an absolute show. I heard that the Spanish fans are super, super loud, so I cannot wait.
Yeah, you can see some of the tickets have already sold out. Other major news, and Jay?
Oh yeah, baby!
We love
Come on!
How about Major 2? Getting the addition of a Challengers Open. We're gonna have it in Fort Lauderdale for Major 3, and then the big news around DreamHack. Brother, I don't know if you guys have not been to a DreamHack before. When other esports titles are there, it gets kind of lit, but I have a feeling DreamHack is not prepared for what Call of Duty is going to look like. So definitely keep your eyes on that, because not only is there a Challengers Major there, but how about this? The Major 4 winner also earns an EWC bid. That's bananas. I'm pumped to see that happen. So again, the stakes are really raising across Challengers. We just finished Season 1 of Challengers Elite this week. Had a couple of champions to crown, and then we'll be back again in February to do it all over again. So if you're a giant COD fanatic, you need to be tuning in on Wednesdays and Thursdays for the Challengers Elite seasons as we start to get going. Also, Selfless promotion Mondays and Tuesdays. It's had college COD action start up. We'll be back for week 2, week 3 coming up before we restructure our league. It's going to be a lot of fun. We got Call of Duty all year long, baby.
That's the best, Alan. I'm so happy for the Challenger players as well, because a couple weeks ago, they're probably saying, like, what are we actually going to do this season? Are we just going to play online the entire time? And then 2 weeks later, we got 3 LAN tournaments. So all the Challengers players, the fire lit underneath their chairs, are lit, ready to go. So you can stay with your drive to try to work your way back into the CDL. I know for all the Omer Brooklyn players, they're just waiting until after Major 1.
Oh, big time. I think especially, how about the scene in the European space? We were talking about how, like, not
Afro,
they were going to be dominating, but whoa.
Afro's been unbelievable in Challengers, man.
So is Benjamin Bance. Bancy Castles looked good over there in Europe. So I'm pumped to see him back in the action, see if Europe can maybe do better than they had last year in terms of how they performed on land at these major Challengers Opens, let alone the fact that there very well may be some motion that happens in the league. I think there's already a couple of teams that are likely eyeing things up, although I will say some of the results from this weekend you know, maybe not as much as we would have thought. Vancouver looked good this weekend. I thought that they were going to be pretty much primed for a change, but they played hard. You know, I think the conversation around the Heretics is also an interesting one with Super's visa getting approved. There was maybe some consideration there, but they also had a good weekend as well. So, you know, it's one of those things, man. This major is going to be, I think, a really interesting one, and there's going to be, I think, a lot of, you know, a lot of chances for players to establish themselves. And on top of that, if you are someone who is more local towards the United States, especially all of you guys in Texas that showed up for Champs, Major 2 tickets are also already ready to go. Challengers tickets and team passes will be available on the 27th of January. So tomorrow, make sure you're keeping your eye on that. All you Challengers players, there's always a mad dash, and make sure you can secure a team pass. So do that. Find 3 friends. Do it for the first time. If you haven't done it before, it's a magical experience being in the pit.
Yeah, good luck to everybody
I mean,
trying to purchase
he already
tickets
has
for
Team
Major 2,
Chem
they're
with
probably
Civ
already
and
sold
Fred,
out. We know the
so,
green wall
and
comes
Max,
stiff, so hopefully you're able to get your passes on day one. But every single major, everything that we got lined up
Unless
for the
they
season
instantly drop
is going
Duke
to be
and pick up
exciting.
Fred.
We
That's
just
the only
gotta
place I've seen
probably
down.
get through this matchup first. God damn, we still here? Map 5. When is it gonna start?
We've got more than enough experience on the ranting, vamping stuff. I mean, it's just the way it goes. But legitimately, if you were not in Texas for Champs, whoa, you missed out. And don't, you know, it's one of those things like fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice. Don't get fooled twice. Look back over the series, though, again, just in case you're joining us here late. It was an all Boston startup, man. A back and forth, the fair and the vault hard point, but a couple of key moments for Boston on their break attempts, get them through the vault. They looked great in the red card search and destroy. Snoopy for 15 total kills. But then after that, we take a little pause, we come back, and Thieves start to turn up. And it's not just one particular player. All 4 of them have really looked solid as we head now into a Hacienda search and destroy map 5. Again, we have played 2 rounds, but there were integral issues in round number 2, so Boston will hold a 1-0 edge, Jay. Kind of talk me through how this series has gone in your head.
Well, Boston, they did exactly what we needed them to do early into the series, and that's respond in the hard point. They're back-to-back to get that red card search and destroy, gives them the early 2-0 edge. But then when you got to that control, I was expecting a better fight there out of Boston because they do have 1 rep on it. They did go all the way to a round 5 versus Carolina, and they were able to clutch up on the defensive side. But when they went up against LA right there, it just looked like they were all lost. It's as simple as that. When you had players going on deep routes, they were getting picked off. Players trying to set up long-distance gunfights, they were getting picked off. And then when you're coming off the respawn, you're not really waiting for each other and not allowing other opportunistic plays to develop. And unfortunately, they got ran over there. And then when you get to that protocol hard point, just simply not winning a majority of the rotations, getting up costing you.
It's crazy stuff, man. Great recap, Jay. It's like you do this for a living or something like that.
Quick. Just very quick. I'm ready to get into this map 5, man. I'm ready.
We all are. We're going to head to a break, though. You guys have heard enough from us, at least for now. So we'll step away. You can take a break from our voices, and then we'll come back and we'll yell at you some more. So don't go far. Map 5 going to continue after this.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
No. Yeah. Sure. Surely. That's actually crazy. Yeah, I got you, bro. I got you, bro. I got you, son. Don't worry. Daddy's got you covered, bro. What's up, bro? Well, I'm gonna record a video and then probably edit it and then upload it, so.
Behind enemy lines.
He's getting loose early every round. Like,
Paradox? Yeah, Paradox.
do a little dance, make a little love.
cubby, I'm Sean. Stay up, bro. Man. Nice, man. Stay down. Just lay it. Live. I can help the front. You're good. Stay down now. Already front.
Let's get in time. Bust up that.
Absolute front.
I'm dead. Nice.
Here we go. We're jumping back into map number 5. Lobby started again. A look back over the series. LA working on the reverse sweep. Boston will still hold onto the opening round that we played, though. So they will be up 1-0 as we jump into this restart, Jay. And I think most importantly here, there's going to be some mental headaches that come with not just the first round, but also the second that will not technically count. Boston are, they're getting away with some stuff here in the first 2 rounds.
Yeah, they were getting away with some stuff. So if you are LA, you've had a lot of time to talk about it, to make those adjustments in the game. Because I don't think they still have an opportunity to compete now since losing those 2 maps in this series for that #1 seed. But obviously, you want to put yourself in a position to go into the major with some more confidence underneath your belt. Getting through these search and destroys, they have been struggling in S&D. They need to turn it around here, but we thought we were getting into the game, Ellen. Hi, guys, we're back.
We're back, but not for long, because we're going to go to break, and we're going to figure this out. We just want to make sure all you guys who want to watch Optic Toronto, joke's on you. See you in a couple hours. We'll be back for map 5.
What's that, bro?
Reset.
I'm in. And we can. I'm in. And we can. I'm in.
Can you walk us through what kind of your situation is? Apartment?
So we have a kind of like a penthouse apartment and a whole bunch of setups in here.
Do you guys all live together in this penthouse? Who's cooking? Who's whipping up the meals after a win?
So Brian gets the penthouse. We're all staying at a different apartment.
Okay.
So pretty nice. Not quite a.
Oh, maybe that's what this is. Separate, seclude. Nope. I give up, brother. Silo, farm, hunt. No, it would be this, right? Nope, I give up. Farm, fish, gather, hunt. Cloister, seclude, separate. That's so stupid, bro. That's so stupid. So stupid. Spelling bee, Credo. Here we go. Nope. Yes, sir. Tote. Not. That'll. Why is that a word? Too short. Try again, Credo. Poet. Hot. Too short. Hope. Oh wait, that doesn't include a T. Huh? What? Buddy, that's not a word on this. What the? Where do you see a K, brother? I was like, yeah, what is this guy on? I was like, I don't see a freaking. Then. Tooth. Huge, Credo. Is that a word? I didn't know that was a word, but okay. Toy, but that's too low, right? That's too small, yeah. Poop. Hoot. Newt. Oh, tune. I'm retarded. Tent. I'm just guessing here. Pent? Is that a word? Oh, that's a word. Oh my goodness. Hmm. Tone. No, you just keep going till you run out. No, 4. Minimum of 4. Oh my goodness, you're a freaking genius. It's not on the word list, Critter. It's not on the word. No, it has to include the T. Yeah, of course you did. Of course you did, Slum. Of course you did. Alright, I go pee real quick. What? Passing my mask. I muted myself, so there is no way you guys are taking a heard me taking a piss. Yeah. Through what, the spirit realm? Yeah. He said he could hear the water hitting the. Yeah. Mhm. Is that a word? Why is that? I don't beat my meat, so that's a funny story. Figure, bro. It's not starting, man. I already get, yeah, I already, whoa, what the I don't know, brother. called tiles. Oh, is it just like you have to match them? That's retarded. All right, so we're looking for a red one. We're looking for one that has this on the outside, but a red one. Holy brother, this is making my mind think. Has to be this one, no? Okay, it is that one. Alright, awesome. Let's segue. Oh, jeez. Alright, that's a match. No, we just gotta find something that matches that. So it'd probably be like this one right here. Yeah. And then probably be this one right here. Yeah. And then it'd probably be this one right here. Yeah. Why is that? Jeez. Dude. It's just finding the matches, brother. It's just high IQ plays, you know? Maybe this, no? Yeah, I thought so. And then it'd probably be that right there. You can go anywhere with this. It's actually huge. It's right there. No, that's not a match. Are we on Mars right now? Oh, it's right there. Still not back yet. No match. No. Just because you can't handle the IQ of it. I tried to play the crossword, but it wouldn't let me go on the crossword. I had to subscribe to them. I'm not subscribing just so you can get your panties all wet. The heck? Oh, find the hidden words. Here we go. Alright. Or so they say. That's today's theme. Have fun. I don't know. Have fun. Mhm. Yeah, Celium. Celium. What do you mean is that? I mean, bad. Why is that so funny? Sounds actually kind of hard. And we're back.
Second attempt at their offense, though, after that ping issue that we encountered did occur in the middle of this round, Jay. So kind of a reset moment here as both teams try to refill each other out.
Yeah,
and
what
it
do you
seems
want,
like
bro?
a reset on both of their styles of play because Boston at least slowing it down on these. Now put Envoy in a great position watching all of the mid-map. Trying to time this pinch over towards Top Secret. Gave me the freebie for the first blood, but instantly responded from Purge.
Yeah, how much more does he want? Little double shell coming to the middle of the map. Snoopy only able to handle one. Hydra with the quick trade. 2v2. Ghosty up top, pushed off his initial angle. I think he knows that at least one had snuck through over to Wine. I don't know if he got information on the second, though, and Hydra will find it mid connector. Shots will tag, but he can't finish the kill, and he's out of there.
Yeah, he's not going to commit. Doesn't want to turn this into a 2v1 on the opposite side. Thinking that the crossfire was set up from Boston, but 25 seconds. They're still roaming their way from top secret. Hydra's not going to gain the info. They're probably thinking the play's going to go over towards B, and all the information now gained. You got to rotate.
Yeah, absolutely. Boston, how do you want to set up this post plant? You've got Purge who's going to play up top in the halls. So likely this is played on the cross corner, and it is. Opening shots from Purge are good. He's able to tack down onto Ghosty, leaving it just up to Hydra for the 1v2, and now Cammy and Purge going to work together right through this little Shutter's alley. Does he? Oh, timing. I say Hydra may actually isolate here as Boston's kind of searching for it, but the kill comes through, and Boston take the round.
Yeah, they take their time as well. They realize, okay, we don't really have a lot of map pressure, especially through that middle of the map. So
I don't blame
we take our time working our way up through B. You take a little bit of connector control. Even though Envoy, I thought he was going to make the play to secure the round for them. Instantly responded with the trade. And you keep it mixy, turn it into a 2v2. But
you said you weren't doing anything,
so you adapt. Like when they realize, okay, they're not planning A, there's still 20 seconds left. At least someone has to go towards the other site. But once that bomb gets planted, Purge watching the rotation, catches the freebie for the first, and then the timing onto the second.
Like a good boy.
Boston currently up 2-0.
Yeah, another nice opening from LA in terms of what the game plan is calling for defensively. Just
it's
those low number situation, and Boston has been good in it, at least so far in the couple instances we've attempted to play through this map. A little bit of patience here from the Thieves. Double stack over towards Checkers sides. Envoy just making sure no one pushes down secret stairs. But the bomb is still over towards well at the moment.
You bring women over slumped,
or what? Made their move across the map. They haven't seen anything, and now they can start to develop whatever they want defensively to set up.
I mean, so am I.
They're going to leave one player here at the B site, which is going to be Cammy. Just hoping that he does not fall in this position because these are getting aggressive through the middle of the map. Ghosty does get caught, though. Envoy trying to make up for it. 18 HP in the dream. He gets netted out 4v2.
And the problem with Envoy not being alive is that someone's going to turn to watch the flank. That's Cammy initially, but a good gunfight win by Scrap.
I know what you're saying. Good idea.
Does Hydra look directly below him? Oh, it doesn't actually hop. Door will pop open.
What do you think, Slump?
Bomb will still be left down on the ground just past fences. And Boston seem to be aware of that. They are swarming this back hut position, leaving a very difficult reapproach here for Scrap and Hydra.
Yeah, and look at how they're playing it. They're just playing super safe. No one's ego challenging in the one-on-one fight's only 10 seconds ago.
You into that dirtiness or what?
With all the kills in their side. Hydra starts off with the first, instantly responded out of Snoopy. 2v1, make it a 1v1, but just not enough time for Scrap to try to secure the round. And Boston breach, just playing to their strengths, man. It's as simple as that.
I think the thing that's peculiar about that round, though, for Boston is they have this break-off defensive setup to where they're just trying to take away ground. They're trying to almost force these gunfights, these possibilities at 2v2s, 2v1s. They don't see anything on the initial first 30 seconds.
It was crazy.
You re-rat back, you call it. Cammy kind of holds over towards B by himself, and then everyone else just keeps running through A. They're just trying to force these gunfights on their terms. And once more, it comes out successfully for them with the first 2 kills. And now you're all of a sudden up 3-0 early. Purge on the heater, 5-1.
Huh?
And now back on the attack is Boston. These rounds are just taking so long that these players are getting antsy. Because now they again try to get aggressive over through car side. They find the opening first blood onto Cammy. Now you want to sort of keep this positioning. Don't give it up because Boston, they have been playing this mind game rap all over the time. So far in these last couple of offensive rounds for them.
No, Thieves are just going to play the backside of both of the sites simultaneously. Leave Hydra in a position of kind of flex where he can kind of go between either site quickly depending on where they develop this play. But this is a lot of space, and Hydra gets scouted out. Snoopy's going to go for the plant. No chance to contest that. Initially, he does get pushed off. Nade to follow, not going to land. Or 3v3. Ghosty not able to land the shots onto Purge, but Scrap catches the isolation. Now numbers for Thieves.
And now you're just looking for someone to make a play. And it potentially might be Awakening, who's already towards top plat. He knew that Envoy was close. But with 9 HP and that SMG in hand, now Snoopy left in a 1v3. Bomb gets planted. He tries to get out. And the Thieves able to find them. Finally able to secure that first round of the map, but it wasn't easy.
Yeah. Important one, not just because you get the first blood, but more importantly, you don't allow Boston to snap back 3v4 like they had already kind of shown that they could do, especially on this map. So good isolation after Hydra had been caught not allowing Snoopy to get the plant off. Because I'll tell you what, Jay, if Snoopy sticks and he gets that plant over towards B, that round starts to look very different and largely in favor of Boston as we look back over to Awakening. Opening shots just not quite fully landing. This is a hell of a snap, though, from Envoy.
Yeah, perfect setting right there. SMG in your hands, and for those close range gunfights, always going to give you the advantage. But if Boston just, once they turn it into a 3v3, potentially get that bomb down like you said, probably a different result there at the end of that round. But the East put one on the board. Now they're trying to keep up the intensity with all aggression through top open. And Scrap had seen one. Problem is, again, Boston just running at him. Straight down the fire hallway. Too much focus for Thieves, looking for window-to-window battles. And now Envoy is stuck by himself, completely overwhelmed, and it's just simply due to the fact that no one from LA even looked over towards top fireplace. And that's it. That's as simple as it is, Alan. They all challenge through top open. Cammy, the guy that's just playing his life, giving the information to his team. Oh, I saw 3 crawls. You guys can instantly push your way up through secret. You find that opening first blood. Now you're forcing the players from the LA Thieves to turn left. And then once you turn left to try to trade that gunfight, the pressure's in from the front side of open. Just all players from LA Thieves were not prepared for the aggression.
Oh yeah,
right there out of Boston. 4 up, 4 down. Clean round from Boston Breach to now go up 4-1.
This is a must-win round right here for LA. You just have to have it. They're going to go 4-man stack defensively towards A. Should be lots of nades tossed over towards the archway. Problem is, there's no one from Boston threatening this at the moment. And in fact, Cage gets a couple tags through the fences. That'll push the Thieves defense back. They had no eyes over towards B. Scraps out a quick rotation to top office, though. He can at least make sure no one's on the plant, but now you're just sitting here saying, well, where are they?
What? We lost like 2 maps.
But this is how Boston have been able to capitalize on their offensive rounds. Read the pressure early on, force them to think about that rotation, and then completely send it on in. They have 3 players committing around the shack, but they have realized now there's a lot of these players.
Yeah, I know. I told Russ, I said, hey, some said he's watching the little guy on
the
TV.
trophies,
He's adding
leaning
you.
towards connector,
he said,
not towards
no,
fences
he's watching
for Boston.
you too,
so
bro.
all of
I was
those
like, no, he's watching you, bro. He ain't
will
watching
land. And it forces some initiation here from Boston to try to flip the script over towards top office. One player seen, Purge. Not going to get tested for a trade. Thieves are just going to wolfpack this and play us through A and have to re-wrap on this plan at B.
Yeah, and Snoopy's planted at 4 top office, so the Thieves players now committing everyone on the pinch. 2 players through mid open. It's a lot of space that you now have to clear on out due to the plant spot. Snoopy gets the info, just get out.
Yep. Cammy trying to assist, watching over the top of him. Oh, but Envoy shots and then lands into the water, but Cammy still able to follow up for 1. But Purge falls top office. Cammy's in trouble here. Here comes the challenge. Envoy quick to tally the kill, and LA with the must-win round in front of them do convert it. 4-2 will go.
Yeah, it has to start with Awakening and just keeping Snoopy alive. The fact that that guy is able to find that one-on-one and then dip out with his life, jumping into the water, makes it a lot more difficult. But then once Purge, like you said, falls in towards top office, they just had Awakening, 1 shot, you send it on in for the successful retake. But the timing right here on the trophy, not good enough. The nade good. The trophy eventually goes down from Cammy, but just not in time. Thieves secure the round.
I'm just actually surprised they held on to that many nades, considering they had all 4 members over there. And we very ceremoniously often expect there to be a handful of nades tossed towards the arches. Not the case, so Thieves find an advantage there.
What you talking about, bro?
Boston feeling frisky in the bottom side of the map. A double stack outside fences
hey,
while the
bro,
bomb
I'm
is
double
making
pause every
moves
game.
towards B. Contact bait. Hydra getting 1 is fine. It should be enough for LA to know, okay, 2 players there. We can definitely commit for a plan.
Yeah, and Awakening has already got the info. The bomb is going to be planted at B. 40 seconds to go. 3v3.
Oh, I
Scrap is
agree.
able to get out. 6 HP.
Wow.
They continuously trying to wallbang him, but he was finessing.
The micro decision to just hold on the pillar is what keeps his life, because he would have gotten wallbanged if he moved all the way through the canopies.
I agree with you, son.
Crossfire setup at the door. Trophy system fades. Semtex will land, but Scrap still finds the opener. Snoopy can't challenge. Follow-up nades from LA will hold off this hit. Now the regen should be through, and LA will put him in a blender. Back-to-back rounds.
Starting to adapt so far into Search and Destroy. It's Hydra on the opposing end, finding that opening first blood, instantly traded, but then giving the info to his team. There's
bro,
multiple
the one
players here,
problem
so
is though, is like, I
free
try to
B
tell,
bomb
like,
plant.
I was
You
telling
get
them
it
this
down,
last
and I
night,
thought
bro.
that the stuns
like-
and the nades were going to be way too strong and make
I
it
told
more
Brunson
difficult for
when we
the
were talking
Thieves.
last
But
night. I don't know if you're
to
still
go
watching.
back and look at how
It's
Scrap
like we
was
were
able to
fighting for like
finesse
scrap
his
time,
life, just
holds.
standing
like,
still
and we weren't getting scrap
at the
time.
pillar.
Like we would kill the guy off of
With
it, and it was like
6
10
HP in a
seconds left, and
dream.
we just leave.
He's
Yeah,
able
and
to
we just
secure the
leave.
round now
Like
for
I'm like,
Thieves.
bro, then why
That's
fight for
such
it if we're not
I
gonna
mean,
collect
a
this?
small moment, but a massive one. Scrap just holds, knows the pillar will keep him safe, because if he keeps running, he's dead.
And then the other thing is like,
So, advantage
I don't know.
now.
I think Jay gets
In the
too
last
ego on
couple
the
of
map
rounds to the
because I've
Thieves.
seen him multiple
Boston
times on
gonna
the
take a
minimap.
little bit
He'll
of a
like
pause.
push up
RCXD
way
immediately
deep in their
deleted,
spawn,
though.
and then we flip out.
The
Then
defense
like
will have to make sure
we
they're keeping their
basically
eyes
screw
honestly over
ourselves.
towards A, and nades over the top are landing onto Boston, but everyone stays alive.
Yeah, but you can see Boston, they don't really want to think about this objective yet. They don't have any top secret control. They're just hoping that they can potentially catch a player from the Thieves getting too aggressive on the pinch. But now with 35 seconds already
so
wiped off the
sometimes-
game clock, this is where you're going to send in Perch to try to take this positioning away. Freebie number 1. Potentially he's going to line up 2. Can he get out with his life? No, 3v3.
And that's top office, or probably top open window control going to go in favor of the Thieves. This puts a lot of pressure on the offense over towards B. Wow,
Big
Scrap!
win.
I thought he was going to get caught, but he slides out, finds the shots towards Cammy. Snoopy not allowed to find the trade. And now this is a major issue for Boston. 2v3. You don't have any high ground control. You have to wiggle it back in some form. And Snoopy's just going to try to hard commit for the plant.
That's a big stun, though, to at least back down on from top secret, so the bomb's gonna go down for free.
Wow.
Snoopy makes it a 2v2. Big gunfight.
Yeah.
Here comes the bait and switch.
Well, that's why sometimes I have to
the
tell
corner.
Jay,
Scrap
like I literally
waiting.
have to scream
Not
out
gonna
loud.
be allowed
Runs
to
does
do
it
too
too
much here. A
sometimes.
little turn doesn't finish the kill as
But,
Snoopy
like, I'll just be
will
like,
collect the
I'll
kills.
just be like,
I mean,
yo,
that felt
don't
like
go
an
in their
unwinnable
spawn,
position
bro.
for
Like,
Boston.
you need to chill out.
You lose
Like-
out on Purge over towards the top side at window. You've no one else that can contest. And from the low ground, Snoopy just hard commits for the plant. And then the hot swap to finish off the final kill.
Yeah, what I don't understand right there from the Thieves is there's only 20 seconds. You had your
Because
small
like when
control, you
Credo's
had
on
top plane,
time,
you had top
Credo's
secret.
at least good for
so
one.
you know that they're not even
majority
thinking about
of
a
the time.
rotation over to the other side.
So then I'm
We
not
have to
really
be
worried about
quicker
time as long
and
as
not allow
Credo's
that bomb
on
to
it.
go down
But then
for
I have to
free.
worry about
Just
basically
that stun
what
connecting
Runs
onto
and Jay are
Envoy through
doing.
top secret
And
keeps
if
them
Runs
at
isn't
bay.
playing an
Bomb
AR,
goes down,
Runs and Jay are probably
they all
roaming
split
inside
up.
their spawn.
Like if you
and
double
I have
challenge
to
the Snoopy,
freaking
potentially the trade
Credo
is
have
there,
to
and you
worry
turn
about
it
our
into a
backside.
2v1. They just fought
At
one-on-one
that point, it
gunfights,
gets
and Boston
super
picked them
hectic
apart.
because we're more worried about getting
Point
kills
for
and trying to be at the
Boston.
top of the leaderboard. than anything.
Hydra looking for pixels over towards the cabanas. I don't know if he really saw much. I'm not gonna kid you here. So LA is gonna try to hard commit maybe to re-wrapping around the world to get over to A. Problem is Awakening is watching from the office position. That's good for first blood onto Hydra, and Thieves just have no information on where this defense actually is. Purge comes up from behind, and that may be the kill needed to put this one out of reach.
Now to 4v2. Envoy's gonna get caught. Ghosty left in a 1v4. Boston.
Yeah, like the full map awareness
Showing
and everything.
adjustments in S&D. Slow the game down and make it more difficult for LA to walk away victorious as Boston breached. They were looking for a series to build confidence before they walk into the major, and that's a great one to have underneath your belt. Successful versus LAT here today.
You know what this means,
What
right,
a
Critter?
series from Snoopy. What a map.
If FaZe win this, Thieves will basically be a Thieves and FaZe
just a
matchup.
search and
major
destroy
one.
so much better for Boston. That is exactly what you want to see as a Breach fan leading up into the major. We've seen some of the
you
other
have to
teams that are
verse
out
Ultra
there
today.
that were struggling in search pick up after the break. Boston was not one of those squads. Teams like Miami were. But this is a series that they needed to prove that they could fight and maybe even win search and destroy. They do more than that. 2-6-3 tallies for Boston to take the series away and stop the reverse siege from the Thieves. And that's huge for Boston, not just confidence-wise, but also to
you said you
secure
just want the
a pretty
black
solid
sticks,
seed
right?
going into the major.
Yeah, and if you're Thieves, man, you're going to be beating yourself up about that one because
No
obviously
one,
we
like,
took a
green
lot of time
ones?
to get into this map number 5. Vibes aren't the same. Momentum wasn't in their same after the last 2 maps that they just played, but they fought their way back into the search and destroy. It just comes down to that round number 8 where you put yourself in a 3v2, where you have them trapped in towards the site, but you just don't play it correctly. It's as simple as that. The numbers advantage, you know, at least one player has to commit to the bomb, so he no longer has a gun in hand. They just wasted way too much time and then got picked off, and then Boston just did what they did in that round number 5, realizing, okay, they're 2-2 split. We got the guy that pushes through. We know someone has to be a playmaker. We get him, and then in 2v4, you stand no chance. Boston was just a better team, especially in S&D today.
The 4v4 game plan, really solid, but more importantly, I think the low number situations, the adaptations for Boston, really well noted. So that concludes our first series after some time. Desk, how you doing over there?
Yeah, what Jay just said. All that stuff about that round. And Boston, getting it done. But why did you take this
Yeah.
long? You were up 2-0, LA Thieves giving you a run for your money, but it's Boston with the dub. Let's take a look at some of the best moments from the search and destroy. Snoopy in the opening rounds. Purge the closer, though.
Listen, this Boston team, the notes I had about them, we talked about it before the match, excuse me, is their search and destroy had to improve, and specifically their offensive rounds. Like one of the worst teams at getting bombs down, and one of the worst teams even when they get that bomb down at winning the round after it. Their offense today, immaculate on red card and in this game 5. And you can see like they've been to a lot of game 5s. They've lost some. A lot of the matches this season have gone to game 5s, as our production points out. But Boston today, man, the improvements, the necessary improvements to beat one of the top teams in the world.
Ali, 49% of our matches throughout Major 1 qualifier have gone down to game 5s. That tells me that search is at an all-time high in value in this league.
Oh yeah, and so S&D wins championships, right? That's been the saying for years and years and years when it comes to Call of Duty. And for Boston to reach such a respawn-heavy team, to see them find success is very scary this close to the major, especially in the way that they played it. This Hacienda was very high communicative from the side of Boston Breach. Just watching the mini-map and the decision-making, it looked like they were all on the same page at the same time. And also, tap my hat to Snoopy, easily the MVP of this series. He has been unreal.
Yeah, and you think about like this series and the break, like it was, you lose your momentum. I mean, you lost 2 maps in a row. There's a massive break in the middle of that game 5. They come back and they still just look so calm and so good on the map, able to close it out. And now they have themselves a top 5 seed at 5-2. Nobody predicted that.
Boston is 1 game away from tying their total match wins from 2024. Wow. The team is popping off early, and you have to think, this roster, probably a fraction of the cost of what you saw from LA Thieves. Yeah. This is an upset any way you look at it. Boston 5-2, a massive win tonight.
Man, what a good story for them. Like, and one of the only teams that kept their roster from EWC coming into this year. Hey, they built a lot of chemistry. I'm happy.
Everyone hated on Snoopy as well. Yeah. He's playing pretty damn well, and he joins us live to talk about it. Snoopy, congratulations on your takeover performance. 40 kills in game 1.
Appreciate it.
We see you dominate with the ace and another 3K later in search. What was this series like, though, in the second half? Because LA Thieves gave you a run for your money in games 3 and 4.
Yeah, I mean, we started off pretty good, you know. Obviously, I feel like we slowed down on Hasi control. They played it pretty good. They were getting good timings and stuff. So, I mean, we just didn't play our game. They were getting, like, some good timings as well. So, but we bounced back, though. That's what matters. We, you know, stayed composed. And even though it took a little bit, like, to start last map, we were still chilling and, like, you know, just playing as a team. So, yeah.
100%. 100%, Snoopy. I kind of want to ask you a little bit about kind of what the pressure has been like for you, because, you know, I feel like in the previous years in this Boston Breach team, we've all kind of felt like they're building around you, right? And that puts a lot of pressure on your shoulders as the only member kind of left. And this game, I mean, you have just been unreal. I also want to ask, like, do you feel like this is your best game so far?
I mean, definitely, it's been like one of my best games, especially since it's like my second year, you know, in CDL, learning more respawn. Obviously, last year didn't go as planned. It was pretty tough, you know, but, you know, we just, you know, as I said before, we just learn from it, and we're pretty confident in ourselves, pretty confident in the team. You know, just happy to be here. Yeah.
Of course.
There's definitely a pressure, but, like, you know, it's all good. This is what we play for, so, you know.
Do you think it helped you? Do you think the pressure kind of helped you push you to be the player you are today?
Yeah, 100%. Like, obviously it wasn't the way, like, I wanted things to go, but just having that pressure, you know, helps you out, helps you, like, become better. Just understanding that, obviously, sometimes you're gonna make mistakes, and it's not the end of the world, you know. You can just bounce back, learn from it, and yeah, that's what we're trying to do.
Snoopy, you were frying. It's nice to see you out there going crazy. It's what I expected last year. So this year, you're going off. What is it about this roster? Is it Cammy being like the veteran leader? From the outside looking in, it seems like he's just making you so much more comfy on this team.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I feel like all of us kind of believe in each other, you know. I feel like there's a lot of teamwork. The environment's good in practice. And yeah, so far, like, I feel like every one of us, you know, has its moments, and we all have each other's back. So that's what matters the most, to be honest, in the team. And I'm really feeling it. Like, every single player, like every single teammate is pretty good. They can do their thing, and just put our 25% every match, and we'll be good.
So it's not Cammy, it's Doug, is what I got from that. Sounds good.
Yeah, it's all of them, all of them.
You guys are doing great, Snoopy. Congrats on the win tonight.
Thank you.
That's Snoop. That's Boston. They take match number 1, and we still have 2 more to go. About 3 hours into this broadcast, and we're just getting started. When we come back, Atlanta FaZe rising through the ranks. Where will they land? Well, they take on a struggling Cloud9 after this.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
He said, almost brought it back. Hopefully the boys can catch some momentum on Major 1. GG's the Boston. We know the talent is there. Just got to take advantage of opportunities when we have them. For scissor my nizzle.
I'm gonna take a sip of syrup now. Oh, do I need to? Okay, all right, I can. Okay, here we go. Can I open? Am I strong enough to open this? Yeah. You can open it for me. I'm not strong enough.
Are you serious?
Well,
we gotta take this.
You're my work husband.
We gotta take this off.
Oh, that helped. Now can I do it?
Yeah, probably. Go. Come on.
I can't do it, dude. Twisted bar. I need to chug the syrup.
Is this guy serious right now?
Oh, you're very strong. Did you get it?
Not the headset, please.
Yeah!
Oh God, what are you doing? Oh my gosh, that was way too much.
We've got inside on stage. That's delicious.
Okay.
Oh no, I'm dead. I'm dead. No way.
Did myself revive?
Nope. Honestly, it works out. I'm starving.
Map set for the FaZe versus Cloud9 series. First map, red card hardpoint. Second, Hacienda search, Hacienda control, vault hardpoint, and then vault search.
We're watching Joe while I eat a bunch of tacos.
Yo, Maven's just eating while he's playing zombies.
Did you win? How do I have the same amount of eliminations as you?
Yeah, that's some horseshit there. There's no way that's true.
You're better. You're f***ing better, bro.
I went to like Vault Door, I think. I've seen this, bro.
Oh my god. He's in Vault. Hey, Meadows. You're so much better. Bomb. Oh my god. Holy shit. Hello?
Let's go. You're the
I'll just pull them real quick. Holy
Yo! Yobi!
Yeah, seriously.
No way. They're doing the CDL song. No way. Are we about to get started?
Yeah.
Are we about to get started?
There we go. Intros.
Nah, for real. They be talking tough, but they won't get up in that field. ARPs and 223s get hit up in your grill. Iron on me like I'm Tony, like an orange eye pill. Come and get your shorty, cause she tryna cop a feel. She know look chaotic, keep it hot before the deal. And you steady talking out your neck, it's never real. So I say nah for real. So I say nah for real. Nah for real. Yeah.
He's the mascot, yeah.
Cloud9 showcasing their muscles, and they're going to need them today because you're taking on the Tiny Terrors who have been taking over games. Welcome back. It's Atlanta FaZe taking on Cloud9. And Allie, if you're looking at the numbers, this should be a one-sided affair. Cloud9 hoping it wasn't on last week. It wasn't on last week either.
It should be, but if you look at the vibes as far as the players go, the ceilings are high enough for this to be
I thought they were changing
really,
it too,
really
but they
good
still
series.
haven't.
It really just depends on what Cloud9 we're going to get. Because unfortunately, Cloud9 did not have a hot start.
What Scum said is that the song was
Mac
copyright.
has been the shining light for this squad, and he's the one that took a year break. So for Cloud9, we're going to need all of them to be on the same page around this time going up against Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah, still waiting for C9 to turn up. It just doesn't seem like this roster is gelling at all, and their search and destroy has been abysmal. Lost 5 straight. But let's switch gears over to Atlanta FaZe and sing their praises. They've been unbelievable. Haven't lost a series since December 14th. #1 hardpoint team in the game, and their map pool is the widest of any team across hardpoint search and destroy. Atlanta have been putting in that work, man. Other teams take note.
She does.
Dominant in hardpoint. Dominant in
She is a very beautiful woman.
It's a toss-up. You got Hacienda coming your way at game number 3. How far does Cloud9 make it in this best of 5, Nameless?
I think Cloud9 is getting 3-0.
She was abusive?
But they haven't shown me anything. I think Atlanta's been very good.
Physically or mentally?
I think they take this 3-0. That's my prediction.
I don't know. I think they at least take one. I think we're at least looking at a game 4.
So, Scuff Pick'ems, Cloud9 for Nameless.
No. There's no gavel.
Fine.
There's no Clint here today.
Atlanta FaZe.
Wait, switch that.
Atlanta FaZe. We all believe Atlanta FaZe should win this one. Are we wrong? Let's send it over to Miles to find out.
Hello. I don't know if you're wrong. We are going to find out, though. But we have sent our blessings to the COD gods. The Omnissiah be praised. This is going to be an absolutely free series for one of our teams and free of issues. Isn't that right, brother?
Absolutely. I know what most of those words meant, but used a big one, so I'm a little bit flavorless. I will say, though, a big series for C9 just to actually get some 10 CDL points and get some momentum going in their favor. They have had a pretty brutal, stage 1, and obviously they were a team with one of the most difficult sort of power rankings matchups that you're going to have. So they had a difficult run through the stage, did not deliver. And if they had gotten Atlanta FaZe in week 1 or week 2, maybe they would have had some hope, but now things are looking diabolical.
You see that slumpy? 9-2, baby. 9-2.
Found their form. And one thing it mentioned on the desk, Miles, is that Atlanta FaZe have the deepest map pool when it comes to hardpoint and S&D. And what they've done in this series is they have chosen all of their least played maps. Vault hardpoint is their most banned.
Yeah, they continue to.
Atlanta FaZe chose that for the map number 4. They have yet to play Hacienda at all, and they chose it for both the control and search and destroy. So Atlanta FaZe are using C9 as an opportunity just for practice. They're not interested. They're not worried about the competition. They're using C9 to tee off and get ready for the major.
See, senor, here we go into map number 1, a red card hard point. We'll see how their practice goes throughout this one. Nothing like doing it live. Isn't that right, FaZe? You've done it nearly every single CDL season so far. Into the hard point we go. FaZe, touch it first.
And they have complete control of steps as well. C9 are going to be looking working the late swarm.
Yeah, that's about to be
Didn't do a good job of that. You see everybody in the feed going to fall, and Civ just gets back down off in time. And Atlanta FaZe playing a very controlled game. If you have steps, I mean, it's one thing if you can get the time. They're just going to make sure C9 won't be able to collect. And, well, the fact that they're getting some as well, C9 right now putting on no pressure.
Yeah, a lot of pressure there towards the step side, and this is the potential retake of that side of the map here from C9, and it is not going great. Drazo looking fantastic on snaps there on attach. Simp now cutting through the middle of the map. An awkward hop, and he pays the iron price. Mac and Civ find their respective kills, and they may have a couple of seconds left in the hard point. They've got to fight their way over towards Nu. That's exactly where Civ is. He's the first man here for C9 New York, and unfortunately, the first man to drop.
Yeah, always awkward when you have an AR player. The first one to slide into a P2, so not the best attempts there on the break-in. Now the man by stage, Kremp, just got hunted down. Atlanta FaZe have already flipped the spawns. C9, this was their map choice. This is not the start they were hoping to get.
Let me think about
down. Draza, I mean, he's yet to die.
Yeah, still yet. Nice pickups there from a BZ, 3 spree from him, and that's another 3 down. New York backs against the wall here on P2 already, as this scoreline is becoming somewhat insurmountable. Can they find a little bit of form here. Max 2 certainly helps. And now pressure towards the back line once again, but nay, it is Tyler Farris. It is Abizi. It is he in the hard point alongside Sim, finding kill after kill. Draza still rocking the roll. 6-1 now, sadly. That spree comes to an end. We'll see if we can't get a Hellstorm.
Yeah, he's using the long.
But in the meantime, we'll look at towards P3.
That's crazy. I didn't think I saw him using the long.
Yeah, a couple things to note. The AR duo for C9 have been heavily criticized, and they are delivering the expected expectations, 2 and 12 combined. Of course, maybe one of Sib's 2 kills he has was a team kill with the nade. Has a reputation for that as well, but on time, C9 Navy trying to light it up and get it nice and blue. The kills finally falling their direction, and they're able to get some degree of semblance of control, or maybe not. Even the map is working against them, and Atlanta FaZe run them over. Simp in competition for best pistol in the game. Gets 2 in the
I just like to reinforce because I
got
bang.
a lot of stiff competition though.
lot.
Purge in the previous series has some bangers, and of course Dashi, an absolute wizard on the smaller camera.
Like I get a lot of
bad news though for Attach. It's Sim. Put a 2 of bees in the outside.
Yeah, they're getting slammed, buddy. It's the Atlanta FaZe.
Wound up for the perfect hit and just got absolutely gunned. Nearly a one-man army. Sim 6 in a row now towards the new hard point. Coverage from Attach and Sib as they respectfully get both of their kills. And now
so the only difference between
can they maintain position? Can you bring down Draza? Find out the next episode.
The reinforce gives you more damage.
Well, on this current episode, what we're witnessing is just
it gives you more bullet velocity and damage.
Every route we've seen taken, even the players on Atlanta FaZe that aren't winning gunfights are doing such a good job at just getting the intel that you know where the pressure is going to be coming from. So you talk about this that don't matter. Sully might fall, but his teammates still here for the easy trades, and the time has just been largely uncontested. So Abizi, nice and comfortable off the feed, and Sully was the first one to die.
I tried the long barrel. I just felt like
it's still here to hold the line. C9. I mean, they're just struggling to get through. Finally, big 3 in the feed. Abizi, the last one by the time. New York maybe have overwhelmed them.
Simp has picked up his 2nd car kill of the map so far, so he knows something that we don't. Rotation on. Mag versus Simp.
Oh, he must beat him.
Wow, what a battle that was. Mag walking away with a pistol win there now, and it helps on the rotation towards the outskirts here of red card. Draz making his way in towards the point, and still 20 seconds as all Cloud9 have managed to accumulate over our first set of hard points. Goodness, this is a tough one. Draz a self-find there. Sib now trying to battle from the inside, but that's where Sim cuts him out from inside.
Sim's having a
goes
MVP
down as well. Chris Lair on a run.
Oh my god, we might just be making up for lost time in the first series. Atlanta FaZe. I mean, this is a speed run. This is, again, incredibly fluid gameplay. You're getting a look at it.
Alright, so
just being in the perfect
Son, did you see how it took so long for Abizi to kill that guy's ticket?
Give them the light, they set up the plays, and they calculate it and make it look so easy.
Well, anyways,
know that they're trapped in.
Like, if you watch like the longer range gunfights to the reinforce, it takes longer to kill. That's where the long barrel would be better.
Like Atlanta FaZe, they know what you're doing before you do. This is diabolical work.
I've seen enough. It's now time for us to hear it from the horses' mouths themselves. Let's go through this new with Atlanta FaZe.
I'll get my hedge. He's gonna be our hedge. I think our hedge, low right. My stairs, the top stage right now, Mac. Mid stairs. I got one. More Mac. Mac is our hedge. I'm staying down. I'm playing my life. One is our hedge. I need a point. I got him on the stairs. Watch out on the mic. I didn't put. Watch out, I'm going top. I'm nading time. I'm right too. I'm gonna pitch around. It's probably gonna be our side with this. I'm gonna need time too. Touch taking. Missing Mac in down. Onto my yours. Yeah, this guy. Keep right. Arches and on side too. Stairs. Arches. Yeah, arches. That's fine. I'm deep to the left. Yeah. She goes defense. Yeah. Me and Zach. I'm going to Tyler. Back. I'm gonna go inside.
They're prioritizing getting P3 spawns.
I'll see stage. Arches. I'll see Scott. I did behind him. Stage car cramp. I'm waiting stage. I one shot. I'll see him downstairs. I'll see him net. Laying down net. Mac, weak out of net. One time.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, we're gonna flip. That's fine. I'll try to go left. Stage, Jimmy. On different. I have a little left. Shots on the back. Give me time. I'm in. I'm watching I'm one shot. Yeah. I'm one shot. Yeah, I'll get you right. Weak. Wait on you. Attach his mid. Once it do it, back. No, got me back.
No, he is. No, he actually is. Yeah, he's the best player
an
this year,
insane
bro.
look there from Atlanta
And he
FaZe.
took
On
a
the
year
flip
off,
side,
which is
Mac
kinda
pulled
crazy.
out an assault rifle on the last 2 hills and has gotten more kills than either one of his actual AR players. So Mac continues to be a shining light on this team.
Absolutely does. And Straz pulls out a submachine gun alongside his teammates and pulls them right through that one. So FaZe break it right away. Looking toward the top side, Attach trying to get involved now. Can he make his way towards the point? Bad news. Celium's upstairs now, protecting the hard point, not from down low. So an awkward angle to deal with. Draz on the inside. Immediate trades. Max trying to make something happen here. Sib alongside him. And you've got 200 now.
Yeah, he's
to the 98.
He's like 49th, I think,
They
in the
are
league.
slow on this one. Red card has not been kind to them at all.
Not even a little bit. I mean, they at least started to get, again, a few hills. Mac just goes on multiple sprees for multiple lives. So trying to fight right now for his team. And C9 have dodged the 100-point club. So a few good things going. And Kremp wanting to get like sort of exit gunfight from the time. Max showing up in the kill feed as well. C9's life should be a little bit easier. Sib has found his home over towards Nevermind, he's dead. And C9 have lost the time.
That's tough. BC now in a big old pinch. There's Uno. Number dos goes to Celium, and that is exactly what you want for Atlanta FaZe. Wow, boys and girls, this is an absolute slaughter. This is incredibly impressive work out of FaZe.
Oh, good job.
They are looking hot. Everyone was enjoying the sort of lull we had where Atlanta FaZe didn't look as good as everyone thought they were. Scrim results weren't fantastic, but look at this, boys and girls. This is a 2 for Celium. It was written in the stars. Might get 3 if Sib gets, you know, bold enough to go for the chow.
See, like, Sim's ego challenge too much.
Massive pressure, huge damage, and Atlanta FaZe still
Sim's
firmly in
gotta play
control.
his life in that situation. Stay underneath, play your life, get time,
leave
guaranteed.
those gunfights towards his teammates. If he's the guy pushed out towards steps, he has bigger
playing
things
unorthodox.
at hand, including the rotational gunfights, which, I mean, at this point,
Which,
we
I mean,
are
I'm happy
just
for, but as a
expecting
COD
him
player,
to
just
win.
watching that, I'm
Celium
like, bro, that's
might
so
have already
cringe.
delivered his final form. He might be here going into Major 1, and this is just pure and utter destruction. Mac, though, some clean wins, and Mac will pick up 2 in the feed, so he's the opening sort of light again for this squad. He gets attached over towards that hill time, and really just trying to stave off the pressure as the split spawns roll through. Attach wins a nice one over towards BS&D, but Atlanta FaZe, they have this hill surrounded.
And it's a surgical approach. The snaps are in. Sim is going to be here now trying to slow down these 2 players. He goes for the stick. Doesn't get it. So close there on a Mac. Final few moments here with a coverage over the top from Celium. That should be that, folks. 15 for the win. Sim's going to hold it down himself. Oh, no. Why not dive out of the hard point and pick up a couple more kills, mate? Why not? He's only got 30. As this relatively fast Mac. Absolutely disgraceful from Abe. Big kills across the board. Last-ditch attempt. If Draza can live, which he does, it's game. FaZe, red card, indomitable.
That is the closest thing.
And that's why FaZe is one of the best teams and looking scary right
Even
now.
for the final hill, like the P5 there that we were taking a look at. Every single time you got a BZ like
I know. I
pushed
don't
out
know
in
why
the
we haven't
corner
faced you
past
guys there.
stairwell and just funneling the players through that are coming up the escalators. If you go through long, you got to deal with Drazer, Celium, and everything. Just looking hopeless, except for the pistol shot, which is looking oh so clean. Sim, one of the players that wants to use a red dot on the pistol, and he is not a player I will ever argue with because, again, for the pistol play, he's got to be top
Oh,
2.
okay, Ghosty, I got you, bro.
Top
You're coming
2.
back. I hear you,
Stiff
brother.
competition as well. C9 really unable to get anything going there on red card. That was a brutal, brutal showing. And if not for Mac, the sort of only light
40 EKIA compared to Attach's 18 and Sib's 22. Like, Mac needs
watch him be
some
like,
help.
watch him be like, yo,
It's
Kudo, why don't you come
been
try
weeks
this
of
info, bro?
It was, yeah, he was the sole light fighting against the darkness of FaZe as it just swallowed them alive there. Too much from FaZe. Highlights. All
3
red,
people
boys and girls.
on
Actually, a little bit
Cloud9.
of Mac, you're not wrong. A little bit of Mac. Sorry, team. I forgot that you guys had that. but I'm very impressed by what I saw.
Attached, super negative, and Kremp was negative.
And even for like the other score, like it's not like Kremp had a particularly strong game, but
yeah,
he actually had a decent
yeah,
output.
that's what I'm saying.
He also had 9 objective kills compared to Attach's 1. So yeah, I mean, we obviously know the problems for this C9 team, and it does not look like going to the major. They're going to solve them in a major capacity. Red card, certainly a map where your AR players have to fry, and it's just Matt literally do it. Every single C9 highlight is just going to be him attempting to be everything. But a wild one. I suppose for C9, they did fight back. They were down 145 to like 20 at one point, so you dodged the 100-point club. Maybe a little bit of good news.
I think it's time for a test
your
retire, bro.
The fact that Atlanta FaZe are playing all of their like most banned and least played maps in this series, but when you're watching Sim's gameplay, it does quite literally look like he can see through walls, but that just means the comms are on point, and everybody for Atlanta FaZe, they understand what like sort of puzzle piece they are and where they fit in. I mean, that's again just flawless Call of Duty. That is a sight to behold.
That's the good stuff right there, folks. That is what the CDL is all about. The creme de la creme, the best of the best. C9 chance now to bounce back in the S&D, but we talked about the issues that the squad's had, a little bit slower in the AR department. And whoa, look at the size of that.
Yeah, brother, that's a...
That's big.
Look at that.
I mean,
look at
that's
that
a big
game
one.
flow.
We've seen some big ones. That's up there. Wow, good stuff, FaZe. You are choosing to peak at the right time, boys. Minor 1 champions rolling into Major 1, looking very hot. Now we play 2 modes that they don't.
Dude, I think Optic versus FaZe is going to be a banger.
A double of old classic vault to close out the series. If we can get past that 3rd map, the whole desk in absolute uniform, including the fans, also think their FaZe are going to walk away with this one. Is there any chance here? Do you think some crazy shenanigans?
We already beat them twice.
That could
Let
see
me know.
a big
We already
turn,
beat them
and we
once.
get ourselves to at least a map 4 with the C9 win here on S&D?
There absolutely should be the possibility for shenanigans again. Atlanta FaZe don't have a single rep on Hacienda S&D, do not have a single rep on the Hacienda Control, and even for the map 4 for the Vault, they've played it twice. The first time Atlanta FaZe played it, they got a 100-point club by LA Thieves. Then they beat Falcons the next week, which doesn't entirely count. And then they turned Vault into their auto ban, basically. They banned it 5 times out of the 10 series that they played. I mean, you have Atlanta FaZe that wanted nothing to do with it. But even with the lack of reps on any given map, obviously for Cloud9, I mean, I can't say anything about this team's S&D that their coach hasn't already blasted them for on the timeline. And if I was the coach, I wouldn't be mentioning that or bringing up that existence, because the record, well, doesn't make him look good either.
It's a tough one, man, for C9. But crazier things have happened here in the COD League. This is an opportunity to turn it all around. Hitting them red cups, boys. Just a little bit of that Dutch courage before we dive into the search and destroy. And again, Hacienda, relatively unknown territory. Very familiar for those of you that play Black Ops 4. And if you play Black Ops 4 or watched it, then you know all about Sim. You know all about Chris Lair and his explosive debut into the professional scene. He rocked the world. Major after major. CWL London, a very particularly exciting time. Right into champs, back-to-back wins, back-to-back MVPs. I mean, really, that's the way it goes. That London event, I mean, that was just something else, man. Crazy time. They didn't actually win that one. They won Miami, but still. Here we go into the search. C9, show us the goods.
And pretty wild to see a team that has a 1-5 record on a 5-loss spree with a positive KD and a really good opening duel, like first blood rate. Everything's getting traded, though. And there you go. Man advantage. Celium for the 1v2. And I've talked about this so many times watching him play. I love watching Celium's clutch ability. Sometimes he has it, sometimes he doesn't. And I tell you what I've seen recently. He's got it.
Ah!
Get it. And some. Round 1, FaZe.
Yeah, let's not even make it difficult for him. Let's line up and sprint into his pre-aim and just feed him the instant 1v2. And I suppose that's not really a test of his clutch ability if you're just going to make it that easy for him. Shout out to Celium. He's got the ice this year.
Well, FaZe have just changed more than the series score with that one. They've locked seeds from the 8th through the 12th team. More on that later, but the lineup again from Celium. Perfect positioning to be in to find those kills. A solid first round there for FaZe. And C9 now on attack, and the 3-1 split with a bomb heading over towards A alone.
Conquered the Dark Hall as well, out towards A. Instant first blood. And man advantage there for Atlanta FaZe. You do have Mac in prime position, and he trades you out. So you get bombed down in a 3 versus 3 in a good spread across this A zone. And Mac does have attach for a little bit of help on the support. Atlanta FaZe stacking up here for the retake.
It's a classic. It's a 3-man stack. They all slide out together. It's very difficult to pick up these kills, and Attach is doing the best he can to lay down some hate there in the tin. Backs up. 25 seconds on the clock, but Simp has overshot the bomb, immediately getting involved. Doubles back towards you, puts himself in a position to pick up the next. And the clock's ticking. FaZe have got to get rolling. Selim tags up Attach on the approach. Simp's going to be able to get it, and there's Sib with the pair. C9 survive.
Yeah, perfectly played as well. Efficient work. Mac does a great job of getting inside a tin. Trades out the first blood that rolls through, and then him and Attach working very well together to sort of hang on to the pressure that was flooding in towards Mac. And of course, Sib after the fact delivers. Attach is calling him out. They're both there. He goes and takes a route, so Sib knows that he can play a little bit passive and play for the gunfights. And he handles it to a T. So that is an important round for C9 as well. Again, they did not get the first blood, still able to clutch that round.
Again, on paper, that squad is very, very strong. They're having a couple of issues, obviously getting it to work in-game. We're rocking and rolling. 2 up, 2 down for C9. The FaZe is 2 in, 2 out. And now we're stacking up. Open corridor. This is about to blow wide open. Draz starts things off nicely, but it's Max 2-piece. Immediate trades out, and Sim and a BZ fight. Oh, man. Slides right into that one. Krem, 1v2 against the Terrors.
Yeah, and he shot his gun too, so one's gonna watch a couple cuts. Sim just goes and plants the bomb straight away. And again, that's a situation where Mac makes a perfect play and goes on the pinch.
Tiny Terrors.
And then 3 seconds later, Kremp is last alive in a 1 versus 2. And we talk about testing the clutch ability, but against the Terrors, they produce nightmares.
2 of the meanest to ever do it. And they've retired many great players in their time, and I'm sure they're not finished yet. Krem, 20 seconds. A hot swap from top to bottom. Abe spots him out. One thing though, you got to get a kill. Look how slippery he is. Look how difficult he is to take care of. Which corner could he be in? You've got a choice between 3 different locations of BZ.
Dude,
makes it so
difficult.
difficult.
Is so great to look at, bro.
Good round
They're
there
just
for
like
FaZe.
such good teamwork.
Listen, it's not like I'm ever gonna clutch up against the Terrors in that situation, but also it's just so much time being burned before the engagements actually kick off.
Yeah, so Simp has a long barrel on,
and
and
is towards the
BZ
Atlanta
has
FaZe
a
players of not overextending, not overchowing. They get the information, reposition, and they truly just let the gunfights come to them. So perfectly played in the 2v1 and just a slamming of open hallway as well. Mac had to play. Like the strat was there for C9 off the opening break, but just instantly in the mid round could not deliver.
1 round advantage now for
Yeah,
FaZe.
those
We'll
look
see how this one goes. C9 back on the attack. Can we get a good offensive round? Last time around it was solid. They got the plant out by aim. We're going back towards it. Stuns and nades do not connect, so Mac is relatively alone out here with the bomb plant. He's got a lot of work to do. FaZe, once again, they're going to hold hands. They're going to hit this together. It's simple teamwork, but it's effective.
There's teamwork and there's individual plays. Trent might be having just a golden pinch on one side of the map. Mac had his spot there for the first blood. Easy help for the trades, and C9 breaks them down. That's efficient work, and Miles, that's also just a conquering of the A site. What is happening on the opening break is Sib is going to like above spiral the right hallway, and he's wall banging the players out towards plat. So if any player on FaZe wants to try to contest the dart control, like that little dark hallway above the bomb site, they're going to be made like 1 HP, and that should be easy gunfight wins for the players moving in towards dark. So if they're going for that strat, they're just getting full control of A every single time. And Atlanta FaZe, if they want to square up by the site, they can do that. If not, they're going to have to play for the retakes. C9, again, opening breaks have been clean. Mid-round, a little bit different. And the first bloods have been flowing their way too. Mac has a pair.
We see if Sib's influence can stretch from one side of the map to the other in this round, but it doesn't look the same way. FaZe have stacked up all over the A side. They are well and truly going for it. A fast plant, and they've got a decent amount of coverage. Bad news, Mac is in the back already. Sib upstairs. Plenty of time now to pick up these kills. Now the question is, do you get the kills? Draza starts his off. Mac, the flank is gone. Eyes forward.
And Max simply overwhelmed as well. Abizi was there for some help. Now 3 versus 4. Everybody through you. You check your corners, you do. Do you win the gunfights? You do not attach. This would be a 1 versus 4 that he'd have to clutch in a matter of 20 seconds. Ooh. Hopeless. Another A site plant, another strong hold. Draza gets credit for the first blood. And of course, you had Abe there for the help as well. So that's been the name of this game. A lot of A site hits and a lot of dominance from the offensive teams, or offensive side rather, both teams able to contribute. And I would imagine C9, honestly, no real reason not to go back to the same strat. Get Sib, top spiral hallway, right side, go for the wall bangs out towards Plat, work the A site. I think the onus is really on Atlanta FaZe to figure out how to respond on defense. You see the comms rolling through. We'll see what they go with, but if they try to break down that round 1 strat, C9 showing a different look.
Yeah, different look entirely. It's that slow hit towards B, and then with bomb, Sib's going to hold out what in Krem. Okay, that's a tough one. It might be one of those stun nade drop situations. That's unfortunate. And Sib's got round the bomb side, got Abizi down to 9 HP, massive. He's going to be able to possibly, back up, get the bomb out to safety. Maybe think about A.
Yeah, I honestly don't know
the man advantage that FaZe has got. Yeah, it's Simp. He's got a corner. He's watching so much of the A site here. You can see both the hallways and the way through spiral. See that in a minute, mate. Krem's now trying to clear out the back.
Well, this is the route. Selling him on the steps. He'll be a free death if Krem goes to check this. And Simp actually feels the pressure and sort of backs out of B in just so much space that was been taken. But here's a gunfight. Krem's going to want it. Krem now just needs his life. How much time can he buy? Not a lot at all. 2 versus 4. And because of Simp's positioning, these players are trapped.
Yeah, things going a little too late. And there's Simp on the outside. That's the bomb defused. No questions asked. The question is who gets it. There we go. We give it to Abizi on a decent spree there. He does have himself the RC car. Oh no, it goes to Draz. Draz now working on an RC car of his own. No spree whatsoever, but the points bump certainly helps. And that's some quick maths in a time where, yeah, you had what, 25 seconds to get that one down. That's not bad. Sure. Good stuff from FaZe there. Strong teamwork, strong score management going into the next round.
I just know from what we've seen on Hacienda, a lot of the teams that have been having success, they play rotation-heavy games. We just watched Boston do it to LAT. They're swinging the bomb site from side of the map to side of the map to side of the map. Sim basically plays in a spot where he can tell his team, I have a corner, I have this entire bomb site, you guys just need to cover this. And if you just have the extra man playing in a situation like that, it makes everyone's life so much easier and kills that rotation capability. Now, though, for the first blood, Krem strikes, Abizi falls, advantage C9.
Draza climbs, Draza gets way out. Able to catch Sib, perfect timing, traded out by Matt, good work. The C9 maintain their man advantage. Oh, the timing, and Sim, oh, he lets it rip a little early, so now that player's going to get away with their life, but still with the bomb at play, he and Celium now on a journey towards the B-bomb site. C9 have read this, they have adapted, and they are moving in tandem as well. A race towards the bomb. Here we go. Oh, beat him. Uh-oh. 1v2. You've done it before, Cell. Can you do it again?
Well, Attach saw him run away.
That might not matter. You saw him run away. Oh, he's still stunned up. The boys are going to be pushing it, though. They don't need to. C9 can just hold this, stay alive, and win the round.
Yeah, but that him on that rocket though is crazy.
Chance, what are we calling that? Are we calling that an ego chow? What are we calling this?
That's you have 30 seconds left, the bomb is down, you're gonna have to make some type of ridiculous play, and instead of wasting everybody's time, he just executes on the best opportunity he has. It's a 1%er, but I respect it. Even looking for the tags through the wall just to see if you could do something cheeky. So a good try and an interesting attempt, but yeah, just too clean of a setup and Attach. Not a player that's gonna let that one slip through. You give him the rock heady, he'll pick you apart.
Sound analysis. I wanted to give it a fun name. We'll work on that another time. Free spree though for Krem, as he's managed to turn things around. C9 one around away from tying things up, and you know the stuns are connected. That means the fight is on here by Rock Boys and Girls. And Abizi in and out. Oh, alongside Simp finds 3 in the feed for C9. You are all down to your last man Attach. You were in a winnable situation before, but now Draza, he is the top of the rock, and this is going to be a tough one. Bomb is down over there as well, and Atlanta FaZe, they have set up around there a bastion over by B.
And Salim's going to be picking up a few of these hallway rotations. Sim's looking for one as well. Draza ironed up on the front. So unless Attach goes all the way around, he's going to get spotted, and he's going to die. Atlanta FaZe snap into position, know exactly how and when they need to cut the map, and it is AR players in the right spots, submachine gun players in the right spots, and a dominant opening break. And just a pretty good call.
Critter, you know,
I mean,
Salyum's AR is
on the
a
blind
weird
counter.
build,
C9 had so much success over towards that A site.
He has,
They
like,
must
the
have forgot
infiltrator
about it because
stock.
they keep attacking B and got chokeslammed.
They did indeed. I love that post bomb drop situation where FaZe, they cover all bases. No matter what happens, Attach is going to get either spotted, damaged,
you think,
or taken care of. So FaZe covering it all, 1 round away from taking the series to 2-0. And what will they do? It looks like we're going right over towards B again. It's a square up, and it's a big set of trades. And Sim in and out. Staying alive, sends in a BZ for it, and this round is an absolute bang out. However, it's Abe in the 2v1.
Yeah, the technical 1 versus 3. He had intel on Mac, no information on Attach in this round. And they're cornering up in lobby. So if he slides in, he's dead. There you go.
Didn't even have to slide. It was a couple of steps there right through the front door. And C9, they come out on top of the trade battle, the war of attrition that they're happy to take. What a spot from Krem. Look at that.
It's not comfortable, but it gets the job done.
How big are those steps that a full-size man is able to lie down across them? Gosh. Nice round there at C9.
Yeah, and just a nice little square up as well. The kill feed went through at a blistering pace, but I think Sib was the player that was in the mix to give you a little bit extra. I think he found 2 in the feed, so just a fun little head smash of a round. And maybe we're back finally to the A hits, but look at the call from FaZe. 3 players stacking up. Those wall bangs aren't going to matter. And Simp has already put himself in such a cheeky spot.
Ridiculous spot. Not only that, but like with the supine pose as well. And I like this from C9. You saw enough, you heard enough. Bad news though, FaZe, 2 of them have backed up as well. That's going to be a BZ and Celium, so they've gone towards the backside of B as well. They're giving themselves the option. Abe is able to oscillate between the back of A and the back of B. And Celium, a masterful position to find kills on the cross, but either way, not too much action yet. Sib taking the wet flank. He'll be in Boathouse in a few moments. We're thinking about the B-bomb plant, but there we go.
Iron Lung.
Hello.
3 first blood.
All the
could be around 11.
It could be all the makings of it, mate. Here we go. Sullying through the middle. And surely Sib's position is known. It will be cleared out effectively by Draza before they hit the site. And I don't think Sib is reading this. He's made a bit of noise. Draza now on the pinch. Oh, the timing is perfect. Man advantage phase. Towards the site we go. The battle of the doorway. Send in Celium. Sim there to cover, and it's Mac and Attach who find their kills. It's now a 2v1, and the time is not on Simp's side. The Gunny might be, though. The Gunny certainly is. Finding another one, and he might be able to kill the entire team, but he will never be able to get the bomb. Round 11.
Here we go.
Hold it.
And we got it, too, and I like it. Right back to the
That's
A
the-
site.
that's the
That
long
is where
barrel.
they had their success. And we saw the setup that was rolling through. I think
it only
once
gives
they
you
chucked
damage
a
range,
few
but when you're up
stuns and
close,
nades
it
out that
doesn't-
dark
it doesn't
window and
give
saw
you
the
a
trophy, then went,
velocity.
they're here. We don't know where they are. Don't want to deal with that at all.
That's where the
instant call to wrap over
That's
towards
where the
the
reinforced
B
barrel
site,
is,
and Sib making the play as well. Getting in the boathouse, sort of kicking things off with the man advantage. Atlanta FaZe made him work for it. Now both teams gonna have to work for this round 11. And it's looking like the default strat. Sib's gonna get control of the dark hall with the wall bangs. A site being worked and FaZe stack it again.
Will it be the same thing then? We're going to sort of, wait out the lethals and tacticals, then go over towards B. Krem's managed to secure the site entirely, so wait, a first blood from Mac. Okay, that certainly helps. Krem now sends it on the full flank. We'll see you in a moment, mate. Can you stay alive in the meantime? This could be absolutely tremendous. Mac, he's done it. He's bought the time, and Krem's in position. He's in position, and FaZe have been cut to pieces. We even got a cheeky emote in there.
Huh?
C9, what a banger.
ultimately
I had
so
phase when
clean
it was
as well.
so
A team with an extra Hasi rep or two, utilizing it to perfection. Sib had a couple nice rounds and gets the stamp on it with the final kill on Selim. And I think Mac had quite a few first bloods he was able to collect it as well. And that's a nice
I
little
had
comeback
phase winning
too.
3-1, brother.
Lane
so
FaZe had a
not
decent
messing
little
around.
round advantage. They had built up the C9 with the ice, able to fight back and tie up this series. But I'd say just credit to the first bloods. 3 for Mac, 2 for Sib, and even Krem getting involved as well. You get 6 out of the 11. That was the difference maker. Either team had the one clutch with the man down, so all things remain equal. C9 getting things done. They snap the 5-loss spree.
That was a good one, man. Wow, that was a nice round 11. Different looks, same strokes, different approaches. C9, there we go. 1-1 on our series. Hacienda control. Not a clue. Not a clue whatsoever. Double dose of Vault after that. That's enough for me and Chance. It's over to the desk.
Hey guys, we're gonna hang out all night. I'm excited for it. Let's talk a little bit about what we just witnessed here, because a search and destroy victory for Cloud9 was not in my bingo card. Let's take a look at our standings right now. What does it mean for Cloud9? Well, you're currently sitting there at 1-5. You could jump into that group for a 4-way tie at 2-5. But 8 through 12 officially locked in the elimination bracket.
Well, look, if you come in, you win this series, that flight is going to feel way better headed to Madrid. You're going to be feeling like you can actually make a run. But yeah, they're just working on things right now and improving. They're going to be starting in losers bracket, but snapping the 5-game losing streak and search and destroy is impressive.
I thought Cloud9 could move up. They can't. It's only Atlanta. So Atlanta, good luck in the second half of this one. Cloud9, I was told, they booked their flights for tonight to Madrid. You can't go to these round 11s, Allie.
You can't keep going to these round 11s. You're adding so much. They're going to be tired for that fight.
Because if we win this, then we become 4th.
On the side of Cloud9, it's funny because this S&D went just like the S&D versus the Miami Heretics, where they were playing incredibly passive on their attacks way too early, which just gave up so much room for Atlanta FaZe to take pressure on the map and get so much information. And then later on, by the later half, they won because of 2 attack rounds where they started playing extremely aggressive. And that exact same thing happened here. So Cloud9, they're doing the adjustments really well in late game, but I would love to see it in the beginning rounds.
Yeah, I thought they played it well the last couple offensive rounds. You know, they had success over at A early, and like the whole time I'm asking them in their offensive rounds, like at least show A again, right? They do that. They show A and then they wrap over towards B, get it down. And for them, it's been a struggle. Like in post-plant situations, they've been losing the worst in the league after having bomb down and winning rounds, right? That was different throughout this. We saw some big flanks coming out of Kremp. The same exact situation he did earlier in the game when they won on that bomb site. So that's definitely the primary focus for them, is like they're getting bombs down, top 3 at planning it, just the worst after that bomb is down. So that's communication, and that's like when to strike and converge at the same time. So
I think the only negative thing I heard you say was Kremp needs to get that snorkel out of his mouth. He was in the water most of this game. Can he continue playing that way without being punished?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's just different ways you can get behind that enemy team, right? I think he tried it twice early on, and it was successful once, and then it's like, okay, let's change it up. And he does, but it takes all the way until the round 11 to do so. But yeah, I mean, nice adjustment later on, just maybe earlier.
Control is coming up next, Allie, and we all said it was going to be Atlanta FaZe. They won the respawn by basically double, 250 to 130. How do these two match up in Control, though?
This could be a good opportunity for C9. Control is Atlanta FaZe's weakest game mode. You can see it on the attack. On the flip side, that Cloud9 kind of has the edge here. And also, though, from the flip side of things, like it's just because Atlanta FaZe hates Vault. So take that with a grain of salt. They could be really good at Hacienda.
Yeah, well, we have Hasi. Atlanta FaZe is going to be trying out Hasi, as we saw they're testing a lot of the maps. C9 has 2 good reps on it. Went to a round 5 in one of them, and then they won 3-0 last time they played it. So they feel pretty good on this one. If you're
Are you gaining confidence for this Cloud9 team?
No, I think Atlanta FaZe still win. I thought it was going to be a 3-0, honestly. I really did. But the round 11, you get a little bit more confidence in yourself. Maybe the ARs will spawn in the next respawn. Because they did it, map 1.
As we send it back, quick question for Chance. Who is the Saquon Barkley of the CDL?
I'm going to close my notebook.
TJ Halley. He is everything. He is omniscient. He is the one.
I don't know what that means.
It's a football player for the Eagles. I know he scored at least 1 touchdown. I think in like the first play. So he's a good player.
My group chat is just lots of fly, Eagles fly at the moment. Yeah, lots and lots of that. So I can only imagine what's going on right now. But we are going to play a game of Control still on Hacienda, folks. Will the ARs spawn in for C9? It's the two good-looking boys on the right-hand side of the screen. It's Attach and Sib. They had a very, very difficult time dealing with FaZe on red card. Admittedly, like, let's just be real. Let's just be honest. Anyone's going to have a difficult time dealing with FaZe when you've got all the submachine gun players, some of the best to do it, literally throwing themselves at you 24/7. There's not a whole lot you can do aside from a miraculous win. That's what Mac had to pull out countless times on that map just to give him a chance. We'll see what
I was gonna say, Miles, you're saying that Mac had the answer. Like, you were completely correct. Atlanta FaZe playing flawless Call of Duty, but Mac was stepping up to the plate. So you can do it. You just have to really work for it.
And you have to believe, man. That's another thing. You have to truly believe that these guys are killable, that the teamwork is you know, faulted. They will make mistakes. You can punish them. You have to believe. And after a while, I mean, you see these names keep coming up in the feed, you keep getting bodied by them, you start to develop a mental block. I don't think C9 are totally there yet. I still think this is an early season for them, and these are experienced and incredibly talented players. But damn, son, after a map like that, I want to see the resolve. I want to see a nice round 5 here. I want to see a big win. I want to see at least another, a vault. We get 2 vaults in this series. Give it to me.
Ooh, I couldn't find
at least one absolute guarantee. You see on the ice front, though, neither team had a great deal of success. Atlanta FaZe has actually been struggling in this game mode, which to me is very surprising because you have some elite controlled players on the squad. And obviously, I mean, the core trio's been together through the game mode. They've been on point. Celian's KD is bonkers, ridiculous. His damage output is absolutely there. Got to start getting some wins, though. And of course, for Hacienda, if a theme you're having in Control is you're just constantly running into everybody's best map, it makes your life a little bit more difficult, so you gotta broaden the map pool. Atlanta FaZe, this is their first time playing Hasi Control. A brand new look for the squad, and maybe something C9 can take advantage of, just like they did in map 2.
What a perfect little concussion. Doesn't seem to matter, though. Krem finds his opening fight, and now the stack. 2 players on the inside of Top Dark. Krem and Mac find their respectives, and this is nice. The terrors are down and out. You got a little bit of pressure now from C9 on the defense. Oh, there you go. Krem in the feed again with a 3.
Yeah, Krempus delivers. He can be a score streak on the map from time to time, and now you got a little bit of spawn traps being set up. Kremp prowling, and Kremp just walks into the firing squad, but hey, he took a BZ down before he falls, and that makes his teammates' lives that much easier. Flawless on defense thus far for C9, as good as it gets right from the opening break, and they still have plenty of power positions under control. 1 tear down. Mac wins another big one. The SMGs right now for C9 are running the show.
It is good stuff. 6-1, 4-1, Kremp and Mac. And they're taking turns, dropping deuces. 15 seconds to rock. FaZe, you got to get out, spawn, lads. You're going to run into Mac again. And Abizi, thankfully, puts him on his back and keeps that trainer rolling. Attach. Ooh, nearly gets away with his life. Kremp steps up to the plate immediately. Players on A. Shouldn't last for too much longer. Bad news, Simp has now seen you. Guns up at the ready. Somehow kills Mac. Trades are there. Final few moments. Over to B, maybe. Last-ditch attempt. Kremp on the immediate row. You love to see it. Cell. Oh my god, he's still alive. Oh my god, his teammates are here. This is not over.
2.1 left on the clock. Now Atlanta FaZe maybe starting to win some gunfights. Sib found the route to get through, but he gets gone. Attach gets one in the feed, but now Kremp's the only one that can even think about flanking this. 1.6 was all that was left, and 1.6 was more than Atlanta FaZe needed. B zone secure, in the life count virtually even.
I was not kidding when I said, oh my god, they're here. That was it. That's all it took. Less than a minute. Good shots, Mac. He and Attach get his. Now, you're worried about the A zone. Not a lot of time to work with, plenty of lives. You get 2 decent hits at this. And right now, the problem is you can't get any reinforcements out. FaZe are having to go the long way around. And again, clock's ticking. Clock's ticking and arse kicking. 8 lives left for FaZe. C9's defense is still good.
Huge wins too, the whole way around. No one able to get out of their spawn. You're gonna need another miracle moment, and it might be the AR players from Atlanta FaZe that bail you out. Mac, the last one up on the map. and he gives you the kill he was looking for. So Atlanta FaZe's life is going to be a nightmare.
Oh, he gets you all three. Mackenzie Melt's finally brought down, but that is going to be it. He wins the final bout. And the first round goes to C9.
Yeah, I think that was 20 and 9 combined from the SMG duo on C9. Didn't mean to rhyme, but it's just that time of the year, Miles.
We have
getting ready for the major.
We have actually been spitting this map. An unusual amount of rhyme play. Yeah, Max been doing it as well. Look at that. This is the third kill just for being traded out by Draza, but wow, what a play. Mac has been him in BO6. And it's an incredible story, folks. We say it every series with good reason. The man took a year off. Family reasons, and he's come back swinging. And those baby blues match the C9 blue as we rock and roll now into attacking round.
Yeah, and again, 29 combined. So this is a map I think Nameless mentioned on the desk. The SMGs can just run it for you. Like the ARs have to be more post up and sort of send their boys in for the kill. Here's the opening exchange. Kremp once again comes out on top, but ultimately the hallway control is maybe going to go to Sib. Technically, things end up even because Draza was off section over towards B, and this is a triple stack on the A zone. Maybe you're looking for some kills, maybe your head's on a swivel, and you get caught a little off guard. A slightly squandered opportunity, but if Mac's still in position, you expect a little bit of greatness. He's almost guaranteed, it feels like, to win his ones.
Yeah, every single time. He and Kremp are having a map. Oh dear, Attach's timing was so unfortunately off there, but he still managed to sneak through, so he's going to be a problem in a moment. Hello. That's tough timing, man. Double moments. Halfway through A. No guarantee on the second segment. We'll see that in a moment.
Sim loves that corner. I'm seeing it on the mini-map. Yeah, C9 don't want to go over. They're actually really favoring this sort of A-side attack first. They're trying to get control of these hallways. Meanwhile, Tatch is having a standoff battle versus an SMG player who, he got the nade, did all the damage, didn't win the gunfight, so solo challenging an SMG like that, not ideal. You are tucked back in your spawn with only a tick of progress. No miracle moment this time. I don't think Atlanta FaZe is letting this setup get broken down.
They're not playing any games here whatsoever. That is pure, that's pure Omni movement right there from Sim. And not to mention the corner that he loves as this round comes to a close. That corner that he really likes, there's actually two corners there. So good luck, have fun in that situation, folks. I mean, whether you choose, you know, the closest corner, the further corner, whether you get naded out, that is a really, really tough spot to deal with. That's
back
when
in
you take the outside route, and even
they
then,
had grappling
you've got to
hooks
hit those
that you
shots
could
and the
use
hop
to
perfectly.
to
So
like
good
travel
luck, have
across
fun
this map.
making your way through that side of the map.
Yeah.
He's got 180 degrees of control.
So it was kind of crazy. So you had like, you know how like you had like specialists in Marvel Rivals.
After that, that means there weren't a ton of two
And
pieces rolling through. That's a ton of
that's
single
what you had in
kills
Black Ops
and
4 as
trades,
well.
or everybody on Atlanta FaZe
You had
just
certain
winning
things
their
that were
individual
like,
gunfights.
you could have like
But
special
the
powers
name of the
and
game for
abilities.
C9 on the first defensive round.
So
SMGs
one of them was a
absolutely ran the
grapple
show.
hook, so
They
you could like grapple the
terrorized
things
the
and
top
pull yourself through.
hallways. Atlanta FaZe need to make an adjustment.
Yeah.
An adjustment might just be the outer lanes. Chow the ARs.
3 through arch. Plat stun. Maybe finds a tag there at the very least, and now you got a little bit more over towards the B zone, starting to get the capture going. Mac finds his kills upstairs. Celium, as soon as you let that mini-map fly, you got to get off that point, get off the X. And now with the timing and great nades, the C9 counterattack has been thwarted. The first wave ineffective, second wave on its way in now, but the second seg is long gone.
Yeah, and keep in mind, they got pressure in the top hallway too, so Atlanta FaZe maybe setting themselves up to swing towards A really quick after this capture rolls through, but Krem and Sib don't want to give it to him. Selling half HP, he's going to fall, he's off the map. Trades rolling through, but Draza wins the AR gunfight in the B zone, just like Olympus has fallen.
Gets you 3. Cell pushes right up towards the rock side. Now there's a couple of dots in the minimap, but he's picked up 2. God, he gets all 3.
Dear.
That is classic Celium. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, folks. The last defensive round was so strong, and now this attacking one is just that as well. Phaser on A. A 2-man stack. Draza buying you all the time in the world. Draza buying you all the time you could possibly ask for. And that is all dead once again for C9. Backs against the wall. A cap, it's 2 players.
Yeah, and such a smooth one pump. Now you're just sprinting into death.
Oh my.
A double capture and a victory lap for Draza. Having a little bit of fun.
Man, he came so close to the drive-by knifing as
Just
well. That
runs
would have been
right past
unbelievable.
him.
We're starting to see more and more of that. And Draza, fun fact, his name is Zach Jordan, which is one hell of a name to call out as well. We're going to get that going at the major.
It's always interesting, people that have 2 first names.
I do.
Never know what to do
I've
with
got 2
them.
first names and 2 last names, which is weird. Think about that.
James?
Miles Ross, and Ross is first name and a last name. Miles is a first name and a last name.
I was trying to figure out what your middle name was. My bad. I had no government on the broadcast. That's on
no Fed on the broadcast. 2 players through Archway. They have eaten their fair share of nades and stuns on the way through to that one, and that is ugly. But that's a BZ looking for both of them here. Mac is truly fighting. I mean, whatever happens, he has got a place in Valhalla. The man has done it all.
Oh my
Whoa,
God.
BZ, you've got to track him down. He finally gets it, but man, Mac is something else today. Decent start here for both teams. Not a huge amount of pressure from C9 towards the B side of the map. Now they're having to hit towards the top side. A is where we're going now.
Dude, Simp is nuts. Dude, yeah, one of the most aware players, mechanically gifted, got the gunny, got just everything. Complete player, and Selim up top is a complete player as well. 7 spree, 7 objective kills, and Sib has 8 in total. So 1 life from Selim, more than the entire map from Sib. That'll tell you a story.
22-9 on
Yo,
a 9
Selim was
spree,
22 and
he's ever
9?
so close to the Hellstorm. And a Hellstorm on this map, I mean, it's incredibly useful against both of us.
Draza's 20 and 11?
You're feeling good, man. You're feeling fine. Get a couple more of those to show us all a good time. About 25 seconds to play here, and Atlanta FaZe will march into the vault hard point, smiling and happy indeed.
Yo, I'm actually mind blown. I didn't realize that he has
You there, Chance?
That's crazy.
I'm enjoying the gameplay. I mean, Selim's on a 10 spree. He's just hanging out. All the players have to deal with him. He has 11 kills in 1 life. Sib has 11 kills all game, and Selim nearly got attached on that spree as well. As far as the round goes, that's a good progress. Opportunity here, though, for C9. Unfortunately, well, here comes the Hellstorm. Yep, he got it.
They might be able to scurry away into 10, and they do. Bad news, though. It's a slower hit, and that gives you not a whole lot of time. So Hellstorm, all good and fun. The Sib's posted up in office. He's going to not get away with his life. He's going to get tags in, but Kremp picks up that position immediately. The second
Nice
turn,
wins.
Sim and Abizi down, 3 dead, B zone capped, straight on away. This is far from over. It's the Hacienda moment again. Magic here on the A zone.
Reposition's good, but Sib just found the opening. Abizi finds the next one, and Kremp knows he has to back off the point, and there's not even time. Atlanta FaZe, you were talking about that magical moment. They just bully their way back out of spawn. Everybody's winning their ones.
Oh, they do indeed. Nice stun check. Beezy's down low. You know you have to clear him out. You're not going to be able to hit the point. You're not going to be able to hold it unless you deal with him. And Sim, how many can he get on the push here? 1, 2.
Ah!
No way! He gets all 3.
I think there is a way. I think that way is if you stun yourself and your 2 teammates.
There's no way, Beezy. Are you going to do the same thing? No, Krem's got it. Kills are good. 30 seconds. 5 lives left for C9. You are not done yet as they get onto the point for a moment. Progress now, first segment. That helps in the long run, but you have to survive this round as well. No more lives as FaZe continue to roll across the map.
And Draz has made his presence known. He already got 1 kill on this flank. You're running out of time. 3 players have to make something magical happen, and it is simply not going to be the case. Draza just roaming. He was playing for the guarantee the entire time. Atlanta FaZe, they had full control, and they might be playing for an assassination on Kreb. Maybe just do it with the gunny. Bam. Draza takes him down. Atlanta FaZe, their first look on Hasi.
Holy!
Hey, that was a good one indeed. Well, Selim with a sensational spree.
What was the score?
Really helps. And this
Look at the stun, by the way. Look at the stun.
Yeah, the stun. They're all stunned up.
Krem's walking out Shallon with his elbow covering his eyes. He's out here doing the Squid Games, taking a gunfight.
He was using it for cover. Come on. 2-1 in the series. FaZe make short work of the control. 3-1 the final score there. We go to Vault now for a hard point. And C9, good looks in the S&D. If they can get to a game 5, it's anyone's map. But until then, Okay, folks. Just over 10 minutes is as long as it took to get that 3-1. Hey, man, C9 had a really good hit towards A, but yeah, once you get broken apart, difficult position to be in. A busy down low there in the bottom art, sort of rec room sort of thing. Great spot to be in. Good looks all across the board. Lovely stuff, and a fantastic spree out of Celium.
Yeah, and the spree is obviously one thing. A couple different players for Atlanta FaZe, I feel like, having nice little runs, but also the 9 objective kills we just saw from Draza as well. Really topping the lobby in that category. The round 1, though, obviously it was all C9 as Kremp and Matt got off to a 20-9 start combined. So 2/3 of the team, they over-delivered in a punishing round 1, but yeah, after that, it was all FaZe and just frankly their game to lose. So flawless gameplay, and again, Nameless mentioned at the sort of top of the segment about how FaZe's map pool incredibly deep. Well, he specified hardpoint and search and destroy. The first look on Hasi, well, it looks pretty clean as well. So expansion potentially in control as well. Atlanta FaZe. This series for them is all about prep work for the major. And boy, does it seem like they're getting ready.
Yeah, this is a great way to walk into Madrid. As long as the jet lag doesn't beat them, the gameplay certainly won't. On an individual front, I mean, Kremp and Mac both had really good maps. They put up the best fight they possibly could, given the circumstances they find themselves in, and of course those circumstances are simply playing FaZe right now. That's the final kill off the map, and Simp, what a 3-piece that was, and top spiral corridor, that was gross. And FaZe feeling good going into Vault. Again, tried and true map that we've seen them play plenty of times. It's the map that holds the current kill records. It is a fun one indeed. Vault Hardpoint on its way.
It's a mystery map as well. Atlanta FaZe, they played it twice in the first 2 weeks that we had. When they played against LA Thieves, they got a 100-point clubbed, and that's when the narrative started. Oh God, LA Thieves, the super team, reigns true. In Atlanta FaZe, the weakest they have ever looked. Well, how fast the narratives can fall, but we still don't know exactly how Atlanta are going to provide on Vault, because it's just been such a long time. It has been their auto veto just about. They've banned it in 5 of their 10 series. Well, this time, it's not like they allowed C9 to pick it. They picked it themselves. Like, they wanted the most difficult road possible when going against C9, so they're just testing the waters. Well, it's going to be an interesting one just to see how far they've been able to shift their gameplay. And I know the way Celium has been playing on a map like this, high expectations I'm going to have. There's some places that he is just going to make his own. Top P4, top art, he's going to run it.
He's going to have a good time indeed. We're keeping a firm eye on Celium throughout this map. It's going to be a good time for him. On the other side, yeah, we still need to see big production out of the ARs of C9. Attach and Civ have got a big task ahead of them. Kremp and Mac, we're already seeing them start to get hot. This should be good. Also, shout out the fact that the player cams are actually in the right order. The way C9 is set up, I love that, folks. Here we go into Vault. Long lines of sight, tight corners. Map that has it all. Big rotations, and we're going to see some good looks out of both our squads. This is do or die for C9.
Yeah, they lost the Thieves,
I just got to say, by the way, the plus minus for C9 doesn't look great. Like, they've gotten just absolutely bullied on this map, but the -2 for Atlanta FaZe is like the fakest stat, because they 100-point club Falcons, and then they got 100-point clubbed. So it's close to being even, but like, that's not how those maps went down at all. But a fun one indeed. So a long time for the Atlanta FaZe squad to see them on it. And of course, this is the type of situation where, depending on how they perform right here and now on Vault, will potentially influence the pick and bans from other teams all throughout the major. So you know these guys are coming to play. They want to show off the goods, but in the kill feed, Sib, first one to strike, gets control of that outer lane.
Yeah, nice work. Trades again on point. And Simp will be the last man standing upstairs as he now makes his way down towards the hard point. Sid with the shoulders. Still, though, C9 with the time. Hey, good shots out of Sid. Mac as well, holding the front line down. This is great work out of Cloud9.
Oh, Sid, yeah, he's able to give you 4 just off the rip, and he's swinging all over the map. So Sid controlling the power positions, letting his teammates actually control the time, and, well, as long as he owned the catwalk, doesn't come away at the very end in Atlanta FaZe, at least stop the bleeding. Get C9 out of the hard point for just a moment. They have maintained those right side spawns as well, so strong opening break, but we go back to the actual fight. Attached still around the time. He's gonna fall.
B2 up. FaZe are in first. The back has been broken wide open there by Mac and Krem, and now Sim, he's got to get the guns at the ready up front. A pinch spawn now. Abizi will be in the fight a little bit late. Trades the back complete. Fight towards the front of the hard point. Bad news. Draza wins it with an iron fist. He batters his way out of time, and now it's all guns up at the ready. Looking for a pinch now on the back line as FaZe oscillate from front to back. Kills all over the place, and Draza, what a life this is. He is still going, and the spawns have flipped twice in 30 seconds.
Wow, that was such a good play, too. Draza just does everything right. Unfortunately, loses the gunfight in C9. Able to capitalize off of it. It has been a dogfight of a P2, but C9 are going to come out on top. And, I mean, credit for obviously the entire team, the whole go-around, but Kremp especially winning the gunfight to get those initial back spawns, really kicking things off. And now it might just be Mac versus the world. He's got art control. Unfortunately, though, he's got the Jackal in hand. So C9 in the right spots, but maybe not the right guys for the job. It'd be tricky to break this one down.
Tash bangs that door wide open, gets it straight into the fight. Kremps aims, helping out. 3 dead, last minute draws, and this is massive. Great work there. C9 pushed him out, unable to really capitalize on the time, and Tatch is trying to do it all alone right now, and he can't get the trophy down in time. Kremp, ooh, broken in half there by Celium, and that's 2 members now. C9 down and now dead and dusted right up to the point, and no one able to get much out of P3 so far.
Yeah, but ultimately C9 still controlling the map very well. So if the time is going to be white, they don't mind when they got the left side spawns, and Atlanta FaZe know this. They're the ones pressured to actually jump on the point. Jumping on the point can be a death trap. Abizi, though, finds the route through. That baits them an extra kill, but Sib, maybe top art will be his home. He even has a little bit of help from down low, but those players getting picked apart, and now Sib taking the route, but he does get caught. Mac with a huge 2-piece. But even when all is said and done, the dust is settled, and Attach needs a little bit of help, and Kremp off spawn gonna be there.
There is a lot of dust on this map. Attach! Nice snap there on a second. The pistol was good, but not enough to get the kill, enough to push Abizi back. Bad news, though. Draza's in the back line now also, so you may have accounted for it. You haven't dealt with him just yet. Might be good on the timing here. Attach still trying to make the play, but he's been picked up by Draz. Now the back door is wide open. Kremp's got a lot to deal with. Back and forth we go. The timing is sweet, but there's so many FaZe members all around him. It's a perfect break, and it's Atlanta with a hill.
Yeah, that is so overwhelming, too. Draza, once again, just making the high IQ plays. He ended up slipping the net, getting behind enemy lines, and I can't even fault C9 for it. It was just a mixy period of time, but they lost track of the players, and that'll cost you the money hill. Of course, that's going to cost you the lead by the looks of it as well. Atlanta FaZe just barely going to have an advantage going into this new time. But a first set of rotations, Miles, and keep in mind, that's nearly 2 minutes burned off of the game clock. So thus far, a very low-scoring game.
Yeah, low-scoring one. That money here wasn't terribly cash for either team, but that's fine, man. We go into our second set now, and once again, C9 with the P1 dominance. There are so many ways into this point, and they're doing a brilliant job of maintaining it. Celium versus Sib in the absolute wall-bang fiesta there. Non-stop action. Abizi's killing Sim. Cats and dogs living together. It is absolute madness.
There's the kill feed, though. And the madness. C9 deliver. And in the madness, Celia might just step up to the plate. That is an AR player getting mixy, and that is Celium versus the world. Takes all 4 players down. MacArthur might just be built different.
That might be one of the most unbelievable clips. Individual moves, insane shots. Draws. What you got over by the point. P2 once again, slightly changed this time. C9 have got in. Have they accounted for the push from Abizi? No. He and Simp now trying to make something happen, and something is about to happen, boys and girls. Last 2 members here of C9. Oh, quick fight. So Mac finds 2. The terrorists go down. Mac looking for a 3rd. Can't get it. Spawns are still good. C9 still fighting.
I was going to say, Atlanta FaZe never even tried to block those spawns, though. They wanted to set up for the spawn trap, and they might have ended up costing themselves a little bit in the moment, but no, they stabilized. Now they want to trap you in the back. And this could be a nice little orchestrated rotation as well, but Kremp trying to find the hole in the setup, makes the read on Sim, chows the front side of the time, and there you go. Atlanta FaZe will be welcome to the back spawn. 4 men off the board. Kremp delivers.
Hey, Kremp, this is disgusting. We're seeing play after play. Kremp, what a hit on the Simp. And now you got Sib holding down the old time. Just trying to find kills series. His boys have hit the rotation perfectly, and that
Dude,
is a nice
all
win
these
from MC
all
up
these
close,
guys
but at the same time,
yeah,
it's
Simp
good hard point.
Simp has a
Middle
counter.
of the map's
right
all
now.
Mac. He's got to keep attached safe on the inside of time. Lead change.
Like everybody
once
has their
again,
counter.
this
Like
Wolves are
Shotzi's
back.
counter is purge.
And a big difference as well for this setup.
Me and
I was
Runch were
gonna
talking about
say,
the other
C9
day.
had
Like
right
it's always the
players in
worst.
right
It's always the
spots.
best
They
players
just
have the
got
worst
picked
players
apart.
to
Atlanta
counter them.
FaZe instantly break down
Because they're
P3.
just like
Insta
they've just
break.
never
Now
played against them.
C9
Like,
on the attack. Let's go for
no,
a quick
little
listen in
bit.
with the boys in blue.
I tried to water across rank court. He's front door, bottom march. Stay alive. On time, dead. One more on time on me. Bottom march. Time on line. Time on line. Bottom march. There's 24. Top art, one shot. I'm running fast. Bottom march, one bullet. One's one down with this. I gotta reload. Yeah. One's bottom march. I'm just shot for time. One minute. Still spawned out behind us. I don't know where he spawned. He's top art. I went big arch. Alright, I'm lit. Back on, wait. Alright, big arch and bow. Weak front door. Listen, we'll break this fucking door. We have to shit. Reggie, I'm going. I'm back right door.
That's a trolley gunfight, bro. Yeah, that's a trolley gunfight. Just somebody laying backwards midair. Like that's so sad.
Alright, Alba, one set you. One set you.
I'm getting top rank. Lobby, they could get us lobby. One's rugs on me.
Alright, now, one
corner right now, line flat, okay? One shot. Rugs one elbow. He's in lobby. Rugs one elbow. Line flat.
I'm killing straight line flat.
I have other, one's big arch. Ready, chop him in, chop him in. I have rugs, okay?
I'm all in front of him.
I'll get time. They're all playing left, I'll get time.
I have lobby.
Stay lobby, I'll have time. Left's open as well. I have all the right, they go right. They're all going left.
Those hurt top.
Two side door, he got past me right. He's gonna go lobby, they're gonna bang lobby.
I'm on lobby, control lobby.
I'll be square, I'll be
lobby. One shot lobby.
Lobby, I'm trying to get
he'll make cat, I think. I don't think cat square.
I'm on time,
lobby late.
I'm absolute back, okay? I realize lobby. Abricon back, Abricon.
He went line.
One shot, Abricon.
One shot, Rich. Nice.
I have Abricon. You're too close. One shot.
See, Sim's starting to warm up now.
Con and open.
Okay. I don't see him close. Trying to get towards cat.
I mean, that was a
That's what I'm
fantastic
saying.
listening. That was an
Like, you started
insane
to
amount
find
of
a
play there,
timing
Chance. We saw FaZe with a big old hold on that money hill.
And I really did like the comms as well for the most part. Maybe a hiccup or two in like the natural chemistry of where players are playing, but the comms are good. But as you pointed out, it was a money hill and Atlanta FaZe delivered. You can see how difficult it is to break down. Just like this setup over towards P2 is gonna be. Draza in the back.
Yeah.
The man always has a
bro, he was
jackal in
9
the
and
back
18
pocket when he needs it. And he can cut off kills as well. Kremp finds a route though straight through the front. That might just be the opening C9 was looking for. Kremp continuously making plays around P2.
He's doing it again. Can't get away with this life. Final bullets in there from a beast. He takes care of business. And now the spawns in the back. It's all on the Celium. Last man left alive. He's down, dead, dusted. Go, baby. Into the hard point. This could be a turn. C9 are still alive in this one. Can they hold on? One big hit here from FaZe. Sim always trying to draw some aggro. Waiting for the squad. Getting involved here as the hard point is still in the hands of C9. Sim goes in, can't get the kill. And the hard point now from the outside, broken. FaZe are in.
God, and Simp has had a couple of these moments where he just comes around a corner and pre-fires because that's just how good the comms are from FaZe 2. So hyper aware, good communication right now on both sides, and we are having ourselves a battle on Vault. You are 3 for 3, that is C9, getting the left side spawns on this rotation and setting themselves up long term. They've really just yet to fully capitalize, but attaches on the 5, getting on the hot hand at the right time when you need to try to make this comeback.
That's such good rotations. Big kills down through the middle of the map. Sim finds two. A massive break into the point, crossing the 200-point mark. No win to be found here on this hard point. And C9, they want to apply the pressure. They want to get him off the time, but they cannot give up that side of the map. A very delicate moment and a costly one already. Wow. They're losing players all over the place. It has been a disaster on the counter-attack from C9. They cannot give up this side of the map.
Oh, no, I think they actually just got played. I think that's Atlanta FaZe's situational understanding just being too much better than that of C9. C9 played that break like it was normal, like Atlanta FaZe was going to flood through, try to flip the spawns, this and that, and Atlanta FaZe instead just milked the time. Now they're swarming around P4. Sib, though, on the cutoff, he's been in art for a long time. He does get the kills, but you need this full 60, or Atlanta FaZe likely going to win this game.
Oh, absolutely on the march. Sib on the cutoffs once again. The timing now on the players beneath him, not there. He hasn't got the awareness to know exactly where all the FaZe boys are. Comms are now roaring through. Sim punches a hole through the back line. Over to the hard point we now go. Kremp on the back door. Can he find anyone here? It's Sim. Gets the kill. Another man in. It's Abizi to pick it up. He finds it. The break is in, and FaZe now the victory march. Hold on though. Attaches in. Celium gets it. Sib on the trades. Can he find the second? The hard point is exchanged hands again, and C9 are alive.
That's good movement too, but you don't get the full 60 we're looking for. You're going to be able to fight, but you got to break through this front line of Atlanta FaZe. Hallway control. Kremp might have it. Draz is going to be the next one trying to take it from him, and Kremp has to get out of dodge, but his teammates don't have the time, but they have the catwalk. Now you flood through the front. Kremp opening up the map again.
Oh, big pinch though. It's Abizi now from the front. 3 members up for FaZe. Kremp trying to stay alive, trying to keep FaZe off of time. He's doing just that. Aim soaking. Simp down again as Kremp continues to be unstoppable. Massive bit of work here. And still an open hard point. No one in just yet as Abizi desperately dancing, trying to find the time. Last man up for FaZe. It's Celium, and now he's gone. What a moment. And C9 is still going.
Is clean.
Did Abizi just not calm?
You're gonna have 4 Jackals on the map right now, vying for the P1 pressure. Kremp again, winning the one. C9 this time. Atlanta FaZe trying to kill you from the heavens above. Celium gonna full send, gets one before he falls. Trades start to roll through. Up top is attached. He wins his one. The play's still active, and you're gonna have to rotate.
The trades are insane, but look at the game clock. 23 seconds remaining in the game. This one could come down to time, one way or another. Over to P2, and Celium is in. 20 seconds on the game clock. We're certainly in the red. You've got to get moving. Can you win it here? The trades are still there. Through the pool, an absolute bloodbath. Sib finds another one, and Sib, the last man to find a kill. Red game clock, red time. Get in there if you can. Hit the contest, but you have to find the kills. FaZe are in. Mac, keep going. 8.8, stops him dead. Can Cel get the kills? He jumps off the point. C9 alive.
And they read the spawns. You got the block in the back. It is all guns forward. You win these, and you go to a game 5.
This could be it. Holding it together. Lead change. FaZe have got to get one break or a couple of kills. Can they get in? They can't. The back is safe. The front is safe. And the contest, no! My God, I do not believe what C9 have just done to us. What a map. We go to 5.
That is a monstrous performance. And that is incredible teamwork as well. The ARs for C9 finally showing signs of life. How about this, folks, for a best play? Everybody's saying Celium needs to play faster. It's just because they know how gross this man actually is. Bamboozle Sib towards the end, and clean work for a 42 bomb. But ultimately for Atlanta FaZe, maybe that has been their near auto veto for a reason. The vault, well, they falter again. Admittedly, though, that was just an incredible match and fun game of Call of Duty.
Dude, I think we should have left it on the time.
Now I'm kind of curious, on like a narrative front, have we been seeing enough from C9?
I don't know. Well, I don't know. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know why Abizi hopped time B2.
Like,
he should
can
just played his life in the back.
That their record does not reflect how good this team is?
It is a really interesting question. Look at the stats, look at the damage, look at the time. Everyone pulled their weight.
It was a great game.
Truly unified C9.
Well, if you think about it, though, since -7, so was
where they needed it so sorely.
If they went even 4 gunfights,
good for him. Great work. But Abe and Sim unable to pull up as much damage as anyone else there in the lobby. What an unbelievable game of Vault that was. We stay on Vault, folks. One of the most ridiculous hardpoints we have seen here in Black Ops 6, and in its infancy, we have seen some unbelievable maps. We're in for a real treat this region, boys and girls. You missed Rewind. I know, Rewind. We can bring back Rewind. That was lit as well. What an unbelievable series so far, folks. Nail-biting victories. Red Card's blowout seems like a thing of the past, and it absolutely is. The Hacienda was a blowout too. We go to a break. On the other side of this one, folks,
we're good though.
S&D.
They're just testing maps.
All bets are off. Cloud9 New York, Atlanta FaZe, Game 5.
Yeah, see, look how happy Kremp is, bro.
Upgrade
He's just
your
happy
game
because
with
they
the
actually
Scuf,
won a map.
The official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Crazy to me. Who is this, man? What is this, man?
We're winning. Keep it that way.
What is this, man?
Yeah, our bridge is shielded.
I'm cutting in.
I'm not sure if I'm getting old, but I swear to God, Joe, sometimes when Celium talks, all I hear is... Yeah. They're gonna pounce out 04, great damage.
Dude, like, look how worse this game looks compared to Black Ops 2.
Big map 5s that Miami have gotten over Seattle Surge. Ghosty doing his best to do it. Here we go. 3 are going to drop. A chance to go. One person is Rods that's got to go clutch. From the position we saw Crimp do it, he doesn't do it. Ghosty able to put him down. They get on the point. Everybody's up. That's not going to hit. Second bit of progress done. They got to surge on forward. A BZ with 1. Can't get through. Sell and Sim connect. But you win it if you're Crimp. Of course it's Crimp. Time and time again, he wins his one-on-one.
It was Crimp then. Will it be Crimp now in this Game 5? Now repping C9 New York here in this absolutely spellbinding series. Atlanta FaZe have fallen prey to the wildness of a Vault hardpoint. But a Vault S&D chance, where does this one go, mate? Because let's face it,
the A-bomb.
We're going to the A-bomb. But we're going to be... Toronto Ultra tweeted me, we just want to play. It's supposed to be a quick one. Guys, this will be a 7-minute game when everyone just flies into the A-bomb site and kills each other round after round. It's going to be fine.
I will say, I don't know if that's how this is going to go. I'm definitely absolutely just trying to speak it into existence of like the creativity of the B hits. A few teams have brought them out. I just imagine if I'm Atlanta FaZe, obviously you have the tears as a tool set that you can dominate the A site, no questions. But the way Mac and Crimp have been playing, maybe you want to take the long lines.
It's still gonna be different when we go to
Neither team
LAN,
has a
bro. When we go to
particularly
LAN,
great
it's all
record on the
gonna be
map,
different.
but neither is Cataclysmic either.
FaZe
So
will be
you have,
testing maps.
6 on defensive, 7th there for C9. Very comparable down the line. I'm just curious who's going to pop off, because you bring up Cramp as well. Even his comms were elite from what we just heard in that vault. He's the one calling out, by the way, Selim spawning behind us. When we're working this break, he's coordinating everything. And Cramp, in my mind, still a very young, fresh player in the CDL, but veteran sounding there. And if you're going against Atlanta FaZe, Well, it's a good thing you have Mac, who might just be the phase destroyer.
Statistically, a mid-off. Oh, wait, you might be in trouble. Nah, Mac, the destroyer, has been destroyed. Draza, who gets the job done. Fast plant now from Simp, 3v3. Told you, we're going A. It's a bang out.
How do you want to play the retake? You got AR players, work pool, telling him no, he's taking the route, but that means you're 2 SMG players down low, isolated for a second. Cellium's done his job. Bought you so much time.
He gets a lot of damage in as well. And just buys you, what, 3 extra seconds of health regen time. Simp and Abizi pulls apart right now downstairs. Kremp, oh, stuns it far. Massive damage. The kill. Abe, 1v1. Can he get away? Banged up with plenty of time. Get on your bike, Abizi, run. And Sib shall win it. Yeah, he's showed it. Yeah, it's tough. And nice work. Sib really needed the kill at the first chance he had against
Abizi. I'm sold, bro. I think his pick gave away. Like, he's smiling.
Vault door for
He's
just
smiling.
a fraction of a second, and that saves the round. Good attempt, though, from C9. Great stuff.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
what I
helps
think.
for the early rounds. Just not going to be any trophies in the mix, so you can like trust in your nades for the retakes.
Dude,
If
you
not for
get-
the
you get
Cellium
stuck
play,
on, like, the
getting
littlest
active
objects
on the
in this
flank. C9 might have just had the sauce to execute on that.
I know.
round,
When I
but
walk into like door
we are
frames, it
1
like
for 1
sticks to
with
you a
an
little
A-bomb
bit. I like
plant and
tweak
an
out because
offensive
like I'm
round
like stuck to
win.
the door frame
For
a
those who
little
were
bit. I'm like,
watching
bro,
yesterday, I think it was like 23 out of
Just let me
24
walk through the door
rounds
frame,
or
brother.
something insane. The A-bomb got planted. We're going to add another to the pile, but there aren't trophies, and there's not going to be a Kremp in this round either.
No Kremp. Krempless. 3 in a row from Sib in that first one, so you can turn this to any more. He's so close to getting the RC car. Not that useful, but you never know, folks. As Mac is
Sib's
trying to
best guy.
creep out that door, he gets peace in the back, and Sib has
3-1.
been taken care
It's
of.
3-1 now.
And that round is over. FaZe, level it up.
Yeah, shout out to the old first blood.
Yeah.
That'll certainly help. And then you had Atlanta FaZe playing a little passive on the retake, and that's just because they had the man advantage. C9 wanted to get active and trying to make a play, but the players on A picked apart. Sib, I mean, he just gets sniffed out by Cellium. But even after the bomb plant, I was watching Cellium on the minimap. It took him 10 extra seconds, basically, before he started moving. So that is a well-contained round. S&D on point.
Yes.
Yeah, FaZe really level up the attack there, where it's like, yeah, we're going to kill everyone decisively, end the sprees. So we're not going to worry about any kind of RC cars for the foreseeable future. And now they should have got a decent whack of points to their own accord there. So 2 from Abizi in that round, 1 for Draz, 1 for Simp. As we go again to the A-bomb site.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's a nice first blood, though. Attached beam, cell, cross map, and that opens up the lane for Kremp. So Kremp already on a fast flank. You got Draza playing the cheeky spot to watch it, and the tears down low in the pool, but Abizi's head is gone.
Wow.
And so is Sim. Sim is collecting scalps.
He picks up the pair. That's not a problem. Draza, the man watching the rear now, and he found himself in an unwinnable situation. Yeah, good luck, dude. Slides over the top of Kremp. Kremp just gives him the PDW. Nice round from C9, and the clock is ticking. Toronto, you guys better be warmed up. This is nearly done.
We've been hyper fixated on the theme for the C9 team about their SMG duo being the ones that have been the main force behind any success they've had. That round, it was the ARs. Attach wins a long-range gunfight for the first blood. Sib just shreds 2 players as well. It's the AR duo delivering that round. We'll see if they can keep it up.
I think it's just this a crazy little scenario down by the A-bomb site. How do you get in there? How do you find your kills before those players get there? There's so many different looks on the approach. And this is a look, folks. That is 3 upstairs. The stun slowed them down, so it's just a foot race ahead. And a matter of moments, Kremp again finds himself the victim of another first blood. Uh-oh. Abizi on the rampage. Quick bomb plant. If he wraps back towards mid, you are well up the creek with no paddle. Sib could go tremendous here. He does. What a slide! Damaging on the next player as well, and Max trying to finish the job. And he
Dude, I don't
unfortunately
like that
caught
play they
himself
just
on
did.
the ladder. That is brutal.
Cloud9 left the A-bomb
The
site
movement
to
and the
wrap
pace
the
was
A-bomb
perfect.
site, but they literally like gave them A control. Like they don't.
A little bit of magic there gives them that 3rd round win.
Yeah, and that ladder, if it's gotten anyone that's watching this, they know how awkward it is. Like your camera model is in like focus on that direction. It's just like it's like magnetic when it pulls you into it. So unlucky there in that moment, but either way, Atlanta FaZe just had that man advantage. But it's the stickiest ladder of all time. It'll catch you.
Yeah, Max Sentry and everything was perfect there for the fight. He really was in a premium position to cause some damage and maybe get the kill. At the very least, force the next 1v1. That's very unfortunate there for C9. And Sibto, who has turned up here in the final map, 6-2. The PDW has been a very good friend of his. He's a man alone, though, on that left-hand side of the minimap right now. 3 players through the bottom side. Here we go. We're hitting it. We're in. Mac finds the first attach. It's a perfect run through the pickup on the back of Draz as Mac finds another. Selling now from pool. Last man alive. C9 dominate.
All right, we can test his clutch, though. I mean, this is an impossible situation, but with the way MC has been playing, happy to spectate him.
Oh!
Because he might clutch this. We should watch him. Thank you.
We could. Scariest part as well. I mean, the perfect frag cook there from Krem bounced up the pool and didn't hit him. So now you've run out of lethals. There might be a stun left, but even then, we check the shoulders, the teamwork and the gunny of C9 right now.
He's got 1 clip of ammo left as well, so he's running out.
Third lap. 20 seconds. Celium is testing their patience.
No way.
1.
Oh!
Unbelievable. The third time was the charm for Celium. What a disgusting, disgusting round win.
That's why I watch for the 1v3s, Miles. That is godlike. Celium's got the ice. Dude, he's got the sauce. And he might have just called game. That is unbelievable.
Nah. Nobody does it like Celium. Nobody does it better.
Oh my God. I'm telling you, like in MW2, he had like aura with his clutches, like going for the wall bangs, doing insane work. I feel like he just lost a step very briefly. He picked it up at the end of last year, but this is like, that's telling him again, final form. That is elite stuff. It could not get better than that.
And everything has just changed for C9 now. The attack towards A. Let's see how this one goes. Mac draws trades. Nice work out of Mac on the second. Krem down low. Takes care of Celium. That's one way to get the job done. Sim now all alone. Massive damage into the first, but Sib is there for the immediate trade. And C9, I mean, they'd be pissed after that one because they should be up by 2 rounds now.
I mean, you know, how about that round from C9? But what about that clutch from Celium, dude? It's just so menacing when, like, no one's showing anything and he's over here just shooting at walls, gunfire getting rung out, Celium's hunting. C9 won the round. Congrats. But good Lord.
It was 46 seconds that 1v2 took for Celium. You give him time to work it out, and he does. Again, this should be 3-3. But you lose that insane round. Anyway, focus up, regain, hit next. The rest of FaZe have been entirely stunned out of their minds. Sib, oh dear, this is an awkward one, but Max should eat that. Yum, yum. Chance now to get on the bomb site and get that bomb down by A. Kremp, the only man far forward enough to really do anything, but nothing can be done.
Yeah, I mean, Draz has just done such a good job on these flanks that it's tough to go through with one man. So C9 grouping with everybody. Down low hit, first blood strike. Are you a little bit late to the trades? No, you are not. Sight control for C9. Pressure on the ARs.
Yeah, last 2 members of FaZe here. They've got to get going because the defuse is already on. Is somebody there in the back? Yes, Draz. He's on it. He's on it. He's got the toes. Tuck them away. And the defuse is complete. C9. What a round.
Dude, I feel like FaZe is getting sold.
That's a huge round as well. That, I mean, hey, listen, Cells 1v3, the difference maker for momentum, but just like in map number 2, C9 showing some fight in the game mode. They were on a 5-loss spree in Search and Destroy, and they snapped it on Hacienda. An opportunity to battle back here, especially going back into the attacking round because they've had a little bit of success. I mean, you know, just don't get clutched on. They'll go right back for the exact same plan, and they're going to send everybody this direction. Hello, that's an option. You can do it. It's not illegal. That's going to leave your teammates in a 2v4.
And Mac discharged his weapon. and he will be possibly dishonorably discharged now. He's taking control of B, but is it going to amount to anything? FaZe, as a perfect human centipede, wiggle their way around towards the... Oh my God! In the name of all things sacred! Draza, 1v2. What? Attached with an ace that will go down in legend.
Attach is number 24. My God. Yo, what is this game?
Sick game. Wow.
I don't even know how that stun didn't connect on Mac. There's so many weird things happening and just pain.
Bang. Here it comes, over the top. Oh my God. Last kill was just enough.
The clown card, brother. This is crazy.
4-4 here in game 5. Stuns are up and out, and Abizi, he hits it, but he is going to be able to get into A, and Sim will be able to plant.
I'm just saying, magical things happen when you actually attack that B site. The B site is made of gold, but the A site is controlled by the Terrors.
Draws perfect spot. Nice awareness. It's the bomb plant. It's a little late, but that's not really going to matter. You've got a huge advantage right now, FaZe. This is your round to lose. Attaches plot armor. Let's see if it stretches into this round.
Well, there's no cards down low. He needs someone to accidentally drown in the pool.
That would have been it, but there we go. Draz, he manages to turn it into a 1v4 for Mac with 20 seconds to go, and Mac in no position whatsoever to clutch this.
What?
He might get a kill, but it's all for consolation. Sim's going to be upstairs in a moment. And that's that. Match point. Here we go.
All right. C9, let's test it. You're down the round. You fought back and forced a nice one around 11 in the map number 2. Back against the wall again. Make no mistake, this is a team that is desperate. They're not going to get winner's bracket with a win. They're losers no matter what, but you need those CDL points, those sweet, sweet CDL points. And some momentum in the major.
You see the chairs are standing right now, Kudo?
This could be a difference maker of a series in the story of C9 throughout this year.
Those are
about
like $200 chairs.
Round 10.
Money bags.
A different look, possibly. Kremp living in mid, trying not to let anyone through. Back with the bomb plant. FaZe yet to descend. Here we go. Wait, Abizi is taking. How? He's taking it in his own hands. Attach unable to cover, and now he's surprised.
Abizi activates.
Abizi, Tyler Farris into his own hands, and a disgusting attempt. But wait, Kremp has pulled it back, and we go again.
Yeah, where do you go? Challenge for the ace. Are we blind on C9? Let your boy die playing the bomb like that?
Kremp, do the unthinkable. Empty pockets, with only his jackal. Away from the ladder. And here comes the chow.
Don't line up, do not line up, do not line up. Oh my god.
The damage is good.
Line up. Scumble roll.
Rounds or not. Fresh mag. Second attempt. 30 seconds, and he's thinking a lot about this. Here we go. Oh man, 20 seconds. He's messed up the jump. The nerves are there. Here we go. And that's it. No more shenanigans. No more tomfoolery. No more C9 G-Wagons. It's over.
Dude, I was
New
about
York.
to throw
What
my
a
stuff
battle
out.
that was. But in the end, FaZe just a little bit too strong. Just a little bit too much. A legendary series of Black Ops 6 here online. Wow, that major is going to be incredible.
Yeah, and shout out to Abizi, just finds the route to go straight towards the pool, and no ARs from C9 looking over and protecting their teammate. He found the route, and it's not like he got one and got traded. He gave you 3 and then was thirsty for that ace. Might not have gotten it, but by God, did Atlanta FaZe get nearly every single first blood. That is ridiculous stuff. 8 out of 10 they were able to collect. And crazy clutches as well. I mean, Salium's 1v3 was one for the ages. Attached with the car bomb is just, I mean, C9 had luck on their side. It just was not enough.
That was true divine intervention. You know what I mean? That was the COD gods were like, hey, take this attach. You have this one, bro. This one's on us. Wow, 6-4 Vault, and the Vault hardpoint as well, folks. If you just joined us and you are a fan of competitive Call of Duty, you owe yourself a real treat there. Vault hardpoint, that was a big one. 6-4 in the final map as well. Wow, what a fantastic series this was. Wow, that was so much fun. We get to do it all over again in Madrid, and we still have another match to play today, Chance. What a bloody treat. Desk, how are we feeling after that?
Exhausted. In a good way. That was fun to watch. Cloud9 putting up a fight throughout this series, but it's Atlanta FaZe, the favorites, taking care of business in the Game 5. We have our Scuff play of the game right out of the gates. And I'll be honest, Attach got robbed. This is Celium with the 1v3 instead.
I mean, I guess Celium actually had to use his gunny for this one, not a tactical, not a nade. But I mean, this is the cell we've been waiting for. I wouldn't be shocked if we came out of this and he was the top of at least one KD leaderboard, but this 1v3 was crazy.
Yeah, you know, Miles touched it at the end of the round. He's like, it was a 41-second clutch. And I know it took so long because I'm sitting here, I'm like, okay, he's just doing cardio. I'm like, yo, listen, bro, the bomb is in there. They know. So they're just going to be double stacked. At some point, you're just going to have to go in there and slam somebody. And I didn't believe it could happen. Celium, you see, he's like, man, do I really want to go in the bottom wall? You know what? Screw it. I will. And Celium does Celium things, bro.
Unreal, dude. I can't believe he went so many different routes just to keep going back to the same opening.
It's like hyping himself up like, yo, it's time.
Like, maybe I go this way? No. Maybe I go this way? Let's just go back to the front. It pulls out, though. GG, so.
Taking a look at some of the best moments. New York was scary at points throughout this series. Should they be on people's watch, the radar going into Major 1, or was this their chance to really kind of catch your eye?
I don't think this is a team you want to drop into the elimination bracket too. And I understand, listen, I understand where they're at in the qualifiers. I understand they're starting an elimination bracket. I understand I'm talking to the peak ceiling, but this is a Game 5 versus Atlanta FaZe that we are expecting to be now the favorite heading into Major 1, you know? Cloud9 has the potential to play up to their opponents. It's just sometimes they play down as well. They have yet to be consistent.
Brother, I wanna play them. Yes, like this is one of the teams I 100% want to go against. I'm telling you, maps 1 and 3, like I'm watching them. It's like Attach and Sib are just ironed. They're not on the same page timing wise. Like they had a miraculous vault win, honestly, where they made a ton of mistakes. Where they broke from the front when we got over to that P2. Like I still do not have a lot of faith in this team. When I watch them, it's just frustration all around. And even in these last couple of rounds, like, dude, that nade was 1 in a million. Like that was a 1 in a million nade. Like they lose that round, the game's over. So yeah, I still think C9 have a lot of work to do.
Cloud9 with their work cut out for them, especially if they want to take home Major 1. Right now, though, we have a team that is a front runner to finish on the podium. It's Draza joining us live in the winner's circle. Congrats again, my guy. I like to see you here with all these interviews. Today's match, you look at it, it's a Game 5, round 10. Do you feel it was a close series?
Yeah, it was super close, but I feel like the S&D, we kind of choked the map 2, and I feel like the map 4, we also choked. So I think we got a little too hectic in the map 4, but I think we could have closed out a little bit, a little bit easier, but we did the job anyways.
Justin, congratulations on the win. Glad we got to talk to you again right before you head to Madrid, because I want to ask you, what team do you think in the lower bracket everybody should look out for the most out of the 4 that are locked in?
I'd probably say Gentlemates or Rocker.
She was hoping you were gonna say C9.
She thought you were. We told her she was wrong. Sorry, continue.
So you guys are headed into the, obviously you started the year a little slower, right? So you're headed into this major with probably the 6th seed, looking like it, 5th or 6th seed. Who do you prefer to play early in the tournament? Could be Optic, could be Boston.
I don't think it matters for us. I mean, we're down to play anyone at any time, and I think we're playing really good. I think we obviously trolled a little bit today in this series, but we're looking like the best team right now, and I think on land we're just gonna get better. So we just gotta keep doing our own shit, and we'll fucking win.
I love it.
3 map losses before this match. Today you dropped 2 and almost a third to Cloud9. We can't wait to see what you do on land, though.
Attach is hitting insane nades.
It's true. It's true. He's breaking the game.
It's true.
Thanks, Draza.
Thank you.
Awesome stuff. 2 matches done. We still have the biggest one to go. Toronto Ultra versus Optic. Texas, #1 seed on the line. And I know you've been following all the storylines. Do you know exactly what is up for grabs?
Listen, all right, so I believe if Boston win, then Optic are confirmed in the 3rd seed, right? Which would then line them up to potentially play FaZe. I don't know exactly where FaZe is after this. We'll crunch some numbers, but that is a possibility at this point in time.
Let's take a look.
Crazy, yes. So, yeah, if Boston win, it bumps Optic down and they'll play FaZe round 1.
So right now I'm looking at this one. 3 plays 6 in the winner's bracket. 2 plays 7. Not a bad place to finish for Optic or Toronto.
Yeah.
Will Toronto finish a perfect 7-0 or will Optic challenge the top? Stay tuned.
If Optic lose, though.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Let's go into a vault HP for the first match of vault.
And this weekend, we will find out which team will take the largest portion of that $1 million prize pool and etch their names into Call of Duty history forever.
Ladies and gentlemen, live from Las Vegas, the World Series of Warzone Global Final.
Oh, come here. And backdoor.
Oh, no, I'm coming alley.
Oh my god. Oh my god! The paternity test is in. I am the father.
In honor of our Father's Day, we're going to have a friendly competition amongst the dads on this show. How many dad jokes can we fit in? Well, I have the opportunity to go first. So, Allie, let's take the lead right now. Why can't bikes stand up on their own?
Why?
Because they're too tired. Got her! All right, let's keep this moving, Nameless, because we got a lot to talk about starting here with the standings.
Let's try the bomb.
We're playing the bomb. Oh my god.
Good god, Mark. Come on, give it to me.
Behind the door.
I don't know if he gets sound.
Behind you.
Oh!
Oh, we got Fame here. Fame, how you feeling, man?
I'm feeling good. Happy to be here.
Fantastic interview as always from Fame. Wonderful lad. Please, like, you're gonna check it, right? You're gonna check it.
Oh, it looks one way. Envoy's on the other. The magic match continues. Envoy gets 2. Scrap gets another. It's all on Nasty 1v3. I promise you, he's in that corner. It's his corner. It's Envoy's corner. Oh my God! The pleasantries exchanged between squads.
Oh, brother.
get it, let's go. Oh my god. Oh my god. You're ready.
Kenny with as many kills as he does have rings. That's him clutching up over LA Thieves. And what does that mean? Well, now Optic's playing for the #1 seed. They have to take down Toronto Ultra, though, that is currently sitting at 6-0 if you're looking at our qualifiers.
But it's looking good for them because Optic Texas have been on an incline currently when it comes to their strength. So our bracket could get shifted a lot, but I would love an Optic and FaZe round #1.
And can you break it down for me? How does this work in the upper bracket for Optic?
Yes. All right. So officially what we have here is if Optic beat Ultra, they're the #1 seed. So they obviously want to do that. If Ultra beat Optic, they drop to the 3 seed. Unless Optic get 3-0'd, then they drop all the way to the 5th seed. So for Optic, like, you just want to come in and win this series. Okay. You want to avoid playing FaZe round 1. I know the players will say like they don't care who they play. That is not a round 1 matchup that you want.
Let's take a look at the roster after bringing in Hook. They have found their form. They fell a little bit early in the minor, but outside of that, it has been a team that we're very familiar with clutching up.
I mean, they're just a crazy good respawn team right now, best in the game. And not only that, they do really well in map #1. 7-2 there is best in the league. And their hard point is just, they're on a 4-win spree right now, and it has just been unreal. Their rotations need a little bit of work, but like everybody's over like a 1.15. Shotzi's a 1.2. Hook's a 1.2. And we were waiting for Hook to get comfortable, right?
Kenny with the fresh cut.
He looks good. They're vibing. Yeah, and you know, to Ali's point, like #1 and plus minus, they're beating teams by the highest average right now. Their hard point looks very good, right alongside FaZe, the 2 best HP teams in the game. And then where people would have concerns about their search, I still believe in them as a search team. Like, a lot of those were round 10 search losses where they made great adjustments. They still have the right roster to be a dominant search team.
On the other side of this matchup, you have a team that has not dropped a qualifier. This could be their toughest match yet, though, as Toronto Ultra has shown some strength, especially in Search and Destroy. We thought that would be the case when they brought in Beans and Joe Deceives. We didn't know they'd be best in the league right away.
Yeah, the biggest worry right now for Toronto Ultra is they just recently lost the Hacienda to Minnesota after having 6 first bloods in that map #2. They go on and win that series, but S&D was their strong suit, and that's the only weakness kind of for Optic Texas right now. So for Toronto Ultra, maybe a little bit of question marks to be raised.
Yeah, we'll say, like, it's the one tournament atmosphere that we've had so far, and they lost 2 searches. Their only 2 S&D losses are in that, right? So some concern about backs against the wall in a Game 5 scenario, but other than that, they've been solid. Like, the players have come in and looked very good.
We have set a record. 50% of all of your major one qualifier matches have gone to a Game 5. Let's take a look at our maps and modes, and I want to hear, do we go to another one, Alley Cat?
I think we have to at this point. Like, we've already gone to 2. We might as well make it 3. Everybody should just strap in, and it looks like we might be in for one, Ant.
Yeah, I mean, looking early on, Vault for Optic, very strong map for them in HP, and then we go to Red Card, another strong map for Toronto. It's going to be a back-and-forth series. Yeah, I actually do think we go all the way to a Game 5 of Skyline, where we haven't seen either of these teams.
Ooh, I don't want to do this part. I'm going to make you guys go first. It is the Scuff Pick'ems. Let's take a look at our leaderboard. 33. Oh, I got a comfortable lead. I'm going Toronto Ultra. Why? They are hosting the major. They currently have the #1 seed. You got Miami already in the winner's bracket. The only way the story gets better is if they have the top seed at their home major.
Oh, this is so tough, though. I have to go next. We're tied, too. I think I'm going to go Optic Texas this time. I was picking them in the beginning of the season, and then I stopped trusting them. I think I'm going to trust them again.
Yeah, I'm going with Optic in this one. I think they get it done. But we are going Game 5.
Shift, study. You ready for this one? No tech pauses.
Hi, guys.
Yep. Please.
Hey, guys. We have no control over that, you know. Oh, but who knows? I think the desk is right, though. This is, for all intents and purposes, based on how the teams have played.
I didn't know you were back yet.
Looking like it's going to be the #1 versus #2 seed, maybe. Could be different, depending on who wins, who loses. But on top of that, the map set really does have a pick your poison type deal, because you've got Optic with a burner right to start. You've got Toronto to respond with one of their own. The control is a little up in the air. It really does feel like the series has the legs to go 5 just based on what maps we got. I thought this might be a map tester series, Jay, but we didn't get that at all.
Nah, we're playing for a seed. We're both playing for the #1 seed. Obviously, if you're Ultra, you want to try to go flawless throughout stage 1 with a perfect 7-0 throughout the qualifiers. Walk into your home event as the #1 team. But on the opposite side for Optic Texas, you cannot afford to lose this matchup. Definitely not in the 3-0. You don't want to go from #2 seed all the way to #5, but even if you lose it, then you're going to have a dance with Atlanta with that 3rd seed locked in. So I think for Optic Texas, they did everything they needed to do when you looked at the maps in the most. They got a combined 11-1 record in all the respawns. It's just a search and destroy, which has been a struggle for them recently. The only victory that they have is a round 11 Hacienda, where we saw what Kenny was able to do. Other than that, they would have lost 5 S&Es back to back to back to back to back. But they have their respawns where they have been probably the best respawn team in the game.
I think they're already
Absolutely
in Madrid.
the case.
They might be
Their
already
plus-minus differential over the last month has been unbelievable. But even on the season for Optic, they typically are winning by about 50 points on average. That total goes higher when they play on vault closer to 60. So let's take a look. Toronto Ultra flawless in the qualifying stage. Only one loss so far this season. That was to Minnesota in a very dramatic reverse sweep, map 5. But here we go. Vault hard point. Let's get it on.
Yeah, it's already into the mix. You had Hook set up with a proper pinch for an easy double. Optic good at like micromanaging these kind of moments where they know that the wands are scattered. SMGs are going to be picking up those proper angles, but Ultra are able to fly their way on it with Beans whipping out a submachine gun early into that P1.
Tempo. That's the name of the game for sure for Toronto at their hard points. That's why they often have preferred some of the more tighter, smaller maps. But Optic, great response. Soon as we start to get that breakthrough P1, immediately met with the same resistance from Optic. Now looking over towards P2, but Joe deceives. Beats Texas to the punch. He's going to get here first. There will be a player in Dashy to kind of block, if not own a little bit of the spawns, but Toronto is on the hunt.
Yeah, Dashy just needs to take this time, and if you can find a kill, even better. Now you have to put focus onto Dashy. We have to take him out of this position, but you're giving up with a front pressure. Here comes Optic Texas right through the front door. Hook and Shotzi combined for 2. Eventually Dashy falls, but even with Ultra spawning in towards the back, Optim had them trapped.
Yeah, Dashy actually spawns up mid-map, so he's able to stop the spawners for Ultra from reinforcing around the back. Really good awareness from Dashy. And for Optic Texas, from inside the hard point, knowing that they're going to be challenged from the back door, leads to clean eliminations. Up to a 30-9 game. Insight in the rest of Ultra trying to hit from the front, but already being met with resistance. The ARs are watching these crosses like hawks.
Yeah, they are getting cut down. Ultra, one by one, all falling like dominoes, and Dashy's able to find himself now on 5 in a row. He knows that sometimes the spawns can get a little iffy, but not a single player from his team has found success in the kill column. Finally, Kenny finds one. There he is with the trade onto Kleenex. Fortunately, does not earn himself the Hellstorm, but Kenny in a position to win a rotation anew.
Yeah, and this is one of those things that you start to feel where Optic have improved in hardpoint. It's on their hold efficiency, not just their hold percentage, but how many points they're getting when they do win a rotation and set up for a hold. They're one of the best teams in the game at doing that right now. We're even seeing it happen over the top of P3. Shotzi up and over through the hole in the vault. Doesn't quite track down Joe DeSeves, who had just passed him, but Hook is watching the cross. Shots are out, but kill's not there. Shotzi has to come back to the play. Now with a pistol fight with Joe, able to get to 5 in a row, and Shotzi can now take his attention to the hill.
And Ultra need to stop the bleeding, and they need to stop it quickly. Just got to be able to win a couple gunfights. 6 in a row now for Shotzi, as his teammates been able to control the spawns over towards New. Ultra, I know that we watched them last week going up against the Gorilla mates on this map. They were a lot better in their rotation. So far, they have yet to win a single one. And now they need to break into one of the more difficult hills here at P4.
Yeah. Thing is, P4 has not opened yet, so every kill that starts to come out will have either of these two teams spawning behind, but doesn't make a difference. Dashy uses that as a chance to pinch up the street, and well, for Ultra, they get completely canceled on the rotation over through Art. Beans alive, but found by Shotzi, and yeah, it's just, you want to talk about a green wall, it's a green circle around this hard point right now.
And you can just tell that the communication is on point for Optic Texas. They found 3 kills early off that rotation and knew that they were trying to locate where the last player was. So where's Beans? Where's Beans? Okay, we take care of him. Everyone now off the respawn, as Optic Texas are continuously running up the score. 30 seconds still to fight for here at P4. One player in a position to make a play.
Wow.
Kleenex was the one-on-one, but for how long?
Yeah, Shotzi just finessing over through square. I mean, he gets 3 top balcony. He also, knew that Joe DeSeves was playing through pool, just kind of lost track of him on the reach out. But still, we're talking about a 100-point game. We're just through the first set of rotations, not even actually, and it's just the ARs are beaming. Shotzi also on 14 and 5. Kenny's just got his feet up, my guy. I mean, he's 8 and 7, just hanging out around the hard point.
Hey, you just cool it if you're Ken. Everybody else in your team are firing on all cylinders. Hook has been running this AR pretty consistent so far throughout the entirety of this map. Kenny opens up for the double. And that's going to give Optic Texas the numbers to easily lead to a break. Another clean for that. Ultra, where are you?
Yeah, I'll say. You got 3 and 13 from Beans. He hasn't loaded into the map yet.
Yeah.
Kleenex seen on this
They played
pinch
like
attempt.
12
Kenny
maps.
just avoids it. Just goes
They
back into the hard
scrimmed
point.
12
Damage
maps
to
against
Seas,
FaZe,
but can't confirm the kill. Shotzi and Dashy trying to work this together from the backside
Well,
of the hill.
I mean,
and it will be
scrims only
Toronto
matter
clean things
because,
up. One more
like,
player to
it's
find
just
out who.
practice.
And Hook, a little beamer on him, but can't take the
So,
better
like,
part of Insight. Kenny,
probably
though,
playing
off
a
the
lot
sub
better because they
from his
versed,
last
like,
respawn.
probably
He
the
can
best
walk
team in the
across. Knows he's got a second player
FaZe
nearby, but
5-2.
Beans will find the kill, and Toronto will have numbers to get in the hill.
Yeah, and now if you are Toronto, you need these kills to go your way because you need to try to chain it over towards these
But every
B2s.
single time that
Yes.
Optic and
Kleenex
FaZe scrim each
effective
other,
on the
that
trade. There is one
following
player from
weekend,
Optic Texas
they
who
both
was
played
blessed
phenomenal.
with that gold spawn, and it is going to be Dashy. Another opportunity to fight for the back. This time he's cleaned up immediately. So Ultra
Head to
winning the
head.
rotation over towards New, but there's players all around from Optic Texas.
Yeah, Beans gets a read that there is a close spawn for Optic. Insight has to keep his head in a swivel. Has to worry about the front and as well the back at the same time. Good clean kill from Kleenex. Insight does confirm another one from the pinch. It's just down to can he take care of Dashy in the back. Lots of damage tallied. Insight not exactly comfortable inside the hard point right now. Gets a frag grenade over to the back door while the rest of his teammates are trying to flood from the front, but Optic have a chance here to try to rewrap this hard point. Beans a nice job from the front, and there you go. Toronto finally starting to click.
Finally, they were able to trap Optic Texas towards the backside. Make sure they stayed aggressive through the middle of the map, and just keeping Inside alive was everything that they needed to have there in that moment. Still 20 seconds here at P2. Optic have so much of a lead that players are just going to decide to hit that early rotation. As Kenny again finding himself off towards that art area. As Ultra have fought their way back into this game with basically a full 60 hold there.
Yeah, and a lot of that is Beans is waking up here. 10 and 15 now. Getting closer to even. Nice shots. Trying to follow up the double onto Hook.
He did.
Not
He
going to
almost
happen,
pumped
but
again.
Joe Deceives and the rest of Ultra from the interior of this hard point looking pretty decent to at least find a couple eliminations and get them some more time. So what was a 100-point game? It's just down to about 40. Optic split spawn, though, has a chance to pinch.
And they're already finding
2
all the
dead
kills
for
in the
Ultra.
feed.
3 dead for
They know where
Ultra.
the last two players are.
Last
Beans
guy's
is
mid.
taken care of. Kleenex is
One
roaming around that middle of the map. So you don't want to allow him to get lost and be the game changer as he finds the first, not able to lead to the second, but Ultra still trying to fight.
They're cooking. They're finding the kills they need. A chance to rotate here through P3. And with that, we'll step aside to take a listen into the Toronto Ultra comps.
Dashy, top goal.
I'm there.
Top goal.
Watch on top, boys.
Oh, good. He could have pushed it there.
Joe. Hit me mid. Oh, yeah. He touched our circle. Loads of food. Calm down.
And doing top.
Sorry.
Plant a break here.
Tom.
Right, he's pushed up tree.
Yeah,
Dead.
yeah.
Alright, so
One more mid, or right side time. Ken.
Hang up.
Dead.
Oh,
Nice shit. Go, bro.
Alright, take your time.
You're way behind.
Big ass break here. Top goal.
He's in plants, bro. Plants with the
Okay.
line.
Oh, that's it. Capital. Please, Tom.
I see plants
One
raised.
more
Top goal.
time.
Top goal. I can't go.
Shoot across the left.
Go weak. Good.
Top goal. Dashi. 100 times.
That's two back. This one's calf.
I'm top
Okay,
goal.
two back.
2 dead.
Dashy's top goal. Two out left.
Front line. Absolute line. I can fix line. I'm just line. I'm just closing down.
Oh, he didn't plant. What the fuck? Single. Go single, boys.
Sit back arch.
Dead single. Good call.
Nice.
Top goal not shine. What's the top goal?
Deep scaff as well.
Mid, boys.
Back scaff. High left, back scaff.
Back door, bro. Ken.
Yeah.
Statue.
It keeps that composure. That's probably why he's so
He's on
good.
the ledge. Back right left.
Capital. Chelsea.
Back right left. Let's respond here. Alright, next lane.
Kali, yeah.
Statue winnable.
I have your cat, Jeremy, okay?
Here. Push on D, bro.
I could have spawned back.
Ken, absolute shot to me.
Shot to win lobby, Jeremy.
Absolute.
Take a time.
5 seconds.
I'm got our single.
Our single.
Take left route.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get
You're
help.
gonna push out left.
Could be close to turbo trucks though.
We've been bugged.
Sim truck. Could be catch on it.
One shot.
I'm tied that.
Left. I'm going now.
Kill him with Kyla.
Kenny.
Our Dusty. That's
Nice. Nice. One shot.
He's on vault. Just lick him.
I'm just getting time though.
We shot him.
He naded.
So vault dead.
I should be catching.
That's up to me. I'm a pinch, boys.
Con.
All you, bro.
Con. Shion.
Right in close, my bad. Late close.
No, he didn't get it.
No, we can catch.
House. He's front house.
You go left.
You know what? No idea.
I have one more. Come. Dead.
Oh,
Shit. I can get a cat in a sec.
I'm sorry. One weak lobby. Hit with nade. Left side.
Ran away.
You went there. He was weak.
They might spawn up, bro.
Yeah, front house. One shot the front house.
Where'd he go?
He's front house. I think he's in house. He's playing his life.
Spawned out, right?
Yeah, he went top house.
Time, yep. No, he's open side.
Kenny's somewhere house, bro.
I
Get your front.
I still my lobby.
Stop lobby again.
I'm one shot.
Yeah, P4 just continued to be an Ultra issue, but that told, P2, rotational win, trying to come through once again as we open up the hard point, but these gunfights are massive, and Beans just completely overwhelmed. Optic are going to have the numbers here at P2 first, Jay.
Yeah, how do we allow Shotzi to just push his way through the backside of your base and then continuously make the play, flanks the player on towards the point, secures the spawns for his team. Optic can no longer win it here at P2. I thought Ultra were going to have back-to-back rotations one here at P2. But they instantly just get finessed on out. Now you have to break through the front. 30 seconds to go. You need gunfights to go your way.
Have them winning 3-2.
Not looking good. A little back and forth here late into P2. Have to jump on and contest. Jodeci's able to force that forward for a double, and there'll be some scrap time. But yeah, here's the issue. You've got Optic kind of spawning in a bad spot behind P2, but they can use the Hellstorm to get out. Plus, there may be an opportunity for Dashy and Hook to just kind of duo up and try to break some of this finesse exit time. Not quite able to do so, but lots of information. Sachi trying to follow up, but no, actually, all that told, Ultra kind of successfully get out of P2, and they do get insight spawning behind Kenny here at top. Art should be dealt with pretty quickly, and that might lead to an opportunity for Ultra.
That's what Optic did last go around, was to fight that P2 all the way to the very end, just keep the focus on that side of the map to allow Kenny to freely rotate over towards Art. He was only able to get one, but instantly traded Ultra. Now, have an opportunity to keep themselves in this game and potentially take the lead. You just got to win these fights for the next 30 seconds because you need this P4 to go your way.
Yeah, look at the long route, though, being hit by Hook. No one sees him on that crossing route, so all these eliminations from the front plus Hook trying to move around the back could be the game-winning play here. Yeah, one down low. Shots don't land, though. Now Hook's in a little bit of trouble. There are two Ultra members that are here. Kleenex able to force him out, but again, the time on the hard point is really critically important here, especially for Ultra just trying to keep Texas out of the hill, but they're not able to, and Optic's only going to need a couple of points to win this map.
Yeah, the good thing for Ultra is that Optic Texas can't win it here at P3. We know that if we set up properly in towards the P4, we're going to have a good chance of at least having the duel off in towards P1. Jodeci starts it off, sitting towards top art, is able to find a double. The player on the pinch does get red. Optic effective on the trade under the 2v2, but Ultra still securing the back spawn, so it allowed him to keep soaking up this hill.
Kleenex good for one, slides away, but can't survive. Dashy player also on the backside of this pitch from Shotzi. It's going to have to be Jodeci. He's going to do it all. Spawns are out, Optic are in, and they are going to take the vault. They're going to stay flawless here too, Jay. I mean, it has been convincing result after convincing result for Optic on vault hardpoint.
Yeah, I think the issues for Toronto Ultra were the same issues that they had last week. It was just all about those rotations. They only won one rotation that entire map, and that was to the P2 where they were able to drop Optic Texas toward the backside. But with just the ideal perfect start there from Optic Texas, you're able to set up, fight those remaining junk time. The P3 to P4 chain was absolutely phenomenal. But then, with, like I said, with them just having the lead the way that they did early into the game, that's what you allow players to now sneak out, hit those certain routes, block certain spawns. The game's just a lot easier when you dominate like the way that you did. Optic Texas secure the first map.
Yeah, I mean, look at the stat lines. I mean, almost everybody breaks past 30 eliminations for Optic. The non-traded kill percentages are also super high. And we already kind of mentioned a couple of slow starts. Beans in particular, slow start, Insight, second rotation, not really able to get things going at certain moments in time. And it's just Optic controlling tempo and pace the entire way through. I mean, legitimately, like you said, it's every rotation. Optic are making the right calls, the right reads. When they've got numbers, someone's hitting a long route or hitting a pinch. It's just, they're all over the map at all points in time. And the way this map started, it just felt like Toronto Ultra couldn't do anything past P2.
Yeah, the guns weren't hot early into the game. Obviously, we saw Ultra start to turn up in the middle half. Once you got to the second rotation of HPs, it was just too much of a lead for Optic Texas to throw away. You had Shotzi going 6-free, you had Dashy going on 6-free, Hook hitting deep routes with that AR. And then just Kenny thinking about the fundamentals. Don't worry, guys. Got my feet kicked up. I'm already at the new hill with 25 seconds. Just a very easy game there for Optic Texas. I said it before this series. They were combined 11-1 in all the respawns in this best of 5. Now 12-1, still undefeated on ball.
Yeah, and the flexibility out of Hook really coming to shine. You know, right off the get-go, AR in hand for a number of rotations. Very successful with it. Definitely leads to, again, like a tempo change that, like, it didn't really feel like Ultra were expecting in a certain way. Like, Beans is getting absolutely overwhelmed, trying to run through the map, but met with 3 ARs instead of just your normal 2. It just never really looked like Ultra could do much outside of, again, you look at it right there, that one spike, P1 to P2, the first time we were there, or second time, rather, that we were there. It's just off to the races early, and a gap that was just unachievable to bring back established by Optic with that near 100-point gap before we got into the second set of hills. So great start for Optic, but there is a level of maybe expectation for that, Jay, especially considering the dominance that they've showcased on the map. And now we get to kind of tell the story the other way, where this Toronto team, who is still one of the best, if not the best team in Search and Destroy right now based on the statistics, are also going to their strongest search map. So a chance for Ultra to try to right their wrongs for map 1.
Jalen Hurts is
they
injured
need
today?
to right their wrongs here because you need to be able to respond, especially with that ball control sitting nice and comfy for Optic Texas in map number 3. And I think you stand a good chance if you're Ultra, because like you said, the best search and destroy team that we have in the entire league. An 11-2 overall record with only 2 losses, falling on a map that's not in this best of 5. Every other search and destroy, they are sitting comfortably undefeated, even Skyline, where they have yet to get a rep on it. So this red card needs to be the response. And the way that they're able to do it is usually through the defensive side. They're probably undefeated on that side with only 2 round losses. Unbelievable when you talk about that first blood fights. And then usually whenever they find that first blood, conversion rate is basically unstoppable. So Ultra, they know what they need to do. Find success in the first bloods. On the opposite side for Optic Texas, we saw them recently versus LAT, and it was about the battle of the first bloods. They only found 3 compared to 6. You lose the map 6-3. So Optic Texas need to show a little bit of a difference in their S&D game plan, especially going into this major.
Yeah, agreed. And, you know, again, just to try to take the macro focus into the individual players, you've got some high-ranking statistics going across here for Ultra. Everyone is over a 1.15 overall search and destroy KD, which is unbelievable. But these 2 guys in particular, Beans and Joe Deceives, rank this month in the top 3 across the league. So, again, it's one of those situations that you call it, like outside of Hacienda, this team has been clicking when it comes to the search, the maps 2, and really we haven't seen them play too many map 5s, but a couple here and there. They have a lot of confidence being built, I think, for Ultra, kind of guaranteeing an early map win in a lot of regards. Again, starting off the season flawlessly until they were kind of in a mix where they were playing up against Minnesota Rocker. Again, at the minor, they had that reverse sweep go against them, and they also split the search and destroys when they played each other in the qualifier. But really outside of that and outside of search and destroy and Hacienda, this team has been perfect. So we'll see if Optic can kind of rise to the occasion here on a red card where they're no slouches. They've definitely given this a go, especially recently. I think people are going to look back to that Thieves series. It was maybe over before they could get things going, but we've seen this team have some success on this map as well.
Yeah, they're sitting at an overall 2-2.
Shooter, I think everybody's running the long barrel.
Everything is all about Ultra on this map. I think if you're Optic Texas, though, your key to victory is to try to find some success on your attacking grounds, because that on the opposing end for Ultra, they're just way too good at defense. You talk about retaking, not allowing bombs to get planted.
Interesting.
So a little bit of success on attack might get it done for you here as we hop into this map number 2. Ultra going to be the team to start off on the attack, and everyone just thinking about the slow and steady approach.
Yeah, this is Ultra really not showing force at mid. They're just trying to look through the windows at Ticket to see if anyone tries to push at them. So Kleenex and Joe Deceives, the 2 SMGs, just kind of making sure no one pushes early. And now they're going to start to show some force over towards B. Beans will be on an island watching for any long rotations from A, but this is all about what angle does Ultra want to try to approach this site.
And they potentially might be able to catch an angle onto Kenny to isolate him. Beans not able to spot him. But finally, the info is going to be gained. Kenny had 74 HP. He knows that he is stuck. Can his teammates try to help him get out?
He avoids the Semtex, gets the regen, and yes, has salvation on the backside of the A site. Ultra still trying to push this forward. They do catch Kenny, repositioning up towards the concourse. So Deceives tagged up, but Kleenex able to deny Dashy a chance to play from high ground. So now it's just down to, can they cover onto Shotzi? Playing by the backside of the goal, he finds one, but turns to find Kleenex waiting for him. And now it's just down to a 1v3 Hook on the other side of the map.
Yeah, only has a Semtex in the back pocket. Bomb is going to get planted. 1v3 for the nuke. So at least gains info onto 1, but that shows they're good enough to just back out, play your life.
Yep. And there's still a clutch up position being held by Insight for now. Off the regen. Next one up would likely be Beans, who trying to bait the glass. And Insight, I don't think he's seen him, but it may not make much of a difference because Hook is going to get caught in no man's land here. Or will he? Clean shots over to 1. Insight just trying to play the long range angle. I believe he's seen Hook in some regard, and that's the clock going to expire on this play. Hook will find all 3 eliminations, but Ultra will catch the round.
Yeah, and that's a perfect round right there from Ultra. They take it slow. They see what Optic are going to throw at them, and then just the info gained, they're able to isolate onto Kenny. I thought Kenny played it great, just getting out with his life, but then the repositioning over towards Hedge, and that's due to the fact of all the pressure that now came in over towards that A site. You're forcing Optic Texas to change their defensive look. Someone was just watching mid. You now got to go assist Kenny on the left side, so that mid is open. Kleenex is able to take advantage of it after that first blood comes in. That leads to Ultra in the 1v3, even though it turns into a one-on-one. Basically guaranteeing the round there. Now they go on defense.
Even split across the map. You got Insight watching through mid. Beans is going to play forward here. Kleenex also going to show a little bit of an elbow over towards stage. This is a pretty aggressive setup around A. Kleenex now all of a sudden does get isolated though. So first blood tallied for Optic, and Shotzi's still waiting, just trying to see if he can catch any information on any other defenders over towards the safe side of the map.
I'm pretty sure they threw their stuns and their nades over the top, and they realized, okay, there was a trophy at least blocking us, so someone has to be in the vicinity. You're able to locate Beans at the same time. Insight falls, so Joe deceives. Your opportunity for a 1v3, and Optic Texas able to pick them apart. Early responses on the attack is what they need to do. At least tie the game up at 1 for now.
Yeah, I love it. It's a different setup, I would say, from what we're usually able to kind of tally for Ultra. I feel like they don't like to play super aggressively until they catch information on where the hit's coming from, but Optic just kind of take a beat. You call out the trophy awareness very nicely as well, and I think it's just important that I don't know if they saw the elbow of the defender from Ultra who was playing on stage, but that's where they get their first blood. And then once you lose that low ground, someone at mid has to try to rotate in, and that's where they catch Beans. So great timing for Optic, taking advantage of the first blood, and we swap the sides again.
Now back over to the offense this time for Ultra. A lot more aggressive over towards Hedge. Dashy's able to get the better of Beans for the early first blood, but Kleenex gonna try to make up for it.
Yeah, he's seen Kenny. He's on the hunt. Can't find him though, and wow, Kenny's just avoided him completely. And I'm sure you're sitting there, and Kleenex is like, well, I don't know where to go now, and all of a sudden Kenny's on Hedge. Kleenex will come back to the plate, tally up 1, but there are still just too many Optic defenders to find. And that leaves Insight now by himself, 1v3, playing from an interesting position, kind of back mid-glass, but with no bomb and a lot of kills that need to come through. This is feeling like a round he needs to find a kill or two before he can really make a move on this 1v3.
And he's seemingly going to be able to isolate onto Dashy. The timing good enough to hit the door bus and almost gets turned on. But 13 HP in a dream, still alive. He's just going to walk right into another player from Optic Texas as they will set up perfectly on that defense. Another first blood, this time from Dashy. Give them early numbers advantage, and then Kleenex gets nothing done when he was able to slip behind enemy lines. Easy round there for Optic.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that is, again, a lot of focus through mid. Just straight up, Hedges has been really where Optic have found a lot of their success. Obviously, the first bloods have come by way of either playing it over towards stage or here at Hedge initially. But all 3 of their setups that we've seen so far have largely been revolving around, can we isolate on towards these staircases at mid? Instead of trying to play through ticket, instead of trying to play up top of glass, it's been a lot of focus on winning the exterior right outside those main doors. So let's see if that continues to be the case once again. Kenny with the bomb. Shotzi looking to see if you can count the nades over the top, but Ultra are playing all on the interior towards B as an RCXD's already called in for Hook.
Yeah, and Dashy already gained that info. He said, wait, there's multiple players pushing me out towards B side, so we can push right up through stage and get this bomb down for free. Now it's going to be a 4v4 retake opportunity here for Ultra. They have second overall on this map.
I get free hairline surgery.
The retake percentage is
just
also
a little
really
nut
strong
on your face
as well, but this is going to feel very different. 4v4, having to reclaim every bit of ground. Getting opening shots. Dashy on a cross. Shotzi in the corner. Nice turn from Kleenex, but you can only do so much damage, and now there's a crossfire to keep Shotzi safe. Oh my goodness, just absolutely unfolded on this retake attempt. Beans last one left. Do as he may. Not going to be able to do too much, you would think. Lots of damage, but there's just too many players to deal with, and Optic are running away with this map right now.
Man, they are just gaining that info and instantly making a response to it. Dashy peeks up to the top side of Godhead. He says, wait. There's way too many viewers here. You guys push right up through stage. You're able to get the bomb down. And then off the rotation. Ultra usually a phenomenal off the retake situation. It's just a lot more difficult to do it at that A site with no map control in your favor. As Shotzi opens up with the first blood, it's down 3 in favor of Optic Texas off the back-to-back rounds. And so far, that has been the difference maker.
No, it's not.
3-1 split here through Eskies. Ultra looking to play largely, you would think, off this information at ticket. I mean, Optic really haven't shown much interest of playing.
And
from
maybe
this
it's because
position.
everybody that
once
goes
again,
there
look,
has
Shotzi
no
playing
hairline.
far forward. Kenny on an angle to just walk over the top of the
No,
statue.
it's not.
And Joe with an SMG really can't do anything.
Brother,
Look
I
at
can
the
show
run
you a
that
video
Shotzi's
clip
taking.
right now
If he
of
gets
when I
any
got my
information on the
hairline
hit
done
towards
and
B,
they didn't
he'll
spray
quickly be on
paint
the pitch.
nothing, bro.
Yeah, with the same ground that Shotzi's taking, it's the same thing Kleenex on the opposing side.
Yeah.
Why would I ask for my hair paint to be sprayed? Because I don't have my hairline messed
commit
up,
on
bro.
the
That's my
gunfight,
point.
but
The only people that get that crap done.
Clear out this
That's what I'm
A-bomb for his
saying.
teammates. Beans again is gonna fall short for the first death. Shotzi with the instant response. Another
Because they have no
4v2
hairline,
off
but they don't just do
Yeah,
it.
it's just the kills come too quickly for Optic Texas at that pinch. really doesn't amount to too much, but Joe sees behind this play, may line up a couple, doesn't see the player on top of the elevator initially, but Shotzi kills enough time and space to try to follow up, finds the elimination. Now a 1v2 for Kleenex, and he's stuck between both players and he knows it. Also doesn't have the bomb to play off of, so this is a difficult moment. Do you play for the kills? Do you play for the bomb? Can you find a way to do both? Not quite, stuck on the ladder in the elevator.
Three dudes come in there and say, hey, I want my hairline
They
sprayed.
just continuously are
His
just
barber
taking it to
tells
him.
Slump.
Right there, you see
Yo,
Shotzi
Slump,
and Kenny, that
these
dynamic
black guys
duo
came in, bro. I spray
takes
painted their
stage
hairline.
away.
He's like, oh, every
Like,
black guy
see a
gets it
couple
done
stun
now,
and names
brother.
come over the top.
Every black
They
guy.
decide to play it a little bit slower, then rely on the flank out of Kleenex. Again, slipping behind enemy lines. But that's 2 rounds in a row where he's done that.
Because
and
they
not
have
been able
no
to find
hairline,
anything.
brother.
So, Optic Texas now in firm control of this search and destroy. 4 rounds in a row, 4 first bloods in a row. They're looking phenomenal.
This is a head scratcher for Ultra right now. I mean, they aren't finding success with any of these set plays. The first blood tallies are going to be really convincing for Optic, but flat out, they're just not finding gunfights that look good. Kleenex has gotten a couple off pinches, but face-up gunfights have largely all gone the way of Optic. Shotzi already at mid-stairs. Again, that focus for Optic to win out hedges. Has Kleenex isolated. Little wiggle, little wag. Trying to follow up with Kleenex. Beats him on the 1v1. Trades are out on both sides. Toronto currently with the number 3v2.
Fantastic finesse right there out of Kleenex. To miraculously be able to walk away with at least one of those gunfights, put his team in the man advantage. You still have Hook on 6 in a row. You still know that one player is chopped over towards A. Kenny with the shots makes it a 2v2.
Yeah, and that should be enough. As soon as you can get clearance from Hook to plant this bomb. Yeah, right for the goal. So this post plant will be set up. Backside arches, backside goal over here. Joe will not be able to see anything on the exit. Should give them some intention that they know the post plant's playing through the site, but they don't know where Hook is at the moment. So there's still so much question in terms of how do Ultra want to try to retake this.
Yeah, and your first
The only
contact
way
is
I'd
gonna
ever
be
see it
onto Kenny.
happening
He's
is
watching
if
the site.
Simp ever left.
Very cheeky spot. Bean's gonna be right next to him.
I
At
can
least
see
finds
that
that first kill. Now Hook in a 1v2.
And he's up top.
I don't know if you can see it from there, Alan.
I don't know if he can either. I don't think he can. But he may be able to see the cross, and there's the information onto Joe.
If
Clean
someone,
shot
if
from
Simp
Hook.
or
He
BG
also
got
sees Beans
bought
down
out,
low,
bro,
tagged up.
their next best move.
But he's going to just bait it out. He's going to wait for the clock. Hook's going to go check. There's not going to be enough time for Beans to get back to the bomb. Just not playing for the win condition. And Hook has clutched up for Optic to get him up 5-1.
Didn't matter if Ultra found the first blood. Optic were effective on the trades, but then Kenny winning that one-on-one. Turns it into a 2v2. Hook pushing out the back spawn.
Yo, what about Kleenex's
And just
hairline, bro? You
entirely
want to say something about his hairline?
watching that cross the entire time Kenny was in those gunfights. Was able to turn it into a one-on-one, and then Hook the Nuke knows who he's playing against. Mr. Benjamin Beans, yeah, he's playing for the kill. He's not going to hop it. Easy clutch there for the Nuke. Point game. Optic Texas.
Wow.
Yeah, he's
in another round where it's just outside of the 1v1 between
What's your
Kleenex
score
and
right now,
Shotzi.
Slump?
It just doesn't feel like Ultra can get anything going here.
Yeah,
so
you're way
bizarre
behind.
considering how this has been a bread and butter search
You're
for
a whole
them.
round behind.
Here we go. This is the adjustment that I would have liked to see before. Yeah, let's get a little bit more aggressive with more numbers here at Hedges. Optic have loved to play here and give the guy who's actually having a decent map a chance at it. Kleenex for 2, 4v2 for the first time for Ultra.
Yeah, instantly put the bomb down. Play to your advantages. Play the trade scenario. It's now Dashy and Hook left to try to clutch on up. But you have to find a couple of kills before you even attempt this.
A little bit of damage from Dashy, but cannot tally any kills. So now it would have to be a nuke 1v4. First to Kleenex is pretty good. Sees Joe Deceives around the back. Stun will lock him in place. Nade to follow. Chance at inside. A couple of shots go his direction, but Joe Deceives top side of the bomb. Not going to lose anymore. And Ultra will stay alive in the map.
And finally, Ultra make that adjustment on their offense. I'm sick and tired of these guys taking hedges away, so all 4 players commit on that angle. And at least at Kleenex finding the opening double. Once you do that, you know the last 2 players are most likely at that B site. We get the bomb down for free. Leads to an easy round there for Ultra as they stay alive in their search and destroy, forced to round number 8.
Not your mouth. I
And
think
the
Jada
adjustments
brings
now have
more
to be on the defensive side to where, Optic Texas every single round have went over towards hedges. Like, if we have to stack that side and give up B.
I think you're right, and it may be one of those circumstances where if you put an AR up towards mid concourse, if you don't see anything
Trust me,
immediately,
Dash shoot
let's try to get a
straight.
little bit
But I
further
think
up towards
whenever,
Ticket, but instead,
I think Jaws' pop-off moments
they
are
get
better
locked
than
up,
Dash.
but a self-trade, once again, the action between Shotzi and Kleenex gets us now to a 3v3.
And this is where Kenny can start to take space over
Dashie
towards the
missed his
stage
first
side.
shot.
Dashie
What the
probably
heck?
doesn't want to commit on that gunfight when he's going to go back and watch that one. But now in the 2v3, Optic Texas, another situation where they have full A-side control. Kenny's going to do the same thing that Hoot did in the previous round. Just push all the way to the backside out.
Why not? Retake on the way. Kenny spotted. He's in sight.
Nah,
Has
I
to
think
back away,
I think
play over
Kleenex
towards the
needs-
patio. Joe tagged in sight, also catches some damage, but they stay alive. Hook now, 1v3. Action all coming towards him. Oh, but if he finds timing here, there may be a chance to catch him on the slide. No, Joe deceives, too wise to the play, checks his corners, finds the kill, and Ultra get a third.
Yeah, just an easy round right there from Ultra and the numbers advantage. Once they gained that info onto Kenny, they were able to isolate him, turn it into a 2-on-1 gunfight. I would like to see Hoop just give up his
he's so
positioning
behind.
to try to help Kenny potentially on the way on out. But he decides to play it to the 1v3. Ultra, even with Shotzi finding that first blood, instantly respond with the nade out of Kleenex as they read that adjustment coming in from Optic Texas early on that B push to stay alive again.
The initial action, heavy-handed as it was towards B, could have been a lot worse, really
Yeah.
from both teams' perspectives.
Jaden
'Cause it
Daniels
was
cannot throw.
straight up a 3v3 quickly over the top of the bleachers. In fact, only 2 players dropped is pretty surprising. This is what I was talking about. Yeah, let's use a little bit of this ticket position. If
more
Optic are going to give it
experience.
away, just take it. And Kleenex absolutely does. Trophy system up and in. Joe for the plant. Dashie trying to get nades in, but they're being denied. Kleenex pushing him off the angle. And a 4v2 now for Ultra.
Damn it, continuously it's just getting more difficult and difficult for Optic Texas. Now in these last couple of rounds, Ultra with the pace change. It's now led to 3 rounds in a row. All out aggression to start on the defense over towards Hedge. Kleenex gets it done. They do it the last round on their defense. The aggression towards B, but this time on the offense, we're sick and tired of you guys giving up mid-map the way that you are. So you take it away, you find the initial 2 kills, you take control of the site. A very, very easy round there for Ultra. As now they got some momentum going into this round 10.
I mean, realistically, you could go back and watch every single one of Ultra's offenses up until that round, and it was a Kleenex versus Shotzi battle at mid, at hedges. If Shotzi's going to keep playing there, you know that you're going to have an opportunity to play through tickets. So the adjustments are starting to really come to life now for Ultra. This time, look at this. Double stack quick, right through stage. Ultra getting aggressive on the defense. RCXD allowing this to happen. Stuns and nades to follow. Shotzi has an RC of his own, though, and that will actually push Ultra back.
Yeah, I love that play call, because you're probably thinking, okay, RC cars getting invested, they're probably playing super slow, relying on this to gain all the info for them, but they find that first split onto inside. Man advantage in favor of Optic. Seeming like they're going to think about that rotation over towards New, especially with Kleenex now getting backed out.
Yeah, there's just no way you can defend this site. Maybe Kleenex could find one. Beans trying to reposition in towards Ticket. Bomb is not here yet, so there's an opportunity to where maybe some timing can go the way of Ultra if they can find a crossing angle. Optic trying to field things out over towards B. Beans able to get one on the backside of the play, but that's all he will get, and it leaves Joe with a 1v3 to try to get this to around 11.
He's on 3 in a row, but the bomb getting planted, and Joe now taking his sweet time, hitting the deep pinch. It's going to make his job a whole lot more difficult. Does not have an AR in the back pocket, so these long-range gunfights aren't easy, and that is going to be the search and destroy going in favor of Optic Texas.
It just honestly felt like Ultra didn't trust the fact that they had mid for free every single round on both sides of the map. And by the time we get to round 8, round 9, I think it just is too long for them to get a read that, hey, we've got the opportunity to run through mid, but not by doing it through hedges. a couple of tempo changes here and there for Ultra, but Optic, largely speaking, it was really both teams wanting to try to fight for hedges, but Optic just spending more resources, spending more numbers, and coming away the victors more often than not leads us to a 6-4.
Yeah, Optic Texas doing what they needed to do, especially in that first blood column. They read early on what Ultra were going to throw at them, and it was simply just slowing down the game. If you're allowing Optic Texas to pick you guys apart, read what your setup is looking like, and then find that first blood, they just play their numbers advantage so well, especially so far in this map number 2. Ultra were just way too late to respond. Like we saw it at least in that map number 1, where they made the adjustments on the second half of the game to keep it a little bit closer. And the same thing could be said for the search and destroy. You go down 4-1, you bring it all the way back to at least 5-4. But it's just Optic Texas only needing one more round. They find that first blood onto Insight, and that final round was beautiful from Optic because they read it. They read where that pressure was coming in, even with the RC car. That's the biggest thing, is because you're expecting the RC to be the only thing pushed up. No one else going to be over towards Globe, no one else over towards Stage. But just Shotzi realizing that and then using his RC to slow down Ultra, allowed them to pick off that first kill, think about that rotation over towards New, and then just dominate on their post play.
The game plan perfect in map number 2. The dominate that we've often seen Optic pull on map 1 continues to be the case. Looking polished across the first 2 game modes as we head back to the desk.
Welcome back, everybody. Nameless, first question for you.
Sure.
Optic just beat the best search team in Search and Destroy. Is Optic the best Search and Destroy team?
Listen, I've been saying this. They have looked good in Search. They lost a couple 6-4s, and people are like, oh, Search is going to be their tough game mode. This team knows what they're doing. They come extremely prepared. I will say I agree 100% in its entirety in what Jay and Alan were just talking about. Like, Toronto have to take over mid there. Did they not watch the match versus the LA Thieves that Optic had, right? Like, if they make those adjustments a little bit earlier, maybe we're talking about something totally different here. But yeah, Optic prepared.
Yeah, and I have to say, this was probably a really refreshing red card S&D to watch, because typically we've seen all these bang outs on the side of B, where Optic Texas took a very different approach in the first half of the Search and Destroy, making their presence known through mid, making their presence known through hedges and towards the A side. And Toronto Ultra, it's hard to prepare for that. And once they do, Optic tried to flip the switch. And for Toronto Ultra, unfortunately, the adjustments just came way too late in that Search and Destroy. And we know Toronto Ultra finds the most success when they are aggressive through mid-map, when they take space on defense. And unfortunately, they just did not do that until the later half of this series.
All right, so it was 16-4 were the kills to deaths for Shotzi and Hook combined before Ultra started to turn this around. Was it purely the SMGs, or was it Optic strategies that were just better than Toronto in the first half?
No, it's Optic strategies. I mean, you know, still a couple rounds they're able to get the bomb down A, and I think what teams are going to realize on red card is, like, retaking on B is not that difficult. You don't have to blind counter, like, hold B every time. Like, we need to make sure they can't get it down at A, because it is a hell of a lot harder to retake that bomb site. So I think Optic's had a really good game plan today, slowing it down when they needed to. Luke started off, I think, 6-0. Incredible stuff.
2-0 start. Optic crushing. Kenny, it's good at the game. You want to learn more? I always got you.
I do got you. Hello, welcome to Drawing to Conclusions. Let's hope the tablet doesn't try and prey on my downfall this time. I want to point out kind of two sides of the same coin when it comes to this clip. So we're near the end of the game. We're near P2, and you guys know me. I love staring at this mini-map, and the situation basically right now is Toronto Ultra overhitting, about 20 seconds left of scrap time over on P2. This is the second time this happens in this game, where I want to give flowers to Kenny, where he makes a huge heads-up route man play. So I'm going to go ahead and hit play on this mini-map. Number 1, by the way, is going to be Kenny. I probably should have pointed that out first, but he's gonna go on a lovely trip over the top side of the map. Nobody's there, there's no pressure, it is a free lane, and he's searching for people that just don't care to rotate. And Toronto Ultra unfortunately fall into this pit again, where they're hitting these 20 seconds for the second time, and they're gonna lose spawns here because of the heads up play that Kenny makes. And now his presence is going to be here. He's going to find this kill, and his teammates are going to have free reign to getting that initial time. And like I said, this is the second time this happened, so a lot to learn from the side of Toronto Ultra, and heads up plays and flowers to Kenny and his routes.
Yeah, what's big about this moment is, like, he doesn't exactly secure the back spawn, but he's alleviating pressure, right? Because he takes that long route, he ends up finding a kill, and this happened twice, where they just let Kenny get into their top part for free. They get a big chunk of time, they'll get it to 246 when you have the preferential side. That's not ideal if you're Toronto.
Our first match took over 2 hours. Study and shift, we're at the helm. This match could finish in 42 minutes. Let's get into it.
How dare you jinx us with such blasphemous energy. Unreal scenes. But so far, it really has been just polished gameplay so through and through for Optic. And I think the interesting news as we start to look forward in now to the Vault Control, better news for Optic again, because they have looked really good here, whereas on the other front, Ultra have not been able to really figure out Control, in particular this map. It has not looked particularly great for them.
Yeah, the only thing that's been treating them well so far has been protocol control, but Optic Texas being teammate, they said, nah, we're gonna get that one out the way. You either gotta square up with us on our best map, which is gonna be Vault.
Wait, how is that unnecessary roughness?
They decide to go with the Vault strategy, and it might come back to bite them, because Optic are, without question, the best Vault Control team that we have in the
Travis
game.
Travis Kelce started running his mouth and doing his pretty boy trapping, so Gordon Phillips came in and basically defended his player, and they called it unnecessary roughness.
On their best control, gunnies need to be hot.
I think the interesting point about the veto conversation, this is where Ultra is going to be the most vulnerable coming into the major.
Yep.
Because they have hard set vetoes, red card, hardpoint, skyline search, and they haven't won a Hacienda on any game
Their
mode
egos
yet.
are too high,
So
bro.
It's going to be one of those situations where Ultra's going to have
They
to
should
be,
not have
more
gone for
dynamic when it
unnecessary
comes to
roughness,
what
bro.
they do when it comes to the major. Because simply put, I think they might be able to get away with it against some of the lower teams in the league, but against the other top four, they're going to get exposed if they don't have the ability to play Hacienda this upcoming weekend. So it's definitely interesting. It definitely plays a factor here in this series because, like you said, just get rid of protocol, force them to have to play on your best map or one of their worst. It is tough, I think, right now if you're Ultra with Hacienda being added to the pool and them not being able to figure it out yet.
Yeah, and especially losing the search and destroy. Like, that's been your bread and butter. You usually find yourself into these series tied up at 1 going into the control, but now backs against the wall 0-2. You need to try to turn this one around, build some momentum here. And it has to be a better performance, I think, from the ARs, because we saw Beans and Insight not really show up in that map number 1, where Vault is usually about the AR presence. We're having on Vault again, where the ARs need to be able to be felt. And also not losing track of players like Shotzi and Hoop, because they can make your life a living hell.
Yep. Okay, well, the issue is going to be trying to keep track of Shotzi in particular. We saw that on Vault Hardpoint. We're likely going to see moments of that here on the Control. For Ultra, do you look to see if they could have the same disruption strategy that Optic has shown success with? I just, like, when you think about how Ultra have played the game, you don't feel, at least I don't feel like they do it in a way that some of the other top teams are doing it, where, you know, there's one SMG player that is just constantly hitting pinches, constantly hitting routes. It just feels like they're more of the concentrated focus, full 4-man setups, more of the flood style mentality, and Ali was kind of drawing that out again. If they're flooding in with 25 seconds remaining on an old hard point, and no one's hitting routes, no one's trying to pick up pinches, it can get disastrous quickly, especially when you have someone like Shotzi on the other side.
Yeah, and that's going to be tough, man, because I think they are one of the middle of the pack teams on the attacking side. They average about 4 segments, even though they fall short. They're also keeping up in that slaying department, but the biggest difference for them is their defenses, where they're 9th overall. They give up 4th best on the ticks column. They don't really keep up in the slaying department. That's when you need to be able to make the adjustments, because we know usually defenses run supreme in control. But on a map like Vault, where if you allow one situation to get away from you, if you all die in sync, those stacks come in and those points are instantly gone. So Ultra just need to figure out those last 2 maps. They need to come in with more of a game plan.
I'm 2 times in it, Crudo. So, you know.
We're gonna do this together, not really relying on one player, but sometimes those individual players need to come out.
Agreed. And it's just interesting because, you know, I think early on this season, I was looking to a player like Kleenex, and I was like, if he can find a way to fly and fry, like we've seen some of the other SMGs, he could be on for maybe an MVP caliber year, you know, especially considering that looks like early he was going to be the guy kind of running that role. But that was very short-lived. We got back from the break, and it really wasn't that. There was more of the baton passing between him and Joe, and it wasn't in ways that we see teams like Atlanta and even early Thieves and Optic do. So lots on the line here for our team that currently sits 6-0 through the qualifiers, only dropping a single series this year. That was a map 5 reverse sweep versus Minnesota, but there's still a lot on the line because this Ultra squad is still, of course, sitting at the top of the leaderboard, but Optic can supplant them with a win here. But the other situation for the bracket, if you're joining us in here late, is that Optic has the potential of dropping all the way to like the 5th seed if they lose this series, And Boston would be the team jumping up to the 2 seed because of the tiebreaker situation, going all the way back to December when Boston was able to beat Optic. So there's a lot on the line here, Jay, in terms of the seeding, but this is how it stands as of right now. And if Optic wins, this is how the bracket would shake out.
Yeah, I only think that Optic now, after winning those first 2 maps, can no longer fight for that 5th seed. They can only be stuck between 1 and 3. So it's as simple as that. If you're Optic, just close this one out, go into Major 1 as your number 1 seed. If you're Ultra and you fall short here, you would be knocked down to that number 2 seed. So still a lot on the line for both of these teams. Obviously, if you're Optic, you don't want to lose this series in reverse sweep fashion and then go into the Major to square up against Atlanta. So you want to try to close it out here, and Volt Control is the only thing standing in their way.
Yep. Easier said than done, though, when it comes to trying to find success for Ultra to get into a map 4 situation due to the fact that these numbers really do hold some significant power. That's this month.
Yeah.
But when you talk about Optic overall in Control, a lot of what they've done on Vault has come early through the season. They've been mostly trying to focus on the Hacienda as of lately, but every time we see them here, it is not fun for the other team, it feels like. So we'll see what Ultra try to do. They'll kick things off on offense. Eyes towards A. Opening gunfight's already underway.
3 initial kills going in favor of Optic Texas. Now Kleenex has some ground to make up for it. See the rest of Optic, though, they just said, go ahead, Kleenex, you can keep on roaming. We're going to trap everybody else in the back of their spawn.
Hook watching over towards Pool. Everyone else just making sure there's no extension towards B. And Shotzzy just doing Shotzzy things in the middle of the map. Get a kill, get lost. Get some information, give it to your team, get lost. It's so overwhelming when you've got that ability just to swarm and completely unknown in position. Kleenex able to come back to the hard point or the control zone for a moment, but yeah, Optic Texas are controlling where Ultra are spawning at the moment.
Yep, this is way too easy for them so far. Hook pushed out towards Waterside. This is going to influence the spawn to either spawn towards back tank or the backside of Gold. And Optic Texas so far have been able to neutralize every single time Ultra have worked out of their spawn. That's 3, make another 4 dead. Hook, the Flawless Star to search and destroy. Already up to a Flawless Star here in the control. Not a single segment earned from Ultra.
Yeah, and Ultra are just trying to full send it in towards the middle of the map. They do clean things up. 4 down, like you said, 14.6 on the clock. Optic quickly off spawn. Shotzzy seeing what he can find. No one's watching the vault, excuse me. Shotzzy nearly finds the double. Damage tallied. Kenny trying to follow up on that, but he will be pushed off and a second tick gets captured. Looking like a third on the way.
Oh yeah, it's guaranteed. Kleenex and Beans are able to combine for 2 apiece. Beans on 4 in a row. It's gonna allow Ultra to extend this game clock a little bit. Currently down by 5 live. Joe DeCeves reads the playmaker on the opposing end in Shotzzy. You're already at this B point.
Yeah, might be an opportunity here. Yeah, Beans on 4 in a row. Gets an eye towards who. Can't land any of the shots. Follow up from Art. Side Dashy gets the pistol for the win. 17 now plays 9. Doesn't feel likely for the offense, but I guess the silver lining here is considering the circumstances in the first minute and a half of this control point. At least you got 3 ticks this round.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing you can look at. But you still have an opportunity to potentially take this round away. Kleenex at least finds 1, but we can't afford to play trades in this scenario. 13v5. Final push here for Ultra.
This is bad sportsmanship from our ops team. 0-7 start for Insight. That's what they want us to talk about, you have to imagine. Rightfully so, I think, in a lot of ways. There's kill number 1 for him, but again, 11 plays 3. Couple eliminations through mid-map, though. If Kleenex can find a way to run up B Street, maybe you can stop the clock, but no. All that, a mere fantasy for Ultra, as Optic legitimately just dominate outside of the 1 breakthrough Ultra was able to find.
Yeah, they only found those extra 3 segments in the final 15 seconds of this first round. And that's just Optic Texas dominating in this lane. It's as simple as that. You're finding kills in sync, 3 to 4 dead. You're controlling where they're spawning, and you are allowing them to just run right into your pre-aims. As Optic secure the first defense, now they go on offense.
Yeah. Secure is putting it lightly. Dominate. Woof. Maybe the more appropriate term. What can you do the offensive side here? You know, again, just kind of talking through the statistics, there's a lot of positives to talk about when it comes to Optic on this map due to their record, but, you know, the vault control has been fine on all sides. Best attacking team. Ticks per attack have been solid, but a lot of their win percentage has come by way of just dominating the kill feed again, largely thanks to this guy, who can just go rogue, find kills, and just open up the map for his teammates. Nice Nice opening shots, though, from Beans down low. Kleenex also able to keep the A zone safe, and this is a good start here for Ultra.
Yeah, Ultra knew the start of. They said, Shotzi, no. You're not going to hit us with this kind of play right off the rip of this round. They're able to shut down the playmaker, but that's already 3 dead in favor of the green wall. Now you can put yourself in a position to contest over towards A. You had Shotzi trying to edge out his way over towards B to force a couple players from Ultra to put focus on him, but his teammates now gonna soak up this first segment. Second one should also be guaranteed.
Yeah, Kleenex, though, gonna try to hit up towards balcony. Shotzi gonna give it up at the most inopportune moment, so maybe there's a chance to pinch this up, but no, Hook up top. Good shots coming through. Optic will just be short, though, of the second tick of progress. Kenny, by himself, trying to keep the play alive, but will be dismissed. So 22 plays 22. 42 seconds on the clock, and Shotzi off the respawn is back onto his routes.
Up, catches the freebie onto Kleenex. Now, if you're Ultra, you have to try to account for what kind of play he's going to throw at you. Hopefully, everybody else just wins their one-on-one gunfights, and that's so far the case.
Whoa.
Insight with a double. Lisa Joe flying on in for the 4th kill. Everybody off the respawn for Optic.
Dashy up top at gold, just trying to create some sort of a route. I think he knows it's a player around him, though. Yeah, Pistol is going back and forth. Does not find Joe Deceives. Hook trying to confirm the trade, but cannot find him. Joe has been slippery. That killed off so much clock. And now here's the last ditch ever Optic. Has to be a dive on into A. Dashy cleans up onto 1, but Beans and Insight still very much so healthy and alive around the backside of the site until Hook comes up from behind. Pistol will win it. It stops at .8, but Joe, next one in, gets the trade, and Ultra will actually have an edge now all of a sudden through the first 2 rounds in this control.
Gonna be up by 2 segments. Phenomenal job on the defensive side to read where the early pressure was coming in. To not all drop in sync. Then that retake to work their way back into that A point before the second segment gets locked in. Optic Texas are probably thinking we probably should have stacked in that situation. Potentially extend the game clock a little bit sooner, but Ultra keep it scattered around that mid-map area. Tie the game up at 1. Now you just need to make sure you stay ahead in those segments.
Yep. And just not get spawn trapped off the break-off, too. That would be helpful. See what they try to muster here. Looks like it'll be all eyes towards A. And maybe a lot of focus here after the balconies. Yeah, trophy system down. Joe actually still catches damage from incoming Optic nades. And it's a quick route already from shots. He doesn't see anyone over towards the outside hallway. Hits behind the play, finds 2. And Optic have won this A zone, although the shots from Beans will allow Ultra to come off spawn and have a second opportunity immediately.
Yeah, they already have top cat control. They're watching those crossfires through the mid-map area, so you can instantly force your way right back on in. Beans only effective for 1 on the pinch. Joe Deceives, your turn to make a play. He knows that they're still looking for 1 player, but Shotzi said, screw the one-on-one. I'm going to go fight the guys off the respawn.
Joe will back up and find himself the first tick of progress at A, but Optic have reclaimed the zone with conviction. Insight. 7-13, just hoping he can find a free gunfight.
Yeah, where
He's
are
not
these
getting
guys?
one.
They
Just
English
double kills
majors
all
with
over the place
conviction
for
is
Optic.
crazy.
Kleenex bursting forward. Good sense of pace from him, but the rest of the team is still coming off spawn, and they have to play through pool. This is not where you want to be if you're Toronto.
Look at Shotzi. He knows that they're spawning over towards pool. He's trying to time this pinch. Is able to at least find 1. Potentially get out of dodge. No, Kleenex is going to wrap back to secure that kill. Now with 30 seconds left, all the kills going in favor of Ultra. The stack is going to be here. Time should be extended.
Decent idea from Kleenex, but Hook slides, finds cover, finds the kill, but cannot contest the zone. So an extra 60 seconds again going to be tallied. 18 plays 17 this time. Life count much better in terms of a resource for the side of Toronto's offense, and they're finding a couple of kills. Maybe a chance here to get over towards B. Yeah, Shotzi on the pinch gets caught. Dashy, the last one standing, will also fall. So now Beans trying to play forward. The rest of his team behind him, trying to get out of the zone. 2 players in for the stack. First tick looking likely.
Get your trophies down, because you know the nades are going to start to rain over the top. Thankfully, a car bomb is able to find that kill onto Inside. Dashy with the double. Last player alive is Kleenex. At least he's able to find 1 kill for now. Try to keep the map control in favor of his team, but a minute left on the game clock, 12v12.
That first tick is not secured. It's being depleted for just a brief moment from Optic. Joe, mid-statue, trying to play around the backside of this play. Semtex out, Hook in trouble. Hook will drop. Kleenex with 4 in a row. He's going to finish off this first tick of progress, but is not expecting Kenny to be playing outside bombs. Beans trying to follow up for the trade. Oh, typical gunfight. Kenny takes the win. 8 plays 9. 43 seconds on the clock, but Joe Deceives is still forward.
Yeah, Joe Deceives is in art. How much more can he find from that position? Or how much time can be wasted if Optic Texas try to locate where he is? He comes out from the side door, is able to locate Dashy. That's already 3 dead. They still know that they're looking for 1 player. Kenny does get a kill, but no more respawns for Optic.
Yep, 7v4, and Joe can continue to put pressure on this pinch. Second tick locked. 6v4. Optic trying to find some room to work with, but Joe Deceives denies. Dashy drops. Now Joe can get active. Hook not going to be traded immediately, but may not make much of a difference. Insight finds the final shots, and Ultra take the offense by way of eliminations, but they were still able to secure a number of ticks behind that play too.
Oh yeah, that's 7 now that they're in the lead of. So it's back-to-back defenses for Ultra if we do go to round number 5. And that round simply comes down to the finessing out of the SMGs right there. Like Kleenex showed moments where, okay, Joe Deceives working his deep pinch. You're thinking that he's isolated. He throws a nade to at least back down his opponents, but then Kleenex again on the pinch was able to find that double. And then when you work your way in towards our, just Joe Deceives dancing with death. Was able to finesse for so damn long, find a couple kills along the way. That leads to Ultra just leading in the slaying. Because now they're up 2-1. Back-to-back defenses.
Yeah. Pinstripe kill feed back and forth, but it will be 4 kills for Toronto. Last one standing in the play was Beans, and he's made a play through P2. Hook reads it, finds the kill, and everything will go back to neutral. 25 plays 26. Optic tried to spread the map a touch here. Shotzi on the mantle, caught by Joe Deceives, and Optic will be pushed back into spawn.
And it's where Optic have now to take their time. We can't be forcing these one-on-one gunfights after one-on-one. We do not have any map control to even do that with, but they continuously are getting picked apart. Even nades are connecting across the map. Another clean 4 dead. Optic are in hell.
Yes, they are. Kenny, backside palm, shut down. What set of shots are from Joe?
Someone get a kill!
Single kill for Optic. After what looked to be a hot start in round 1 where Ultra are barely shooting back, now it's a little bit of take your own medicine, as there's only 25 seconds remaining, and Ultra have really started to heat up.
Finally, Optic with 23 seconds left are able to work out of their base. But they need this time to be extended on this first attempt. Insight at least able to find 1. Shotzi and Dashy combined for 2. So Kleenex, the last guy to make a play, only able to take down 1. Time still paused.
Pitch from Joe Deceives. Sloppy though on the initial shots, gives Optic a chance to react. Beans looking like he may want to try to hit this without really much help around him immediately. First kill is decent. Hook for the trade. Up top now on the balcony. Kleenex and Insight trying to work this together. That will work out for them to re-enter into the zone. Progress being halted. Clock continues to tick. Kenny at the mid doors will take damage from the Semtex. Pistols out though, and it will just be down to the last 2 defensive members for Ultra, trying to kill off these last 4 seconds. Optic hop in together. First shots from Joe are good. The secondary shots even better, but Hook will double up, and there may be a chance here for Optic to extend the clock, but there's just not enough lives either way. Ultra bouncing back here in map number 3.
Yeah, and everything that we said, Alan, about, you know, going into the major, only having 1 control map that is playable for you, they shut me right up. That was perfect right there out of Ultra. We're talking about the adjustments on defenses where they usually tend to get trapped in the back of their spawn. Usually finding themselves in a situation where they're spawning on the backside of P4 and thinking about those nades raining over B. But this time they were just in your face, had you trapped for so long. Optic had 3 different times where they all came off the respawn and couldn't find a single kill any one of those times. Ultra just slayed them to bits on that defensive side. Obviously, the SMGs reign supreme. Joe Deceives and Kleenex with multiple engagements, 19 non-traded kills from both ends. But Ultra, they just brought it, that map. They outslayed the hell out of Optic Texas to at least force this game 4.
And the resiliency just from being beat in the round 1 breakoff, in the blender, where the spawn trap from Optic is looking convincing. But you're right, if you were to compare when Ultra being spawn trapped compared to when Optic are being spawn trapped, at least Ultra were trying to get themselves together to work out of it, and it worked out pretty darn decently. You can kind of see it here through the replays. This is when it started to happen, where it's just like, whoa, we don't have any ground to work with whatsoever. But eventually, it's straight eliminations for Ultra. With 15 seconds left in a 7-life deficit, they're able to get through the A zone, stack it up for the extra 60. And from that point on, it just felt like Ultra much more understanding on what they wanted to do in the map and finding ways to execute on that game plan.
Yeah, and it helps when you're finding all the kills in sync. A 2 dead leads to a 3 or 4 dead at the same time. You know, all of Optic are accounted for now, and in this final defensive round. I just love that there was nonstop aggression from Joe Deceives and Kleenex throughout the middle of the map.
Sure.
But then at the same time, they push their way up through pool, and at the same time, the ARs on the opposing end are pushing their way up through gold, so you spawn them on the backside of that tank. That's what makes it so much more difficult for Optic Texas, because they're thinking, okay, I'm off the respawn. Okay, there's one to my right, there's one to my left. I can't do anything. So Ultra definitely showing that practice is going to allow them to improve in their control with the 3-1 victory on that vault. But now they go into a protocol hardpoint, which is a bread and butter HP for them. So we potentially might go 5, Alan. We ain't far from done yet.
It very well may be that way. I mean, this has been a map where, you know, again, we haven't really seen a lot of playthroughs for the side of Optic. Toronto, we have, and their SMGs really, again, come to life when we get onto this map, as you would expect. But they do it in the way that we were talking about this in our first series, where you trust that Beans and Insight are going to create a 4v3, and then you run through it. You don't just dive on in because you feel like you have to as a sub. You wait to get the information, you wait to collect onto a kill, and then you take the ground away. That has been so good from Ultra, especially on this map where their average margin of victory is quite significant. Maybe save the one time they lost to this when they played FaZe way back in week number 1. Since then, though, they've looked really, really good, including the 2 times they played Minnesota here.
The only thing that's, again, scares me for this Ultra squad when you talk about HPs is being the team early at these hills. They're sitting at overall 8th on this map. You're going up against Optic, who are 7th overall. The only thing that can cause you issues, though, is that Optic are the #1 breaking team, and when they find that break, they find most of that time as well. So if you are Optic Texas, we run the rotations just like you did in map number 1. You have the opportunity to close it out in 4. If you are Toronto Ultra and you win rotations here, you will be in a position to, you know, set up properly to try to force this game 5. So rotations, again, just like map number 1, are the key factor.
I like the call. Just comes down to who executes better. And I think most importantly, when you talk about 2 teams that, largely speaking, when it comes to hardpoint, have a very strong understanding of what they want to do on rotation, there is a level of who has the better efficiency when it comes down to actually holding. I will say that, you know, for the side of Ultra, their rotation percentage has not been particularly great. It's not terrible here, though. That's the thing. It just comes down to, can they actually put themselves in good positions early and give Optic a bit more of a workout? Because, like we talk about, this Toronto team just kind of, it's one of those situations I feel like we watch them in hardpoint. It's like hills greater than kills. They love to play the OBJ. That's how they find their way through some of the hardpoint maps that they play to a good, I would say, success rate. Whereas Optic, they could come away with 4 in a row, 4 wins or 4 straight eliminations in a row, full team wipe you, and then all of a sudden you're just in hell again.
I'm also looking at Ultra to not start so slow in this hard point, because that changes everything of what Optic Texas are now going to do. You go up 100 points, you can start hitting those rotations early with about 25, 30 seconds still to play at that old hill. And that's what keeps you in that lead, just playing ahead. So if you're Ultra, you need to start off high. You cannot allow Optic to go up 50 to 60 points, especially off the first 2 hills, because we know how impactful that P3 to P4 chain is.
Here we go.
Lots of keys to look out
Critical
for.
hard point.
But after what seems like a wake-up map from Toronto, and map number 3, can they take that same energy here onto legitimately a map that people can get around you real quick? It's just you're not going to be able to watch everything. So there has to be a level of initiation to try to be the instigators on a lot of those plays and force Optic to get back on their heels a little bit. Opening gunfights, not particularly great, though, for Ultra. Kleenex, okay, saves it by finding himself a 2, but here's that route. Hook around the back, already playing through elevator.
Man, shout out to the observant team right there for the perfect angle for all those gunfights through the mid-map. You know, Insight finds 3. You still have Hook on the pinch contesting it. His teammates are spawning over towards Zin. Hook relieves that pressure on towards the point. Now Optic can hop right back in.
Yep, I love that he doesn't take that 3rd challenge over towards Gun. He just gives the information, holds on to Sidewalk, where he can manipulate spawns. Oh, and Hook is off to the races. 4-0 start. Optic dominate through the middle of the map. A chance in this last 10 seconds to start getting some time, as they will also have some numbers on rotation.
Yeah, I don't know if that made sense right there for Hook. He hits the zip. You should not get fall damage, but at least you're going to win the rotation over towards Nude. 22 seconds there at P1. Hook initially in towards the P2 time. Right after Ultra, you need to find a break, and it needs to start with the min-map presence. Insight again with the multi-kill, finds 3 in a row. Now this should lead to a quick break.
Yeah, Hook trying to find himself a little bit of cover, but denied. Kenny off the regen, slides forward, finds 1 elimination, while Optic are still spawning at the back. Big win from Dashy. Looks for nades, finds him, cooking up a nade. Trade from Kleenex, but He doesn't have anywhere to go, so Optic will have the numbers. They'll dive right back into the hard point. There's still 27 seconds to fight for.
And you already have 2 players from Ultra spawning across the map. Thankfully, the last 2 players who are holding down tin area are able to find those 2 kills. So Kleenex and Joe on the pinch, turn it into a 3v1. We just haven't been able to locate where Hook is. Thankfully, you still have the spawns for the next HP.
At least for now. Hardpoint not open yet, so every kill, from Hook's perspective, would be a Toronto Ultra spawn out likely. But they can't find anything, so Hook will just hold his ground here at middle and give Optic a chance to try to threaten from the front immediately. Stunned up just before he makes his aggression. Shotzzy through Spiral, good for 1, but caught. And Ultra will have a rotational win here to P3.
Oh, now Dashi at least contesting from top 3. He's gonna challenge instead of waiting for his teammates to apply the pressure. But Hook on the pinch now finds a little bit of success. Can he potentially spawn the players out? Good enough for the double. You still have the back spawns if you are Ultra, and Hook has gotten a perfect read. Can't find those kills, but his teammates find the break.
Yeah, now Kenny can step forward, but Semtex takes him out of position. Shotzzy, the time passes his direction, but can't lock down the shot through the pillars. And now Ultra trying to re-break in from the backside. Pinch on the way, though. Hook is quickly back into the play, and this has been, I would say, sloppier than you would expect from Ultra. They were able to win off the gunfight, stop the spawn trap, but Optic keep flooding in from front middle, and they're the ones who are technically going to win this hard point.
Yeah, that can't happen if you're Ultra. Kills went your way, but you allow 1 player in Hook to hit that deep right route through both sides. Able to keep it scrappy, and Optic Texas walk away a majority of that time, and this is where the game can start to get out of hand. Insight, the soul man here, he's gonna get picked off. Optic win the rotation to the money hill here at P4.
Yeah, Jodeci is gonna get stunned over towards Spiral, needs to follow, and he's completely destroyed before the setup can really come into play. Kleenex catches a couple, but yeah, it's just too much distraction from Optic inside the hard point. Insight slides through. Hook in trouble, trying to catch timing on the angle. Shotzzy helping out from the field, and Hook just finesses up and down he goes. But Toronto will get a momentary break with 27 on the clock.
And it's inside again. Allen just multiple double kill after double kill, that time with the SMG in hand. Leads to the break there for Ultra for a good chunk of time. You're just not prepared for how many reinforcements Optic are going to use to try to break their way back on in. Pinstripe kill feed, Kleenex with a double, turns into a 1-on-1. And Ultra able to walk away with that remaining junk time. Still very into this game, but the only thing Ultra now got to be thinking about, the adjustments we need to make at P3.
Absolutely the case. And at the same breath, they're going to have to try to find some high ground to work with because Optic own essentially both houses right now. Dashi comfortable inside the hard point. Kleenex can find an angle here. No, he's going to be seen, but
honestly, I don't care
low,
who we play. We're gonna
will be overwhelmed as Toronto starts to find a couple of kills, and this is leading to some good moments from Ultra in the last 2 kills.
Yeah, they're starting to come alive, man. Hook the nuke, though, again, the game breaker. Able to find a double. You know that they're still spawning on the backside of Grandma's. You open up a lane for your teammates to not get back on towards P1. 25 seconds still to fight for here. Ultra trying to nade out Dashi, trying to stun him out. Make their job a little bit easier, but still, Optic effective on continuously trading.
But the lead dwindles to just about 20 points. 10 seconds to fight for, and look at the minimap. Ultra are in position with the correct spawns that they want, going over towards P2. Hook trying to force something up top at mid, not gonna work out. Spawns will stay stable, and now it's just down to can Ultra execute on this setup, a rotation win. Can they find a good hold here at 2?
Yeah, don't let anyone slip on by. First line of defense is taking care of shots. He was trying to contest from Cobble Steps.
Making me spaghetti.
He eventually stalls the attention from Ultra to that side, and then his teammates fly through top mid for an easy 3 dead. Now Joe, last player alive. Insight again opens up with the first kill. Joe with the re-wrap through top mid.
Yeah, good.
He's able to lead it right there for
bang,
Ultra.
bang, bang.
Yeah, really, really solid for Joe to seize on the timing of the route. Good awareness, and now he can help finish up this back 30.
Gotta flip these spawns, Alan.
Yeah, as the Optic are still holding on, though, to this field setup, and that's going to be the next issue here, especially with they're going to trust that Hook can come up behind this play and give him a chance at contesting. Oh, nice long-range shots from Joe, but the force from the front starts to amount. Optic
starting to work out again Tuesday.
And look at the spawns. They're going to move around a little bit. This is a key moment for Ultra if they want to try to actually take a lead.
Yeah, they need to make the adjustments on P3. Thankfully, Optic get a little too aggressive through that mid-map. No one blocks the back spawn, so Ultra are blessed with the opportunity to win the rotation over towards New, but you have to make it count. I just don't know if you're accounting for everyone. Thankfully, the players inside the hard point are winning the gunfights, but Optic get the spawns right on back.
just another moment you could clip that last 30 seconds and you can see it. Optic are just more prone to hitting these routes to open up space. Toronto is a little bit too turtled, but from inside the hard point, they're doing a decent job of fighting back. Shotzzy on 3 in a row, opts to go to the nade. That's where he will drop. Hoop next one in. Able to double up, even while stunned. And that will be enough for Dashy to step up, find Beans, and that is going to be a break attempt down for Optic. Still 20 to fight for.
And this is where you have somebody instantly think about that rotation, and you best believe it's going to be Shotzzy. Puts himself in a position to contest bottom P4. Freebie for the first kill. This double will basically secure it. He has a little bit of assistance there for his teammates, but Optic Texas now in the driver's seat to blow this game wide open.
Yeah, from scrap to initial between 3 and 4. 141 to 104. How much damage can Optic do here in the first 20 to 30 seconds on the 4th hill? Good opener here from Toronto. Stuns allow them a chance to get some numbers and try to break this open quickly. Nades in the back, also landing, leaving Dashy by himself off spawn. That's the rest of Optic trying to flood forward as we take a moment to see how they're coming. As an Optic's listening.
Oh, late, nice job. That's big kill. Take your time.
One spiral, there's one down.
On the computer, just stand.
Two.
One's in zip.
One's in zip. Zip. Two small.
Zip.
Okay, get him. Nice job.
Yo, big door late.
I got mid.
Alright.
I have zip. One can be bigger.
Bigger.
I'm dead. He's on mid set. Make computer in zip. Make computer in zip. Last hit. Nice. Go man, bro.
Yo, let him one.
Alright, there's 2-0.
Alright, they can be on it.
3 out. There's 3 out.
Two more. They can be there. Give me there.
Probably gonna pitch maybe.
I don't see any there.
Door dead.
Low elbow. Elbow Jamie dead.
That's what I'm trying to
Alright,
get.
load up.
There's set up.
Last guy load up.
Last guy on time.
Load up. Load up. I will get Tom. Everybody just hold. Keep the crosses, Tom.
Door guy.
Here we go. Make it on me, bro. Alright, front chest first. I'll see the front chest.
Top. Another one.
Elbow me, bro. Top dub and Jamie. Elbow. Top dub and elbow. Last hit.
Tom, really, there he is. Top up on you. Nice. I don't know where top up.
It's Jamie. They can make gun on you, bro. Make gun after this.
Top dub hit her out. Top dub dead. Nice. Look at the pictures.
I top pitch. He's on top.
Yo, he's front chest.
Absolutely. Front up. Alright, one shot top trip. You gotta get him. Last guy missing one, bro.
Let's
Get Tom? Yeah, I can get it. Just hold it. Everybody just hold it.
Top ledge. He's up on me. Yo, no, one guy's white. Going left side mid. Clean P2.
P2 jump. One shot P2, absolutely. One's big gun on me.
Look at top dubs.
Big gun jump. One shot. Nice. Left side mid too.
I need a top.
Nice, left side mid.
What is above me?
Mid gun.
See mid gun?
Can't get that guy.
Mid gun.
I mean, it's just another one of those moments, Jay. It's either Shotzzy or Hook. They just get in the back line of Toronto and they start feasting. And the problem now for Toronto is that you have to keep focus on the objective, but that means you're not putting focus on rotation. It's just one of those leaders' advantages moments that Optic can do whatever they want, and they're going to find an early break here at 2.
Yeah, they did it in map number 1.
Oh my
doing it
goodness,
here in map number 4. Kenny miraculously is able to walk away with 3 in a row before getting traded. Still allows Optic Texas to work their way back on in for free. You do have one player in Kleenex, though, who does spawn on the backside of 10. So you just want to try to play your life because you know we need these spawns for the next HP.
Well, he's committed, though. He knows he has to come back over to the hard point. So Dashy will just sit back, take down one, Kenny the other, and that's just another moment where, because Ultra have to keep their focus on the hard point, they lose focus on what's happening around the back, and now Optic are cleaning up in the kill feed. They're going to get well past the 200-point mark, and they've got rotational success over towards 3.
Oh my God. This is Hook's building right here. Like, he's been able to roam around this area for multi-kill after multi-kill, but again, too aggressive up through Grandma's. No one blocking the back spawns. Gives Ultra another opportunity to potentially lead to a break. But all the kills in favor of Optic Texas. 2-2 split. Spawns Ultra towards the back. They need to get in.
Yeah, Optic are just doing such a nice job of team working out these moments together. Kenny gonna reset, make his way past Zip. See Hook spawns in behind the play, but is not needed immediately. Optic from inside the hard point win the battles. And now Dashy's watching the cross. Oh, mercy me. This could get really ugly really quickly. Dashy, you're not gonna be able to turn and find insight. But still, the time continues to tick up for Optic. Ultra have to break from the front.
Yeah, they have to. You have to get in, or they're Optic going to be able to close out the map here. And he at least lines up a double. Beans flies in for a double of his own, but Dashy missed the Batman. 38 and 30. A minute and 20 in the hill. Are going to allow his teammates now to push to now only needing about 3 seconds. One break is all they need.
Yep, and Shotzi's already kicked us off with the opener. Now you can wait. Hook on one side, Dashy coming from the other. Shotzi from the front door. It's just a full pitch, completely enveloped. Is this Ultra setup? And that's going to be Optic Texas dominating from start to finish on both hard points. Holy, this team looks terrifying. And now they claim the #1 seed going to Madrid.
Man, they look phenomenal, especially in those HP games. They are able to micromanage the little things about players spawning out, realizing, okay, I got a parallel spawn. They do great in the chaos. For Ultra, that's now 2 back-to-back hard points where you just simply get outclassed in the fundamental
They've been #1
Even in the opportunity where you were blessed with the back spawn on the backside of P3, you still couldn't walk away with a majority of the time there.
Oh yeah, I'm not worried.
Optic Texas was just the better team.
We just
HPs,
had a rough
better
start,
team when you talk about the game plan in the search and destroy. And now are looking like probably the top team going into Major 1 with that kind of performance there.
Yeah, I mean, it's clearly the top 2 right now in my mind are Optic and Atlanta. I mean, yeah, that series versus Cloud9 gets a little squirrely, but it is one of those series that, you know, Atlanta's playing around with a little bit of the map pool.
Yep.
Trying to make sure they're good to go. I give them a little bit of leeway, but this is Optic beating down a team that has looked nothing but great so far here in stage 1. Again, the only series they've lost was a minor one in reverse sweep fashion where Cleanex just was not a factor in the back 3 maps. But here, I mean, look at the stagnation between both P4s. Optic only allowed them to get 23 points, Jay, in 5 hills. What are we talking about?
It's just the Hook the Nuke show. Like every P1 that they got to, and especially the second one that they went to, from that P4 to P1 rotation.
I had 3 too.
Where you go from 156 to 186, and Ultra only get 4 seconds there. And that's due to what Hook was just doing, just roaming into your base. It's as simple as that. The rest of Optic Texas were blocking the back spawns to allow Hook to make those kind of plays. And their hardpoint game right now is probably the top in the league. I just think the only thing that you're really going to focus on if you're Optic Texas, obviously you fall short on your best control map here, but that was due to just Toronto simply outplaying you when you talk about the slaying. That usually does not happen. So for Optic Texas to win that red card and potentially now add that into the map pool, because you beat the best team on it, anything can happen now at the major.
100%. But that, again, comes with the guarantee that Optic will be the #1 seed, moving Ultra down just a touch, and they need to focus on rotation badly, as we will rotate, get the desk back involved.
That is going to make a very interesting first round as Optic now matches up against Miami Heretics. There's a little bit of a rivalry there, and Optic may, for the first time, not be fan favorites in a venue.
Ooh, I don't know. I think they might still be a little bit of some fan favorites, but we could hear some booing. Who knows?
We're in Spain. We'll find out. Let's take a look at the highlights. Why are they the #1 seed? Well, because they picked up Hook, and he's the greatest player in Black Ops 6. No, Hook is able to thrive, though, in this setup. When you have Dashy and Kenny holding down the rest of the map, Hook can just get lost behind enemy lines.
Absolutely. I mean, when the hill's white, you'll really notice, like, what Optic does so well. Like all the other tasks that need to happen on the map, like getting the spawns, getting into a situation where we can trade effectively and then get the time, it all happens perfectly. There's such a good hardpoint team, and we saw a great description of that in this one. Like Hook pushing out and getting to their bottom base, just a nuisance. And then we're in the listening, and he's like, I got one off spawn. They're like, there's still one up top. He finesses his life, repositions, finds a kill up top, as you see right here, and then he's just wreaking havoc. Even players dying around the hill, you know Hook is going to be there for that trade right after. So Optic's communication, the positioning, everything absolutely on point against one of our
maybe come to the screen and slap you, bro. I'll come to the
I just have to echo that. I feel like this was a series that all of Optic Texas have seriously gelled together as a team. I think this is the most as a team we have seen them play, and not only that, their hardpoint looks unreal. It was already unreal heading into this, but the fact that they went up against our other top team and they just out-rotated them in both map 1 and map 4, just unreal stuff from Optic Texas. You can see the fundamentals coming through, and you can see the teamwork coming through.
It looks like Toronto Ultra self-destructed against Minnesota back in the minor. I thought that might have been a fluke, but today's matchup was Optic just establishing dominance. Let's take a look at our scuff play of the game. It's not game 4, but it is Hook. Here he is dropping 11 kills in search.
Yeah, he pops off of the game 4, and then the S&D started like 6-0, just frying, man. Like, they put him in such a good position.
You know slump,
you have to play around Hook a little bit. Okay. That's your team, right? right? Especially in Search and Destroy, and this is the reason why. Like, him going down to challengers, I think he learned how to play a little bit more free, but also with instruction, if that makes sense. Like, communicating more and being impactful when he's making plays.
Yeah, remember he has a team.
Yes, exactly. And we're seeing that in this version of Optic, in this version of Hook. It's awesome to see.
Optic is
maybe
already
I
on
will
their
put
way to
Kratos'
Madrid.
nutsack
We'll
on
be
your
skipping
controller
the
after.
interview, but we do have to revisit all of the wins on the day because there was a number of teams that finished 5-2. LA Thieves unable to challenge for the #1 seed as Boston hands them an L. Let's walk through this series. What did you guys see?
For me, it was MVP Snoopy throughout the entirety of this thing. He loads into that map, #1, bang, dropping 41 and 23. Just absolute some dominance. And then he loads in that map, #2, drops 15 kills, 15 and 8 from Snoopy. And that wasn't all. He continued it throughout the entirety of this series, even into the game 5, going 7 and 5. He was been unreal. And against one of the top teams really speaks a testament to how good he is.
Boston beat LA Thieves. Listen, Scrap was saying everybody's
Dude, tell me why Jay
him,
gets so
all this
butthurt.
stuff. Listen, man. Yeah, they need to get into the lab. Like, what I've been seeing from Thieves has
Yeah,
not
he
been
literally
great,
instantly left
over
the
their
Discord
last
as
few
soon as
matches.
me
This is a
and
team
Sean
that
gave
everybody
him crap.
expected to dominate. A team that Nate Shot spent top dollar, top coin on.
So was
on
I.
This roster to bring in
I was joking
championships.
too.
He's
No,
not
ask
be
Credo
losing
though.
to Boston,
Credo,
who have been
dude,
good, but like
Jay got
this team
upset
Thieves
the
coming
one
into the
time
year
when
should
FaZe
be
beat
dominating Boston.
FaZe
Going
beat
from
Thieves, bro.
evicting
He was
players to
like,
now
upset
playing
for
for a
good solid
podium
day.
spot. You got Snoopy at 15 and 8, a 1.88 KD. The man did it all and earns MVP honors for his performance.
It probably
And
was.
sets the S&D kill record. I mean, hats off to Snoopy, man.
Well done, young lad. Snoopy will be in action in Madrid, and you're going to see Atlanta FaZe in the winner's bracket. We were worried.
Making
they
some
started
spaghetti.
1-3. Well,
You know
after that
about
start,
it.
They won 6 more games. They have now made it 8 in a row for Atlanta FaZe.
It was all smoke and mirrors, dude. These guys just wanted to add some drama. Honestly, shout out to Atlanta FaZe making the first couple
wanted
weeks.
to see you
interesting.
naked
Coming
in
to
the
minor.
what?
They fry have not lost since December 14th, and they're looking to continue that. We're here behind closed doors. They're putting in that extra work and doing
I
some
don't wanna
hard
stand
work, man.
naked.
Like, that's what you need to do to win and to get through your problems. Good squad, man. I'm excited
I think
to
you'd
see
be
them.
intimidated
There's really
by
only
me,
2 big
Sloan.
takeaways for me from not only this series, but Atlanta FaZe in general heading into the major. It's the fact that the
Let me
ARs
tell
are
you,
finally
brother,
on
these
floor and
balls hang
finally,
low,
you know,
brother.
comfortable in this game and doing what they
They
need to do.
hang
And
low.
that Atlanta FaZe has finally added Hacienda to their control map pool because that was their weakest series. But man on fire is going to be Celium. Like I said, the arrows need to step up, and this guy is finally leading some of these
See,
series.
this makes sense, right?
Yeah, like this, everything's right in the world.
Like, it doesn't make sense, but it makes sense for the Celium index.
Watching some of Celium's kills today, though, my brain was broken.
Ripping it,
He is
though.
getting up close and personal with the AR, and he has climbed
Look at
that
Sim.
leaderboard.
He's almost
Number
there.
3, Hook Shotzi. Watch your back. MacArthur's coming back for his throne.
Yeah, I mean, you look at this list, man, it just makes sense. Like, these guys getting into form. I think
Yeah, he
the
wasn't
biggest
even on the
surprise look
board.
at this is probably Gwyn in his sophomore year.
Well done.
flying
Yeah.
Up there with some of the best of all time. So shout out Gwyn.
Gwyn at number 5. The Royal Ravens starting red hot, but now a little sluggish.
Little bit.
Who's on more fraud watch? Toronto Ultra, Carolina Royal Ravens. Who doesn't belong in your top 3?
Oh, right, Carolina Royal Ravens.
Probably Carolina.
They're on-
I
they're
didn't
on
think I'd
fraud
say
watch,
that.
yeah. They're
LA
absolutely-
Thieves have a lot to
Wait,
prove in
Thieves
that
are on fraud
matchup
watch.
against.
Thieves are on fraud watch 100%. Okay, after the minor performance and what they did after that, we need to see some.
I will say Ultra will not be unhappy with the draw of Vancouver's Surge, and of course Optic
bad Surge.
always
Yeah, did we not have
enjoys
the major one?
showcasing their talents against Miami. Right now, though, we are joined by the man who is not quite Spanish yet. He goes by the name of Shotzi.
That's
21%, my guy. How we feeling?
Amazing, man. You know, just got the dub. Guaranteed first seed. Madrid soon. I'm excited, man.
All right, so walk me through the next few days. You guys just finished your last match. You are now the #1 seed. What does Optic do between now and when you take the stage in Madrid?
Honestly, I feel like the biggest thing is jet lag. I feel like that's one thing, me personally, like especially since we went to Saudi. It was like, what, 14 hours to get there?
Yeah.
I feel like getting through jet lag is the biggest thing for me. So, yeah, honestly, just trying to make sure I get some sleep.
There we go.
Fair enough. Shotzi, I asked this question to somebody earlier. I got kind of a lackluster answer. I'm hoping you can help me with this. Where does Shotzi come from, and why is there 2 Z's?
So the only thing I really remember was making up gamer tags with my brother, and he figured out, you know, Yahtzee, and my favorite gun in Halo back then at least was a shotgun. So I kind of combined the two, Shotzi. And then the 2Zs, yeah, I don't really know. Like, people mistake it for 2Ts, but I don't really know. I was young. I don't really know what I was thinking back then.
Listen, Shotzi, you've been more direct and honest with the community and everybody lately, and I want to ask you, who do you want to play in the finals at this first major in front of that Madrid crowd?
I want to play against LA Thieves, but if I had to guess, it's probably going to be FaZe.
Okay.
I like those call-outs, Shotzi. Thanks for chiming in. Draza said he's probably playing you as well.
Yeah, finals.
Could happen.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if they make it.
Looking forward to it. Enjoy, my guy. Go celebrate the dub.
Yeah. Thank you.
That is Shotzi. That's Optic, Texas. Where do they land in your bracket? The number one. Shotzi, thanks for chiming in. Draza said he's probably playing you as well. Could happen.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if they make it.
Looking forward to it. Enjoy, my guy. Go celebrate the dub.
Yeah. Thank you.
That is Shotzi. That's Optic, Texas. Where do they land in your bracket? The number one seed. And that is a bit of a surprise after seeing them drop to Boston on day number one. Let's talk about day one, though, of the major rally, because we have 4 best of 5s. And if you've been watching the qualifiers, at least half of these are going to game 5.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if all 4 of them win. I mean, honestly, I think we're opening up with a banger and closing with a banger, but any of these series could give us a run for it.
Yeah, I like this schedule. I mean, the first 3 matches kind of like these teams stylistically match each other well. And
10 a.m. Eastern time?
I can't wait to feel the electricity of a live audience.
Yes. I haven't been to Spain in too many moons. So excited to return. They have an epic Call of Duty scene. We can't wait to see you all there. And a reminder, as we close out tonight's show, tickets are still on sale. Get yours from Toronto Ultra on social media. See you there.
Alright, chat. That is the end of the stream. Appreciate it. FaZe won today, Optic won today, Thieves lost. I mean, it's just a bang out of a day. You know how it goes. Say goodbye to my boys. Credo and Slumpy Dumpy with the big rumpy over here. Alright, boys. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Peace.